You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we've arrived in August, and August is the summer to me. Like when I think of the summer, I think of August. Like to me, it is the ripest red tomato. It is the sunniest of them all, even though July was hot. But when I think of summer, I think of August. And apparently so does Taylor Swift. You know, that song August off of her greatest album, Folklore, in my opinion. When she was actually giving us, cohesive music and not just a bunch of... Anyway, I digress. It is August, and again, I say this is summer because as you all are listening to this, the core 1,000 of you that are listening to this within the first few hours of the day, I am on a flight headed to Martha's Vineyard. Yes, I am headed to Martha's Vineyard. I'm going to be there for 7 days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Headed out early, early morning, so I can, experience the whole day at the vineyard on Monday. Like, this is one of those trips where I want to maximize like my full days. Like, I'm leaving midday on Sunday, and I'm not driving. I don't take a ferry. Mr. Johnson and I are very like that road trip stuff. Where do we drive? What do we drive together? We have drove to Baltimore and New York. I don't even think we did DC. No, Baltimore, New York, Atlantic City. We do Jersey. We've done Delaware, but that's about it. Like Harrisburg, Pittsburgh. We don't do that. We would do the train or whatever to Pittsburgh. We barely even do we. No, we do not do a train to Pittsburgh. Do we? No, I think we've only been to Pittsburgh like once. And I think I took a flight, actually, because it's like a 6-5 hour train ride. Never mind. Harrisburg, we've taken the train to Harrisburg. Because just driving to Harrisburg is not, no. But Delaware, a nice clean drive. New York City, we've done that several times. If we spend the weekend, it's just easier. And it's just because we do a lot of moving around. Because we like to get out of New York when we want to get out of New York. I think, my younger brother, he takes the train. He goes down there and do trips and things. I think he got a little girlfriend, a love interest down in New York. He won't tell me, but I'm just like, you're 23 and you're like, he will listen with, he's like my younger brother. My little brother he's growing up, like growing up. But like, normally, any little thing, he is going to hit me up or he's going to hit up Mr. Johnson and just be like, he needs to get somewhere, and needs to know somebody, whatever. But somehow he can coordinate and organize a trip to New York City and be there for the weekend with no problems. Like, well, where would you be staying and what's going on? But there's a girl, a young lady, a nice little young lady, apparently. And I think she's in Brooklyn. And so how I found this out was that we went to, remember a couple weeks ago, we went to see, we went for a party in Brooklyn, and we ended up being there the weekend that the Knicks won the championship, the NBA championship or whatever. Well, interesting enough, unbeknownst to us, I go on IG and I go to IG story and he's somewhere at a park or something in Brooklyn. I'm like, you're in New York? You didn't tell anybody? Like, where were you? How did that happen? What's going on? And then last week, same story. Just, we were like, oh, we should go out to dinner. We'll go out with him. And then he was like, oh, I'm in New York for the weekend. Excuse me? You didn't tell us anything? Listen, we're going to vet her though. Okay, we're that group. Okay, we need to know who this next Meghan Markle is to see if she's able to be in the world. And I'm not that sibling, but I am like, his last girlfriend, she stayed around for a bit. But she had that like, she still follows me on social. She's a sweet, let me be nice. She No, 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 no. Let me mind my business. See, I was about to. I realized. Wait a minute. They just what's the conspicuous uncoupling? Is that what Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin said? Uncoupling, whatever that was. It was when you don't break. Well, how do I put it? Amicable split. It was a very amicable split, and yes, yes, but I don't know. I can't confirm nor deny if he's with this new young lady in New York. So those are his friends who might be listening to this podcast. I don't know who this young lady is. Now, Mr. Johnson helped him move a couple of weeks ago. He lives in Germantown now. He got a new place. He feeling him. Listen, he's doing it. Okay, he is doing it. He's got it going on. All right. Apparently, there was some sweet young lady and his frat brother, our frat brother, because we're all road brother alphas, but they were helping him move, and Mr. Johnson was like, "Oh, sweet girl." Apparently, she came all the way from New York or whatever to help him move. Listen. I don't know. See, listen. Y'all know. Y'all see it. Y'all already see it. Anybody who is grown, y'all know what's going on. I don't know what this friend language is, and I'm not saying men can be no, 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 no. But I think he's taking his time because he wasn't in a long-term relationship, and I'm proud of him because the gap between him being single and I guess exploring whatever he's exploring, it's been a year. Like he broke up with the last girl. He was with her for like 2.5 years, 3 years. He broke up last spring break. So now he's been off the market. A lot of y'all been asking, and I didn't know. He seemed like he was focused. Now he's been just quiet, like he's been easing in. He's not jumping all in because he kind of jumped into a relationship. Anywho, but look, I don't know. He's taking his time. He's vetting. He's doing that before he fully commits. So, it's such a grown thing. Maybe I've rubbed off on him. I think that's what you're right. You don't go open that door until you close the other door. So they say. But we'll find out. But anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, yes, I digress. The alternative title of this podcast, if it's not Ernestly speaking, we we fly in, and people are shocked by this. But American Airlines, I don't know the other airlines, but I know American Airlines do direct flights. You can fly from Philadelphia to Martha's Vineyard, and get directly on the island without having to take a ferry or drive or do anything. Just get directly on the island. And so the flight is around roughly an hour and some change. It's a very quick flight and it's direct, and we're going, and we've done that each time. We've never did the ferry drive, 6 hour, whatever drive. We don't, no. We take the direct flight and we get right there, and then we go to our lovely cottage. We have a lovely cottage in Oak Bluffs. We love Oak Bluffs. And if anybody's been in Martha's Vineyard, it's the blackest part of the island, and we love to be with our people, and it's beautiful. The cottage, as you all know, that you saw some of it, it's gotten some renovations. So our summer cottage has some great renovations, and I'm going to show off the features. It's been furnished and things. It's crazy because I'm not a homeowner in Philadelphia, but I'm very invested in my little summer cottage situation in the vineyard. Listen, it's just, you invest in what you believe in and what it makes sense. I don't really have a desire right now in Philadelphia to be a homeowner. I just don't. But somehow I'm happy to have a summer cottage. Don't ask me. And I've been very private about this. Sometimes you just need the things you need for yourself, and, a good person can look out for you and do a beautiful thing. Don't worry about it. But it has 2 bedrooms, and so I think my younger brother might come with us to the vineyard next year. If he has time, maybe he's too cool to come. But I know he's been wanting to come, and now there is a second bedroom, and, and let me be very clear. Maybe maybe I could have 2 friends. I'm trying to figure this out. But it would be nice for Lip Brothers to come. But that might be too, we might need to expand. But nonetheless, I am. This is not for everybody, and this is just my house is my space is my space. But I think that I'll figure it out. But the renovations have been done. It's been furnished in a way that I like it. It's going to be very pretty. So I can't wait to reveal that. So if you on the IG or whatever, you can look, and I do a little see through. But I'm very excited. And this is that time. And Yeah, we'll be there for a week this year. It's been, the first time I went, for those who remember, my first year was 2023. And I've been going ever since because that was a part of my book tour. We went to Martha's Vineyard at the bookstore there, and that was part of the Case for Cancel Culture book tour. And I went for a couple of days, okay, and thought, oh, just a couple of days will be fine, 3 days will be fine. Oh, I was so wrong. The next time I went, I said, okay, I'll do 5 days. Now I do a whole week. And honestly, I'm going to probably, as I get older, I might even do 2 weeks. I really love it. I might, next year, I might actually like keep the whole weekend and leave out on Monday. Like this time around, we just did Monday through Sunday like we always do. But next year, I might try to extend it to that Monday, like leave out on Monday. Because I want to, because there's some people I miss in that transition. Like as I leave out on Sunday, people are coming in, and I might want to stay a little longer. I might give myself 10 days. Who knows? Maybe I can do 10 days. Because sometimes I'm also like, I can never be out of Philly that long. But maybe 10 days might be a sweet spot. I'm going to see. Because honestly, when I get back this upcoming week, I don't really have any major things pressing. So I'm kind of like, maybe I could make room. But I'm looking forward to this week. I'm looking forward to some real vacation. Like this is a real vacation for me. Like Disney World in Orlando was a vacation too. That was a nice couple of days, like a little mini vacation. But this is a real vacation for me. Like I really don't do any like major work. I really don't. Like y'all, like this week you're gonna get. I mean, as far as I know, you're gonna get vacation, cute photos, me and some cute summer fits. I got some new fits, some new outfits for the summer. Like I really love the venue because like I really buy clothes and fits that would not make sense anywhere else but there. Like you got me in some light linens, you got me in some really relaxed monochromatic looks, you got me in some fits, and it would not make sense anywhere else. I mean, in my day-to-day world. Now, sometimes I bring some of those fashions with me back and I wear them, lightly, but like it just works. Like there are vineyard fits that just, if I wear them any other time, it just doesn't, like Philly doesn't allow me to really be in that type of beach fashion like that. But you're going to get some of those fits, but you'll see. But I can't wait. I'm excited about the looks. I'm excited about the vibes. So many thoughts, but I got some fits I'm going to wear. I'm posting pics of fits, restaurants I'm going to. I'm going to do a daily recap every day of like what the vibes are and the fun and lovely couple photos. Like I'm going to be on vacation. If there's some breaking news, I hope this week, I really do. I hope for the Parker administration, for myself, and for everybody, we have a very non-chaotic Philly week, at least. Like a nice breather for everybody involved. Like, I would hope. But if some breaking news goes down, I will provide some information and give y'all some tea. But I'm really trying to hopefully, like, any scoops, any details I get, I will probably, if it's nothing that is super, like, need to know, I'll hold it. Just letting y'all get the heads up now. Like, it's the office of the chief articulator of the problem is going to be on vacation. See, I'm already taking my paid time off, y'all. See that? Already taking time. I'm seeing you, Adam Till. I'm seeing you. I'm learning from the best. But like, I'm really hoping that it's nothing too wild this week. I hope so. I feel like everything came out because I feel like everybody, all the reporters, a lot of people are going to be taking some vacation. We all need to be out of the office. We all do, because it's been a very chaotic summer. We're going to unpack some of that later in the show. But I just want to say, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, listen to my latest special edition episode, the episode before this, the special edition, where I talk about, the office, my parody office of what's been going on, the lawsuits in depth. This week, we're going to do some updates in this episode, some quick little updates and some things. But if you want to get the full scope and the full unpacking of the mayor's recent appointments, that big lawsuit, there's a whole special edition episode that's brief, that's more brief than this, that you can listen to before this to get all into that. There's been nothing much that have changed in that information. So just if you want to get the download of what's going on in Philly regarding those particular situations, this episode is going to have a little brief recap of that. And we're going to talk about some other things that happened this week in politics in Philly. But just want to put that out there. But that special edition episode is out. Want to shout out some people. Like, so many of you all have sent me so much love online. I appreciate it. Like, just this, I'm not even on TikTok, but I showed that reel. Someone sent me a reel of a woman from Philly, a Black woman from Philly, that just really shows some appreciation for my journalism and just understanding my critique of the Park administration and why. And I just appreciate that. And I don't even know what's going to TikTok. People kept sending me this and I couldn't see it. And then somebody screen grabbed it for me and I shared it. But now I'm connecting with the woman who did it, and she commented on Instagram. But I just appreciate that. That's just such a sweet, kind gesture. And it's always nice. And just, you just never know who's watching. Thousands of you, over 2 million of you on my page on a regular basis now, they say, that are looking at my content, my reels, my posts. I got like a 2.2 million right now, I think they said, views on the page, on the profiles and the videos and stuff on an aggregate level now. Like, it's crazy. Like, we're getting millions of views, thousands upon hundreds of thousands of accounts. But I just love it because it just proves that people are engaged. You can get people to be interested in civic engagement can happen. People are interested in learning more about our local political system and what we're doing in Philadelphia. People are engaged when you make it engaging, when you tell people the truth, when you give people the tea, when you just keep it real and unfiltered, and you keep it thoughtful and you keep it factual and actual. People will engage. I've known that. I wouldn't be doing this work for as long as I've been doing it at this point if I didn't believe there was a legitimate interest. People do crave it. There are people who are listening to what I say on my podcast. They're not watching local news. They're not necessarily reading newspapers, and they're not necessarily, engaging with the local media outlets that are dearth of information. Some of them do have information. Clearly, I consume local news, but people, with all the paywalls and barriers to entry to get that quality journalism, it's something like this. It's accessible to the public in ways where I'm meeting the people where they are. Some people don't have time to read, these articles or even pay subscriptions to read it, and that can be a little frightening at times, to be honest. But also at the same time, people read the news and don't understand what to get of it. Take me through there. Walk me through this, they say. What does this mean for me? Okay, just telling me this doesn't mean enough. That's why you need a chief articulator of the problem. I need to articulate what the issue is. There's not enough articulation. There's not enough analysis. There's no breakdown. It's just basically people just tell you this happened, whoop-de-woo. Oop, you see what I'm saying? My southern is coming out. But really, people need an education there. And so there's an aspect of myself that is invested in that. And that matters. That matters. We can't just tell people what's going on without explaining it. And so this podcast do a deep dive on that. I know several people are inspired to do their own podcast. Best wishes to them and good luck to that. But if you're going to be corny and disingenuous and vapid on a reel, what make you think that you're not going to carry that on into I digress. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just saying that there's just so many people that want to expand the content that they do, but they haven't really done clarifying questions around how they deliver it. But, what do I know? I'm just a longtime media professional and journalist and, all the things. But anywho, I'm excited about the vineyard. I'm excited about the new restaurants that I'm going to. There's some new events and things happening. I'm excited about the new restaurants that are coming. One that's on my list that I was able to get into was this new one called the Inkwell Beach Club. The Inkwell Beach Club is a Black-owned restaurant in Martha's Vineyard in Oak Bluffs by AJ Calloway. He was, Free and AJ from 106 and Park, where he has this whole new social club, beach club situation he's doing, but he's got this restaurant with his top chef, and I'm excited. I'm excited about, I've heard good things. There's the Black Joy Kitchen that people have raved about, but I'm really excited about this restaurant. So, one thing that I will say about it is that this Inkwell Beach Club is very brand new. They just opened maybe a week or so ago. But the Inkwell Beach Club is exciting. I cannot wait to tell you. So the celebrity chef is G. Garvin. Okay. It has a large performance space, a community membership network situation. They're doing some real things there. This is like the hottest restaurant to get into. I mean, they're like completely booked like this entire week of August. Like there's like hardly any space you can get reservations. They got a couple of brunch ones that might still be available, but like we're doing dinner Monday night. Dinner. Okay? Like we're going straight to the new things. Take me to the king. But it'll be exciting. I'm excited to see, what that's giving. There's some special events, some all kind of things. It's gonna be so much fun. And we deserve, both of us do. Mr. Johnson has worked very hard this summer. And I got so much work out the way to make way for this vacation. Like I don't want to really do much work. I don't. I really got a lot of stuff out the way. Planning for my fall semester at CCP, getting ready for in 2 weeks. I'm going to get ready to be a student again, doctoral student. Got all of my registration and all my other stuff out the way with that. What else have I done? Oh, all of my planning for the Emerging Media Diversity Convention. Tickets will be on sale very, very soon, y'all. Like in the next week, not this week, next week, we'll start selling tickets for the convention. But everything is set. Like all of my planning, like the holiday party for PABJ, booked that already. Gala catering for our November gala, already confirmed the catering for that. Like I did everything like last week. I was like productive as fuck, like just doing everything because I didn't want to do anything in August, like first week of August. I know nothing. Everything been signed, sealed, deposited, all of my stuff, like just moving and grooving. Like I wanted to do that, like because it is hard sometimes to unwind or unplug. Unwind it's not that easy. It's not that hard for me to unwind. It is sometimes hard for me to unplug sometimes. So I am committed to it on the vineyard. I'll be getting my weekly briefings and daily briefings in the morning. Like I have it where I'm going to do my morning briefings. Like I'm going to look at what's going on in the morning. I have a regimen when I'm on vacation. I'm going to early morning before really things pop off. I'm going to get my weekly wire of news and my press release. I'm going to review them. And then I will probably do like a mid-evening, like before dinner, like a 6:00 midday briefing. Because most press and news don't really break after 5:00. Most of that begin to close down. So early morning and then that midday. So that gives me enough time. If something really ridiculous happens, I'll get a notification, or one of my deputies at the office of the chief articulator problem might text me or send me something. They know who they are. But other than that, I will be at the beach. I will be at restaurants, at shops, having a good time vibing with the people. And there is the Black Film Festival, which I only go during this time because I love the fact that this is the busiest, most liveliest time at the vineyard. Like a lot of beautiful Black people are together, lots of celebrity sightings and, politicians and all the folks are there. And it's a sight to be seen and just a good old time. Now, I'm going to say this briefly, but I want to get this out the way. A lot of people have been talking about the vineyard and, the culture and, everyone has these FOMO and these debates and things. I'm going to say this. As somebody who's now I'm a regular at this point, I want to say what I will say on social media. And I said this on social media, but I'll say it here. And I'll be very clear. This is not the type of spot and venue space for, like, this is not a pop-up, we want to recreate, Roots Picnic, Lollapalooza. It's not that. It's a fun time for folks to unwind. Yes, there's a lot of sightseeing and people, but it's not really a place to be a corporate baddie. Like, this is not the place to come and sell. Like, no one's going to like you. no one's going to enjoy it. Like, there is old money on the island. But what I mean by this is that there's some people that I feel like no matter where they go, they cannot unplug. And what I mean by unplug is that this is a very top tier, some will call it elite, Black venue. Some people will call it bougie, whatever. But it is a very prominent vacation getaway. And what I mean is that there are some very, like, the Obamas are here, Spike Lee goes all the time, Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, and, who else did I bump into last time? Pastor Bryant, Kamala Harris, Wes Moore goes. I was at a party with Jasmine Crockett last summer. Like, a lot of these people go, okay? And you're wondering, part of it is that you're wondering, well, why would they feel so comfortable to go to this place? Because most of the people that are there either come from money, have money. It's not it's not cheap to go to the vineyard. This is an investment. And it's also very, like, restrictive to an influencer type culture. The reason why is that the island is very small and you got to be quiet on the creek. But no, really, it's a very small island. There isn't that many, like, hotels. The hotels are very expensive. Housing is very much rental. You don't really come for a day. No one will rent you a place to stay for a day. Most hotels don't allow you to stay a night. Most people book way months in advance. Like, you couldn't just decide to wake up and go, I want to go to Martha's Vineyard next week because I saw Ernest was there. You couldn't even do that. Like, you would literally, most of the occupancy of housing, of hotels are, like, by December is like 80% booked. And then you might catch a last minute dropout or cancellation, but then they are going to up surge the cost because they know how delicate and desired this place is. So it's that type of place. You book in advance. It's that desire, is that highly coveted. Like, you couldn't get in even if you wanted to because of just the way that island is set up. Okay, you either fly or you drive. You can't even take a train. You can't even bus. Like, it's a very specific, unique place and experience. So off the top, it's giving exclusive baddie. To get in there, to get on the island itself, there's a lot of maneuvering that for the average person who doesn't understand culture, who doesn't understand ritual, you're just not going to get it, okay? The simplicity of it is the beauty of it. It's an island and it's a social gathering that isn't much about nothing, but that's by design, meaning that it's all about leisure. Leisure. It's an escapism. It's the most calmest, beautiful, quiet Black space. And I mean, quiet is in the nature and flow of things. It's very, like, a lot of people are going. It's a lot of people during peak summer. I'm going during peak summer, by the way, peak Black summer. There's a film festival. There's all this other stuff. There's book festivals. People read books, hard physical copies, and they read them and they have fun. So there's all of these, like, leisure, like ice cream shops and parlors and cafes and restaurants, and some of them do take reservations and some of them don't. There's fun, long lines and leisure, and you have time to burn because you're just on this beautiful island, and there's really, it's very chill. Like, but it's social, and it's, people don't fight and fuss. It's just a very, like, everyone's chill. Everyone's got money. Everyone's got connections. No one has to walk in and feel like there's something or not. So this is the culture part of it. Everybody is somebody. Even if you don't recognize them, somebody is somebody, and somebody is somebody's sibling and cousin, which makes the experience interesting because you would think that means it's going to be very, elitist and hop top and who are you and what do you do? Most people, because everybody is somebody or they're confident, there's not that much imposter syndrome with most of the folks on that island. Most people that are regulars and go and you just have a good time. And this is how they live. And because of that, there is a level to which most people don't hyper engage in the social power networking, the corporate culture, conference culture of the place they don't like and they don't want to partake in. And I learned that very quickly. Like there are spaces for people to network if they want to, right? So, if you want to go to the book festival and you want to, if you're an aspiring writer or author or whatnot, like I have a book coming out next year, I'll go to the festival and let people know I got a book dropping, but I'm not really there to do too much power networking. I'll exchange my card and tell people I'll talk to them in 2 weeks. They'll follow me on IG, but I'm really not there to oversell. I'm really there to just mix and mingle. And that's really what makes it fun. You see some great people, you take some selfies, but it's a very chill time and everybody's there to just have a good time. And it's fun. And you just really I don't really go there to like do the power networking. If, sometimes you just fall into conversations and meet some fascinating people that you really get a chance to connect with and talk to. I'm not even going to name drop because that's not even what I'm going to do here. But I've met some very cool people and connected with them off the island. Like you just go, you have a good time, but you just don't go there with that intention. I'm not going to the island to actually connect. If I do, it's cool, but I don't really want to, I'm not going there to get a job, to get a gig, to make money. I'm confident and cool to just go and have a good time and leisure. And if I get a number or a name, which I most likely will, or somebody will see me, I'll have that, but that's not my intention. And and I can't describe the feeling, but it's a very unique experience. And lately, there's been some people that there is the hyper capitalism of some folks who have heard about it, have had the experience, somebody done brought them on. And they look at it, and rather than see it as a beautiful, peaceful, fun social event, they see it as a target demographic of, I need to push my product. These are the type of people I want to buy my shit. No, we don't. We don't. Go sell your shit at Essence Fest. Go sell at Essence. Go sell it at some conference and convention. But this is not the vibe. And so there's people that over the years have come and have gone, to be honest. They've seen it as an opportunity to promote and push their brand and push themselves. And those people are like, they avoid. I can't tell you how many people have had events that have flopped. Corporations that have tried to like do paid ticketed events and do those things. And people just be like, no, I'm good. I'm going to have this lobster roll instead. I'm not interested to go down there because they know. They know unless you actually like invest in property or like have an actual mainstay traction at the vineyard, the pop-ups and things, people are kind of like, it's for the younger people, it's for the new people, but it's not really for the regulars. And even myself, like I don't want to go to anyone's like turn up random cash grab event. Like I don't want to go to that. There's a couple of those people that come, the club promoters. Some of them will find a way to get in. Some liquor brand will rent out a space and they'll throw, and some people will go to that. But for the regulars, and I'm a regular at this point, I don't want to go. And I don't. And you can really carve out a very like non-hyper corporate, non-networking, but it is building. Like there is a subset on the island that are people that are the newbies. They're going to come 1 year. They probably will not come. They come infrequently. They don't go annually. They don't understand the value because they really don't know how to live in peace. Like there are some people that literally operate from a space of chaos. They're very much invested in a culture where they are super invested in that kind of way. They don't know the standard piece. And as I talk to you on this podcast about it, I'm reflecting on that. Like what that looks like to operate in a space of, I don't have to be on the go. And you know how I blame though? I blame you Gen Xers. You boomers, you guys are more retired and relaxed. But I blame you Gen Xers. You Gen Xers, and y'all know who y'all are. Y'all are the type, and I love y'all, but some of you Gen Xers though, you all literally like you business savvy Gen Xers. You all don't know how to not try to be a TEDx talker. Like there's a certain demographic of you, and y'all know who you are, you corporate Gen Xers, where you all have this look. You say, I'm going to wear a bold dress, a bold color dress. I'm not going to do no designs. I'm going to wear a bold color dress. I'm going to give myself these very like sharp spectacles that are going to have polka dots on it, and I'm going to have this loose hairstyle. I might dye my hair or something, and I'm going to act like I'm unique. And I can't tell you how many times I go on LinkedIn, I see like the same look. Everybody's wearing that bold, fierce red or that bold, fierce blue, and they got some crazy design like not sunglasses, but spectacles, like glasses that they wear to make themselves seem like they're so unique. And they got this certain brand, and they use these corporate words, and they have like AI generated announcement flyers and graphics. And I'm talking about you Gen Xers, because y'all do that. All of your announcements are now AI, those horrible AI flyers. And you got these power poses that are so fucking dated that no one does anymore. Like, but you all do. And you all are literally in a league of your own where you all literally self-congratulate you all yourselves. Like millennials are like, oh my God, this is so cringe. And Gen Zers are like, what are they doing? But Gen Xers, like you all in this world, and you all still want to do TED Talks. You all still want to find some way to do that. I guess. But like you care about those things that for many millennials, like younger millennials and Gen Zers, we're not impressed. We're like, y'all, that is so yesterday. Like no one is talking about tech in the same ways that you all still want to cling on to it. But in the pursuit of trying to feel youthful, you all do the very like non-cool dated things. And it makes me chuckle because I can always tell who's a Gen Xer on my timeline. Like when I go on LinkedIn, I see the AI flyer where you all put all your like degrees and certifications and you like have these random poses. And I'm just like, that is a Gen Xer. I know they are old enough to be my parent. Like, but yet they think they're so hip and new and cool, but it's like, that's not what we do. It's funny. But yeah, it's a trend. But like those people, some of them have come to the vineyard. And they come and they're like there was like Facebook groups that I'm on, and they'll talk about, they'll say things like, oh, my client is trying to come. Like, do you have an itinerary of events that I can go? My client, like you all love to talk about how y'all got a client, like y'all favorite language, corporate Gen Xers, client this, client that, team this, team that. Y'all love to tell everybody about, who your client is and this, but like itineraries. And so I just know, I was like, that is a Gen Xer. I know that's a Gen Xer. I know that is a corporate Gen Xer. And so I'm just kind of like, when they said this, I was like, who brings a client to the vineyard? Why are you trying to sell your fucking brand? Can you sit down? Like, I know you're on a pursuit to be a millionaire. Okay, because there's their favorite words, generational wealth. The black dollar. Like, that's your generation, y'all. Y'all know it is. I am reading out of filth. You Gen Xers are getting read to filth. You all do not know how to, like, the forgotten generation, but the generation that tries so hard. You all are like Brooklyn bougie. Like, you all love to wear a hoodie with a blazer and listen to Jay-Z and like tell us about the good old days of hip hop. And we're like, relax. Please. You're not cool anymore. And that's okay. You're dope. Because that's your favorite word, dope. You're not cool. You're dope. Okay? And live your best life. And stop trying to tell us your whole resume. It's okay, boo-boo. It's okay. Gen Xers, relax. Y'all still trying to keep up with the Coopers and the John. What, keeping up with the Carters. I don't know what y'all doing, but relax. Capitalism is on a deathbed right now. Empire is collapsing, and you all are still trying to make sense of the life that doesn't work. Okay, that was deep. That was a read. But still, Gen Xers, I need y'all to get a grip. Get a grip on this island. Because it's not really the millennials, okay? I got to give it to us. We're trying to chill. We're trying to start a revolution with the Gen Zers, okay? The Gen Zers are like, fuck everybody. The millennials are like, fuck you boomers. And you Gen Xers, get the fuck out the way. That's how we really feel. And Gen Xers are just somewhere still trying to act like they bridging some goddamn gap. No, y'all are traitors. You're more boomer than you are millennial. You hate on us because we're smarter than you. And we're also some of your children too, and you hate that too. Because y'all raised us and birthed us, many of y'all, and you're mad because you made us, you put the pressure on us. and gave several of us, my fellow millennials, anxiety and panic attacks trying to chase a perfection because you made us the smart asses that we are. Y'all forgot that part. Like, you can't even shit on millennials because you're our fucking parents. You thought about that? And y'all still having kids because y'all got Gen Zers too because y'all won't stop having kids. That's the read. But y'all get on this damn Facebook because y'all Instagram sales are horrible. But y'all get your ass on that Facebook because that's where y'all love to be and give out long ass paragraphs and complain. But y'all the reason why. It's y'all fault living outside y'all means. Biggest label whores. You know what? I'm going to think about this. I'm going to take some notes on this. But y'all are label whores. Y'all was the ones who was wearing the Tommy Hilfiger in the polo and let everybody know Lacoste with the alligator. I know so much about labels and brands through all of my Gen Xer, my parents, my cousins, all of them. Y'all were the label whores. And y'all was the ones. They made Baby Gap in y'all generation. Okay, they made Baby Gucci and Dior for y'all. Y'all's putting y'all kids in that shit. We remember it. I remember it. It's your fault. Your conspicuous consumption, your sales addictions. Like, gift cards came through the Gen Xer generation. All of this layaway shit, this is all y'all. Spin that. Y'all was a spin that generation. Y'all think it's the millennials. Y'all swear millennials are all that. No, it's y'all asses. I blame y'all. Okay? But I digress. Read over. But I say all this to say that there is a subculture of the vineyard where there are people that are trying to essence fest this. There's been strong resistance from the residents at the vineyard, regulars, to like not let that be the culture. And so I enjoy and appreciate that nature of the culture of that. I really do. And it makes the experience even more rewarding and more in-depth. So I want to just put that out there. But no, we're looking forward to it. I'm going to enjoy this week and enjoy who I see and what I eat. And I'm excited about the food, the drinks, the dinners. We have a light itinerary. Our itinerary is basically beaching, frolicking, and then dinner. Like the only thing we have plans for is like dinner every week. And then we're just going to just fall into parties. It's really that kind of place where you go and you meet people. And then next thing you know, you're on somebody's like rooftop deck having cocktails and you just kind of fall into it. You just kind of bump into certain folks and have great conversations. And next thing you know, you're getting invited to some party that night on the island, or you're getting some exclusive all white party. So you keep you some white on deck just in case. Like, it's just one of those type of experiences. It's so magical. The best way I can describe it is that it is very magical. And you get enchanted. It's an enchanted island. It's an enchanted black island. It's just so black and so beautiful and so, you know, I never thought I'd be the type to say this, but if I was ever to get super rich and like retire, I might actually retire in the vineyard if I could. Maybe that might be, like, I don't want to go to Florida. I don't want to be in Florida. I would just retire in a vineyard and write books all damn day and be so cute. And just, yeah, but I don't know. I'm a fan of it. I am, I just 20 stars over 10. It's not for everybody, but for those it's for, it is for overload. But yes, super excited about it. Love it down. Can't say anything bad about the experience, except all of the tourists, like the newbies that come there. Like, that's one place I want to gatekeep. Gatekeep the custom, the culture, the ritual. Like, there's things that people do there, like polar bears. Anybody know about the polar bears? Look it up. Look up Martha Vineyard and look up polar bears. Okay? It's a beautiful, I'm not even going to share it on here. I'm gatekeeping it. Just Google it. Google, if you care enough to know about it, look up polar bears, Martha Vineyard. Yes, I partake in it, but my husband is more invested than I am. And you'll know why I am not highly invested in it. It's a good, beautiful thing, but I can't commit to it. But you'll look it up. Look it up. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful black thing. But I digress before y'all start talking y'all shit. Reviews. Mr. Johnson went to Mr. Edison. He reported back to me because I already told y'all about Mr. Edison. Overrated. Another one, overrated. Him and my good friend Lauren, they went to dinner, and I heard the cocktails were good, but I heard that it was just kind of like overrated. Overrated. Completely overrated. But I knew this already. I told y'all this. But I just wanted y'all to hear. And Mr. Johnson is very flexible with his taste. But he was just like, They didn't do large plates because they already knew large plates was a bust. They did small plates. It's aight. But honestly, it's a beautiful place. It's gorgeous gowns, beautiful gowns, because it really is. But that's about it. Go there for cocktails, a light bite, if that. But that's about it. Yeah. Did some takeout at Farina's, that black-owned pasta bar, which I haven't been to in a minute, but I ordered something and it was delicious. Support them. They've gone viral lately. Everybody's been talking about them because the whites then caught on to it. It's in Rittenhouse. It's been there for a while, but there's been like a certain boost of interest. Check them out, Uber Eats. They got a really great spend. I think spend over $20 and get $5 off special on Uber Eats. But they're really dope. Really like them a lot. Really love their whole situation. I got like a pasta and salad situation. It was very good. And they got a really good portion size too. And you can even custom make your pasta too. It's remarkable. Big fan of them. We did something. Do I want to talk about this yet? Yeah, I do. Mr. Johnson and I, what I say? What is my favorite? What Candace say? My girl Candace, we always talk about that. We circled back the block and went to a restaurant I haven't been to in like over 5 years. Maybe longer than that. But something was in me like, where has this been? I'm craving it. I'm craving Filipino cuisine. You all saw my IG story. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all saw my IG post. Perla is still doing its thing over there in Passyunk over there. Oh my goodness, Perla. Filipino cuisine. They got a tasting menu that's like around under $60. It's a feast. And we went mesmerized. Okay? Go. If you've not been to Perla, if you like good Filipino food, if you can eat with your hands, but they do provide forks, but it's a feast, a beautiful feast. Great food. And you can bring your own wine. We had a lovely bottle of wine that we purchased and we brought in. It was great. It was a great dinner. As you can see, cultured. Remarkable. I loved it. I haven't been in years, and I used to remember parties. People used to have parties there. I hadn't been in a long time. The banana leaf was out, baby. If you've not been, go. It used to get a lot of rave reviews back in the day. Like Philly Mag used to put on their list. But as years pass, new restaurants come, people always reshuffle. But it is still that girl. And one of the few, elevated Filipino restaurants in the city. Everyone likes Babies, which I like Babies. Babies is good too. I went. It's very good. It's a new spot over there in Brewery Town. They're doing their thing. But Perla is like a level of culinary, the vibe there is just, that's the OG. Yeah, it was great. It was delicious. It was very delicious. And, you just want to mix it up sometimes. You don't always just want to go to the same humdrum, new American spot. You just want to mix it up. And we were just feeling that. We were just really feeling that. We were just we want to go somewhere. And it was open on a Sunday. Shout out to restaurants that are open on Sundays, because a lot of restaurants are not open on Sundays during the summer. But Perla was, and they treated us lovely. It was a great time. It was a great dinner. Great feast. Very great feast. So then I went to this weekend. I had a lovely trip. I did a lot of shopping. I did some summer shopping. I got my ring repolished. It was around that time to take it for a ring repolish. And when I go to the vineyard, them diamonds got to be sparkling, baby, because you out there, you with the people. And that ring got to be extra nice, because during the summer I get real cute. I'm always cute, but I get cute. And sometimes you gotta, just pop out and, have that little thing on, because people be forgetting. Because people be forgetting. Or you knew when you go on a trip and no one, you see them, baby, thank you. And see, I tell people all the time, you always know when people are flirting or people being a little extra. And sometimes you just gotta be a little subtle. Somebody say, oh, what you doing out there? What you doing out here? Oh, nothing much. Going home to my husband. That's right. You do it like that. Drop them on like that. Okay. All right. You're married. I'll see you married. Yes. Subtle. See, people don't see. I don't know. One thing I will say. See, there I go digressing, but I have to say this. I don't know. I build a level of don't fuck with me energy. not in the way of not saying like let me be very clear. Not in the ways of like I don't know. I've never really had many people if I go to event never be like super forward or whatever. And I'm not saying people that know me because people that know me or like recognize me don't. But like if I go to different cities or I'm somewhere and people just off guard, there's an energy that I give that gives people that gives like whatever it is they already taken, and if they not married they already got somebody energy. And like some people come up to be like nice, you be nice, and I never assume anything, by the way. Like I never assume anybody's hitting on me or anything like that. But I'll have somebody, I was somewhere and someone will go, just casual talk, and you're like, okay, casual small talk, and then they'll get a little bit more like forward, they'll get a little bit more like, they'll say something and you'll just know, and it's not that they're saying anything that's too suggestive, but it's like, this is the part where you throw the hatchet. And a lot of y'all don't do that. Some of y'all need to work on that, because I don't know how y'all get in situations where y'all take it through a rabbit hole and can't read the energy. I always can read the energy. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe it's my communication expertise. I don't know. But some of y'all be giving stories about how y'all done went out and had lunch with somebody or went out multiple times with somebody and didn't know they was hitting on you. How, Sway? And you didn't know how to, I'm not even going to see, I want to names. No, I'm not going to do that. That's not what this show is, okay? But what I will say is, I can pick up very quickly. And the thing is, it's not even that people will even be super for it, but there's just ways that you can just shift the nature of the conversation a certain way. And then normally, I will say 95% of the time, most people respectfully pick up on it, and it shifts. It shifts. You go to a networking event, and some people don't look at your ring finger or don't even know what the ring finger giving. But you can go somewhere and somebody can just be super this. But it's certain things. I'm talking about men. Women, I don't have those issues. Now, Mr. Johnson, some women don't be picking up what he be putting down. Some women don't be caring that men be men. That's another story for another day. But certain men, I've gone to certain events and it's not really in Philly. But if I go to another city or I go somewhere and they'll just make small talk. And normally I'm just like, oh, it's a professional space. Maybe they're just being nice or something. And they'll just say, oh, congrats or something. And they'll be this cordial. But then there's always that moment where there's the little slight the moment. They do, what you doing after this? And it depends on how they're saying it, right? And so they'll say something like, what you doing after this? Oh, I don't know. I'm just hanging out with friends. Oh, yeah, me and my friends, we're all going out to this thing, And if they make it a general open thing, then I don't really read into it. But if they go into, I'm not doing it after this, you want to go out for a drink? Ha, ha, ha. Ding, 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 ding. Why would I go alone with somebody at a drink? So then I go, I don't even got time to drink. It's too late and everything. Like, I got to get home to my husband. That's how you do it. I learned from the pros. And then you know what happens in the conversation. The person goes, oh, you married? How long you been married? The tune will change. And then you talk about that. And then there's a natural shift, but a very cordial shift. And that's classy. And you don't even, and the vibe doesn't even have to be awkward. You don't got to make it nothing. It's just chill. But that is how you do it. That's the professional way to reject somebody. You don't even got to get super like, rude or do the most. This is sometimes a subtle thing. And you always know the person's intention shifts when they then be very super like affirmative of your situation in a very affirming way where it's like, you're doing too much, but it's their way of like also signaling that they weren't trying to hit, but like you were. But it's a subtle way it's done, and you can just tell. But it's all good. Listen, you'll be surprised. But it's an art to it, and I think you don't have to make it awkward. And if you're having experiences like that, like call me. I could teach you some skills. I had to teach a certain friend of mine. They're not married, but they're in a relationship, and I was like, you be in too many situations. And you can there's ways you can shut these things down without having to let it drag. I think they be liking the attention sometimes because their boyfriend be pissing them off and they be liking the attention sometimes. But I'll be like, if you ain't gonna leave, then don't lead. You get it? If you're not trying to leave, don't lead. Don't lead somebody on if you're not trying to leave. Okay? We don't do that over here. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. But, I love this show. I do. I love this show. But I went to this weekend Stenton, and it's a museum, a historic museum, and it's in Philadelphia, of course. If you never heard of Stenton, it is a classic. It's a very important historical place. It's one of the earliest authentic 18th century historic houses in Philadelphia. It's around Logan, Nicetown, near Germantown. And this is a house that is owned by James Logan. Okay, he was the colonial secretary to the person who founded Pennsylvania, William Penn. And there's a rich history here. I mean, enslaved people. There's a story of a woman named Dinah, who is a black woman who was enslaved, and pretty much she worked her way to freedom out that house. And there's some beautiful storytelling and some stuff being talked about during the 250 of right now, the country of America in Philadelphia. There's some documentaries coming out and talking about it. But I did a beautiful tour of Stenton, this house. And there's a lot that's went down in that house. It got completed in 1730. And it's a National Historic Landmark, by the way. But if you haven't had a tour and you're looking for something different that is not, the George Washington type of ordeals in Independence Hall, come down here. They're doing these tours. I had a beautiful experience there this weekend. Went with my good friend who's helping with the project. Her name is Mickey. She does some great work there. And it was a great Saturday afternoon after all the shopping I did and all the fun stuff. It was a great time. So if you're looking for that type of experience that isn't over the top, isn't crazy, whatever, go check out Stenton if you have not. But it is rich history. There a lot went down that damn house. And I can go on for days. I know way too much about that property than I would. But the story of Dinah, though, is the one that touches me the most. This is a formerly enslaved woman who won her freedom in 1776. So 250 years ago, her spirit still is there. And what's important about about that location, there's a Dinah Memorial there. And it's Philadelphia's first monument that's dedicated to a formerly enslaved black woman. Okay? Like, this is a big deal. There's a colonial revival garden that's very beautiful. Very, very beautiful. And there's just a lot there, a lot of rich history. And this was a headquarter, this mansion. It's a mansion. It's a big old property. It was a headquarter for George Washington and the British when he was a general. And, it's got a lot of history. Lots of artifacts, lots of family furnishings from the 18th and 19th century. It's beautiful. And, if y'all want to know why it's called Logan, get it? Logan, the area. Logan, Nicetown. Why it's called Logan? For George Logan. That's the Logan area in around North Philly. That's why it's called Logan, because of George Logan. Ding, ding, ding. So yeah, it's a great, interesting space to check out. And before we get to hot topics, two other things. I am on a show. If you've been seeing these clips that's going viral, a lot of y'all been liking and sharing on Instagram, these reels. I did an interview with a woman named Dr. Archie. She has a wonderful podcast called Courageous Conversations. I did a big interview with her. It's on YouTube. If you go to the link in my bio, a lot of y'all been asking to watch it. It's on her Instagram, on her YouTube channel, but I've shared the full video. You can watch it, you can click. If you go to the link in my bio, my link tree has the video, the YouTube link, and you can watch it and check it out. It's a very fun interview, just a very leisure interview. It's not super political or anything like that. It's a very lifestyle, get to know me. I should talk about my relationship, a lot of stuff, give relationship advice. It's for those who listen to the podcast regularly, you might say, "Oh, well, is there anything new that I share?" I do. I talk a lot. It's a very self-help, life advice type of show. But it's worth the watch. It's very fun. It's 45 minutes long, and we have a good time. Dr. Archie is an incredible Black woman who does a lot of good therapy, and she's an expert in her field, and she's a wonderful therapist and expert, and she talks about all types of dynamics, and she knows her shit. Okay, check it out. Check out her show. Check out that episode, and so much. But before I wrap up and before we get into hot topics, I just want to say that I'm excited about my classes. I'm excited about my doctoral program. I am super excited about it. Like, I am geeking out. I'm enrolled for the semester. My scholarship hit the scholarship. I got my scholarship, the money hit in, everything good. And I'm just ready. I am super ready for this. Like, I it's in 2 weeks. My first day is August 26th is when I start. So very, very soon. Um, but I'm excited. I am. I'm fully like, now that I've taken care of all the major things, all the big stuff I had to do. I had to enroll and get my schedule, my academic plan, and talk to my advisor. I do all the things I need to do to plan for the 2.5 years ahead. I am very excited. I'm very happy. I'm very grateful. And yeah, this is happening. It is happening. Like, yeah, so I'm going to enjoy this vacation. I'm going to enjoy all this because I got me a very productive fall coming, and I've been planning my season doing it. So we're excited. We'll see. We'll see. We're excited. It's fun. Just I can't wait to just learn more. Like, I think I've really realized I am one of those lifelong learner people. I'm never going to stop reading. I'm never going to stop researching. Journalism keeps me sharp just in nature. But even when I'm not doing the hardcore reporting that I do now, down the road, I'm going to just always be engaged in some type of way. Because it's just, you should. It's something about that just excites me. And I said, all this knowledge, all these thoughts, all this writing I want to do. And given I don't write as much as I do for journalism like I used to, I can now put it in a paper. I can now, engage in like intellectual stimulating conversations with fellow classmates and students. And I like that environment. I like teaching and I love that, but I love the curiosity and the fascination of that too. So I'm as much as this doctorate is, of course, a professional milestone and all that jazz, it's also just an opportunity to just learn in an environment, because I feel like we just don't have too much of that. And I'm not trying to be cocky and say this, but I kind of want to be around smart people in a very academically stimulating space. It's not that much of that nowadays. It's really hard to find those spaces that are diverse, like, so interesting enough, when I went to the Stinson tour, I'm a part of the Franklin Inn Club. It is predominantly white. It's very white. It's not that many black people in the club. But I just realized how much, even though they're mostly a bunch of older white folks there, that's literary, I do enjoy the conversations, that we have when we're not, they're fairly liberal for the most part. But like, we have these very good conversations and talks about books and things, and that just stimulates me. And I just feel like we're missing a art of that. And I am trying to create spaces like that as much as possible, because yeah, it's just like, I like talking about politics. I like talking about culture in a way that is with a critical lens, like, I like critical thinking. I just don't like to say something's good and good night. I like to really, and I think that's been frowned upon lately by powerful people who have just dismissed any art of critique, where critique doesn't have to be a sharp edged knife that's meant to just create irreparable harm. Sometimes it's just the part of the art of talking and discussing and thinking about ways to make things better and how it applies to life. And, I just miss that type of level of intellectual engagement. And so part of my interest in pursuing my doctorate is that I do want to be in more intellectually stimulating environments and not feel like I'm the one who knows it a lot more, like I'm not saying I'm tired of being the smartest person in the room. I'm not always the smartest person in the room, but I try to find spaces where I can learn from people. And I do feel like things could be a little bit provincial in the humdrum of life. And so if you're like me and you feel that way sometimes, I encourage you, join some cool clubs, join some book clubs, put yourself in spaces that are just intellectually stimulating as much as possible, because we're in a world where there's such a flattening of culture right now, where people are just so afraid to have opinions. And I think opinions, some opinions are merited by thought and intellect, and finding people that read the article, know what they're talking about, has become even harder at this point in this day and age. So I encourage that intellectual curiosity. Please go for it, and please do more of it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. So now on to hot topics. So Donald Trump is pretty much having the most floppiest summer in his political history since, I don't know, 6 years ago during the pandemic when he was last president. I mean, I will say that he is halting strikes on Iran. So, as of the time of the recording of this podcast, he has reversed his thoughts on striking Iran. And that comes from a lot of, public pressure and other threats. Other countries are getting involved. Saudi Arabia said, look, there was some talks about them entering the chat. It's been a lot going on there with this war that has wasted millions upon millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars. We're like over, what, 200 million now? And as we all know, there's been no actual victory. People are sharing that viral clip of Senator John Ossoff questioning Pete Hegseth, who I must say, I thought he'll be fired by now. The defense secretary, I thought Pete Hegseth was going to be out of here. I mean, we had covered him extensively a couple of months ago, and I thought, oh, Trump was going to let him go. But then I realized, oh, he has a penis, so that's why. Because every woman that he's appointed at this point, he's ousted this cycle. So all the women are gone. If it was Patricia Hegseth, she would have been gone. But Pete, you can stay and keep fucking things up. So that's where we are in the chat with that. But his poll numbers have been really, really bad. It's nothing to sneeze at. His poll numbers are super low. They have sunk to the lowest levels, apparently, nearing historic lows for any second-term president, according to the Daily Beast. But there is someone who apparently had lower, poll numbers. There's somebody else, Richard Nixon. Okay, the record needs to be corrected. For folks who thought Trump did. Actually, Richard Nixon scored lower than Trump with only 24% support. Okay, and that was just days before his resignation in the wake of Watergate. Okay, Trump previously scored nearly that low around the time of the January 6th insurrections in 2021, which birthed this podcast. So, you're in good company, Mr. Trump. Like, ooh, Richard Nixon did worse at his lowest. It's like, ooh. But while he is dealing with the lowest numbers of this century, because data does matter, of this century, the 21st century, his numbers are the lowest. I mean, Nixon, that was like nearly 60 years ago around that time. He's in good company. So who would have thought? Oh, he could say, wait a minute, I don't got the lowest numbers. That goes to my fellow Republican Richard Nixon. The man who said he was not a crook and was a crook. But it's bad. It's bad. I think people are tired. So the number, just to compare, only roughly a third of Americans, 33%, support him. The war is unpopular in Iran. It's just like no one wants this war. And of course, gas prices are climbing and grocery prices as well. Things have not gone down. The prices are so damn high. You all worry about them eggs. Where y'all at now? Remember that? The eggs? Remember that? Okay. Yeah. Sure. But everybody's turned against him. There's a lot of people. Tucker Carlson, Marty Taylor Greene, her new husband, Brian Glenn, Rep. Thomas Massey, former National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent. Like, they're all banding together. They're taking pictures. They're saying Trump betrayed them all. They organizing, okay? They was in Tucker Carlson's home in Maine that looks like a damn hunting lodge. And they took a big old picture that they posted on social media. And it's like a new gang. It's like 7 of them. And Tucker Carlson at the head of the table looking like the leader of Death Row Records. I mean, it's giving Suge Knight energy. But they're banding. They're coming together and they're plotting. I think they're trying to make their own little third party. They're claiming they want to do a third party, want to get away from the Republican Party as it's been taken over. And Tucker Carlson even vowed that. He said, quote, "There's going to be a third party, and I'm going to do everything I can to bring that about." But I'm like, wait a minute, so it's like on both sides, we're seeing this third party energy. Because we're going to talk about the Democratic Socialists of America. I have some thoughts about them. But there's some interesting tensions. Like, I think we're in a situation where each party is going to have their own alternative, okay? Because Democrats right now on the left suck, and we'll talk about why they suck. But they have this little separate, deviated party, and then which is which I will say is the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. Then on the other side, Republicans are trying to find theirs. Now they've had several iterations, right? The Tea Party movement, which was over 15 years ago. They had the Tea Party movement. I wrote all about that in my second book. There's a whole chapter about the Tea Party movement. I dive in deep. Stay tuned for that. But the Tea Party movement happened 16 years ago, roughly 16 years ago. And then, that kind of morphed into what I consider to be early mega Trumpism, and that was because of birtherism. Birtherism got us the conversion to Trumpism from those Tea Party movement folks. And then it felt like there was an alternative party. There was a Republican Party and there was Trumpism. But then Trumpism just ate up the GOP. And now MAGA is the GOP. And now there's a group of expats looking for a new home. Good luck. So there's a lot there happening. But beyond that, I mean, Trump has to figure out that not only is he dealing with the haters, his haters, he got some ops, but he's also dealing with the reality that, look, this acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who he nominated to get the full-time role, is hitting some major backfire because there's been pushback from people from Trump's own party. Republican Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, they have stalled the confirmation committee vote. They haven't confirmed this guy, okay? And this is saying a lot because they want written guarantees from the Justice Department that's dismantling a controversial $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund that was tied to a previous Trump IRS settlement, which means that there is some intra-party fighting. Yes. Now, it's interesting because Senators John Cornyn from Texas and Tom Tillis, also, Republican, and he's also senator. They're both outgoing, so they're lame ducks. But these lame ducks are not trying to be lame. Tom Tillis is from North Carolina, and he's exiting. But they want to put up a little fight before they finish their terms. They're withholding their support. He doesn't have enough votes. Blanche doesn't have enough votes to clear the Senate Judiciary Committee, and that is there are two Republicans. Okay, there's some silver lining in some of this. They're upset. They want this formal written confirmation from the Justice Department that the disputed $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund and broad tax audit immunity provisions were completely dead, rather than solely relying on, Blanche's verbal assurances. So a couple of months ago, I think we talked about this, how Trump wanted to have this immunity that was going to protect his. Basically, this was the anti-weaponization fund. Remember, this was the whole $1.8 billion that was supposed to help his political allies, allegedly. Like, this money was going to cover everybody's asses and all of that. This is not military weaponization. This is political weaponization through lawsuits and things of that nature. Basically, he had this fund that pretty much people were alleging was going to anybody who was affiliated with Trump that might get some type of reprimand legally or get sued and this, that, and third, there was going to be some money to get them, paybacks and settlements and all this kind of shit. Well, that was not popular on either side of the house, whether you was Republican or Democrat. No one was in favor of this money because this was like, again, taxpayers' dollars going to shit. So they, people were not in favor of this. Trump, supposedly was like dead it, was like supposed to be done. They were told by Todd Blanche, who is currently the acting AG. So he's the acting AG through appointment. He wants to get the full-time job and no longer be acting, but be, the guy. He's trying to do that. Trump is trying to appoint him for the full-time position. He has verbally stated that this is not going to happen. These two Republicans are like, we need this to be written. We need this to be formal. We need this to be on the record. We don't want any words of yeah. We need this in. So they're not committing to moving him forward until this shit happens. So Trump has been publicly criticizing these two senators on social media, of course. That's his favorite, his favorite tool. And Wade temporarily on withdrawing that nomination. Which is raising the question that Blanche would just remain in place as acting attorney general instead. Now, you see why that's a lot, right? Some of these critics has pointed out that this confirmation chaos severely damages public trust and morale in the Justice Department, and that this is going to be an issue. The New York Times did an editorial. Their editorial board did this, talking about how this is just him staying there. This type of behavior is chaotic on so many levels. However, I will say that these two Republicans who are holding up the nomination, they raise a good point. I wasn't even aware that there was no actual formal, look, when the headlines came out that Trump was, not going forward with it initially, I was like, okay, that's deaded. But they don't trust that, especially given that the person in the department that was working on this, pushing this, is the current acting AG. And here's the thing, if Trump does not propose another nomination, this man will just sit here as acting until further notice. So there's the pros, there's the cons. He's thinking about rescinding the nomination because if it gets deaded, if the nomination gets deaded, then that might mean that he may not even be able to be acting. So Trump got to hold it and fold it, apparently. Now, I'm going to talk a little about this Dr. Fauci situation. Quite frankly, I just think this is just political theater. But Dr. Anthony Fauci, the man who, was over a lot of what was going on during, the pandemic in the early 2020s. He was the National Institute in the NIAID director, and that abbreviation is the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID, I think they call it. He was a director of that under the Biden administration. There was this high-profile hearing this past week. The Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee chair, Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, he questioned him, and pretty much Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment, refusing to answer questions over 70 times. And now he's announced Rand Paul announced plans to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. Fauci did say in his opening remarks that he felt that Rand Paul was trying to trap him, and said that, Rand Paul's quote unquote unhinged obsession with prosecuting him. Rand Paul has made it very clear that for a long time he wanted to go after Fauci. This has been his obsession. He's been trying so hard to, do this. I mean, Rand Paul's office publicly released more than 1,100 pages of Fauci's pandemic era diary entries. I don't, it's weird to me. I always wondered why, like, I don't know, government people, like, at that age, they keep diaries. Like, I don't know. That's a thing still. Like, people like Biden and, everybody keeps these diaries that they write. And it's like, why? I guess there's like this obsession with being memorialized historically. Like, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, they all had these diaries and these letters that they wrote. And I think it's interesting that even in the 2020s, people still do that. Do I keep a diary? I don't. I guess my podcast is a diary. a very public diary, I would say that. I don't really do a diary. I used to do diary entries when I was in like high school. Um, like high school, I did. But I don't know. I think, I have conversations with friends. I don't really write things like I don't really write things like in that type of intimate way. Thoughts that I do have, I do talk to myself sometimes, like internally. Like I do take time to meditate and think, and that's my own diary in that way. But the whole idea of writing a diary in this day and age, no. But I do think the podcast serves as somewhat of a open entry diary of my thoughts, and whatever I do think, I share with close friends. And look, if they leak through the pages of conversation to public eye, sure, whatever. But no, for these very reasons, there's nothing about like that about diaries. The records were publicly retrieved from government servers. So Robert Kennedy, F. Kennedy Jr., who was our current HHS official, which he's just a nut. This guy, I just, it's the Department of Health and Human Services. Like, this guy got him through servers. But they released it. And, Rand Paul's argument is that he claims that there are discrepancies between what Fauci's private notes and his public messages, highlighting early sciences about whether, coronavirus, COVID could have been deliberately inserted. He also alleged the diary shows that Fauci influenced these lockdown decisions in New York and California, even though despite public assertions otherwise. Like, again, these are Rand Paul's arguments. And Fauci has continued to say this document dump is a direct invasion of his privacy, trying to embarrass and intimidate him. And yeah, of course, Texas Senator Ted Cruz, says that Fauci should go to jail, and, there should be state level investigations. Other people have called it a witch hunt. It's all of that. What's been interesting seeing this, that there have been people that have said things like they knew this COVID thing wasn't real and it was a hoax and all this nonsense. Here's why I'm never going to believe that. Did any of you all get sick? Did people you all know die? Did you all not lose loved ones to COVID? Did you not know someone passed away because of COVID? Did several of you all get sick for not wearing a mask? Fun fact, I never got COVID. And you know why I didn't get COVID? Because one, I stayed the hell in the house. I didn't really go anywhere. But also, I wore a mask. And also, I stayed vaccinated all the way through. Yeah, I never got COVID because I stayed vaccinated. I got vaccinated very early. And I also did not go anywhere. I did not risk it. And I was very fortunate to have the means and lifestyle to not have to go out, because I know there were service workers and others who had families and things. It was just myself and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson got the Delta strand, which, and it was intense. We were not in the same bedroom during that time. He slept in the living room, and this was before vaccinations. And he had did an event. And he was, I think he was masked, I think, but he was doing an event where he was bartending, and he did like a bartending event, and it was outdoors, and, he ended up contracting it. He was okay. I mean, he had the symptoms, all the things, but he made it through. He was okay. And that was when the Delta strain hit. That was like that summer of 2020. I feel like a lot of people got it. I was not playing any games, was not taking any risks. Like, we were very deep on it. Like, he did that event, listen, Mr. Johnson made a lot of money during the pandemic. That bartending virtual events, I did a lot of virtual events. It was all the racial justice. I was writing so many op-eds and pieces and all types of stuff. We was making some good money during that pandemic. And that's how we paid off our wedding debt-free. Our wedding we didn't take any loans out, nothing like that. We did the biggest, fanciest, extravagant wedding 5 years ago. And it was all because of all that activity we was doing. He was doing the different events. He was doing these bartending events and things. Some of them was in person. And so that's when he had got it. But after that, he went straight virtual at that point. Like, and this is before we even had a vaccine, y'all. So it was very like, ooh, but thank goodness, like he did not get, long COVID or anything like that. He was quite fine. But I never got it. I never got COVID. And I remember taking the test being like, is there any antibodies that I have and didn't know it? No, no. But I also, like I said, I really take it. I really believe, I do believe in science. I do believe in medicine. I just do. I don't, I'm not saying everything is perfect. I'm not saying everybody has it down pat, but I do believe in it. And when I hear people all of a sudden see this and go, you didn't need the Fauci hearing to believe that. Some of you all just are just skeptics to science. And I understand some of where that comes from. Everybody wants to talk about the Tuskegee experiments, with Black folks and their distrust of the health system. I'm not denying any of that. But I want to be clear that I don't even think that is because of Tuskegee. I think older Black people, sure, to a certain extent. I just think that there is a world of people that are just afraid of vaccinations and things of that nature. And they're looking for a confirmation bias. And the crazy part is that the hypocrisy is that it doesn't align with the realities of the world. So you can sit up, and I'm just, I'm just, I'm not making any blanket about any person and whatever, but I'll hear people sit up and talk about this, right? But then you'll eat genetically modified food, which I'm not saying is one way or the other. I mean, at this point, GMOs is in things that we don't know or we do eat, whatever. I'm just naming the things, right? You're the same people that the same people that talk this stuff about they don't believe it are dimbats that will sit up and take edibles made with chemicals and things that you don't even know the full effects and smoke weed off the corner of the block that's sold to you by the doughboy and what they do. And I'm not making judgment here. I'm not making judgment about the activity. I'm making judgment about the headspace. You'll have unprotected sex with somebody you hook up with and let this person do X, Y, Z. I'm thinking of certain people that I've seen on the internet, celebrities that will say this, but you won't believe that, but you'll believe some rando that you'll let, I just want to understand the full scope of the health awareness. But this reminds me of the homophobia, right? When people used to say things, people to this day will say things like, oh, I want to make sure my kids are safe. I don't want them seeing two men kiss on TV because, that can impact them and things. But there's so much other sex and violence and other things on TV that your kids are being exposed to. And somehow you are worried about two men kissing, but you say over sexualization, right? But you don't never care about just but what do your kids watch though? You got them watching, WWE. You got them watching all these playing these violent video games, and somehow the buck stops at two men kissing. Even though the irony is that most of the gay people especially those who are around my age, grew up in a world where TV barely had gay characters or any of those things, and we've been gay for so long. Because here's the fun fact, right? I am 34, going to be 35 in October, and when I was growing up at a very young age, like, there was nothing gay really on TV. Like, barely anything. I remember, like, just how hard it was to find any same gender-loving people on TV. And so, yet I was still gay. Because I saw more straight people kissing. I grew up in the Disney era. Everybody was kissing, and it was boys and girls, and everybody was dating, and teenage pregnancies, and TV, like, everybody, music videos, BT Uncut. The era of heteronormative activity was being thrust upon us in a very hypersexual way. And yet, somehow, I was attracted to the same sex. Don't understand what happened there. So I say all this to say that there's a lot of hypocrisy with individuals who play into these moral claims that are inconsistent with their own lifestyles and beliefs, especially when they go with the whole religious thing. Like, oh, the Bible says Adam and Eve versus that. That's cute. You're entitled to that. But what's funny about that is that but where's the condemnation for every other aspect of your life that I can promise you the Bible is also speaking on and has much to say about that as well. But again, we cherry pick what we want to align ourselves with, which means it's not about the moral argument. Okay. So people that are like, oh, I don't believe Dr. Fauci, this is my confirmation, this is a hoax. You just don't want to get vaccination. You just don't like to get shots. Like if there was a tablet vaccination, you would probably take the tablet. Some of you all with your conspiracy theories on that are just people who just want to be contrarian by nature. And if you're just afraid, like I know there are people that are afraid to just get shots. They are. I have people in my family who are just afraid to get a shot. Like they just are afraid to get a shot. Like, how fucking old are you? Like, if you're a kid, that's fine. But no. There are grown ass adults I know in my family who are just afraid to get shots. There's somebody I know that was like, should be, well, let me explain this. This is how I even know this is how I know the things are bullshit. There's someone I knew, who I know, that was prescribed to take Ozempic. They should be taking Ozempic. They should be taking it. It would make a major good impact on their health because they do qualify. They're not taking it just for the weight loss alone, but for diabetes medication. Like they should be taking Ozempic, right? They were afraid to take it. They were playing this, oh, I don't know what that's going to do to me and put on me. And I'm like, respectfully, no shade, respectfully, just these are conversations that, some of us, black folks, young black folks, we be having these conversations with relatives and stuff. I have to say, because I'm that person in the family, if you watch Soul Food, I am, Miss Joseph, okay? But no one, there's no faith fucking my husband. But, I am that member of the family that is just very much trying to get everybody together and make sense. I'm that person. So, I'm the Vanessa Williams character. I'm Terry Joseph, basically, of my family. I have accepted that. But anywho, I said to this person, I said, okay, so why do you not want to take Ozempic? You said you don't know what it's going to put in your body. You're worried. You are extremely, extremely overweight. I look at the things that you eat on a daily basis. Like you eat McDonald's. You can't make the case to me why you're having a Big Mac like multiple times a week. And you're telling me you don't know what you put in your body, but you're putting McDonald's in your body. And you're telling me about Ozempic. And you are literally at a point where, you're having like some serious health issues, underlying health issues connected to this. Obesity, diabetes, hypertension. Like you could potentially die. And it's stuff that you're already putting in your body and you're worried about that. So they were like, well, when we got to the bottom of it, I just can't do a shot like that. I said, it's just once a week. They just did not want to do an injectable. So fortunately, because I wouldn't tell this story if it did not have a happy ending, but also a moment to reflect on this. They are now taking tablets. Like it's not Ozempic, but it's similar medication, but they're taking tablets. And they have been doing that. They're losing that weight. They're looking good. They're feeling good, all things. But I thought to myself, so it really wasn't what was in the Ozempic. It was the fact that you didn't want to get a shot. Oh, so you don't mind eating the thing. So that's your thing. So you're just a tablet girl. Got it. And it made me think to myself, if the vaccine could be consumed without a shot, how many more people would have probably taken it? I don't know. I'm one of those people that I really listen and pay attention. I do think logically. I get to the root of things, and you'll be surprised how silly and how petty and how really insignificant the real barriers are to people doing certain things. It is not as thought out and as articulated, as educated. People will use what they think to be these very educated, informed arguments, or suspicions to justify their actual squeamishness around certain things. There's a whole phobia around needles. And that is the reason why people are not doing certain things. Flu shots, all that shit. There are people, and some of y'all listening might know, I'm not saying everyone is this way, but there are people that it's just the idea of getting a shot they have a phobia around shots. Like they just don't want to get a shot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It reminds me of the dated, oh, I'm allergic to silicone condoms. Remember that? Remember everybody was walking around talking about they was allergic? Not everybody, but you remember that whole era of, oh, I can't wear condoms. Okay. Okay. Okay, sure. 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 That was an era. That was a moment. But I digress. Yeah, but then, speaking of medications, Trump has ended subsidies for Medicare drug premiums. Did you know that? Since we're talking about medicine and whether or not we're going to trust things, yeah, this is another issue. Trump administration is ending Medicare drug subsidies. The subsidies used to offset the average premium by $16 in 2026. That's now changing. That's now changing. I knew somebody was going to have to pay the cost for this war in more ways than other. But basically, he announced that the Trump administration announced that they're going to end the Part D premium stabilization demonstration program, basically concluding the federal subsidies that have suppressed monthly Medicare drug premiums for the past 2 years. This was managed by CMS, which is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, under Administrator, y'all ready for it? Dr. Oz. Okay. This multi-billion dollar subsidy program is going to sunset at the end of the year, returning Medicare Part D to traditional market conditions starting January 1st, 2027. These midterms, y'all. Y'all got these midterms. These midterms. So the project minimized costs by artificially lowering the national base premium and capping year-over-year premium increases. So basically, they successfully shaved an average of $26 off monthly bills in 2025 and $16, still not bad, in 2026. Now, taxpayers across this program cost taxpayers $9.8 billion over the past 2 years, and that is why people had a lot of scrutiny about it. So there's been a conversation about how to phase this out. There's this market adaptation. People are saying they want to end corporate bailouts. Administration officials basically looked at this as an unnecessary handout. Dr. Oz is claiming that the measure was a market distortion that directly funneled federal funds to major insurance entities. So, I'm not on Medicaid, but I know there are a lot of people who are going to be pissed off about this. This is why elections matter. Y'all got a midterms. Figure it out. But you can't be mad about all this, have suspicions, and don't vote. I'm not saying voting is everything, but voting is something. Voting is something. Okay? It's not everything, but it's not nothing at all. You understand? Because when stuff like this happens, you got to figure out who did you elect to make that possible. Just saying. But also, before we get to the Democrats and the chaos over there, Mitch McConnell, where is he? We still don't know. We do not have an update on him. We just don't. And then lastly, before we move on, the case of the reflecting pool, Jeanine Pirro, Trump does not like her right now. He is dinging her, allegedly. She's dropping the reflecting pool vandalism case. That former Olympian that was getting in trouble, they're not charging this former Olympian for alleged vandalism charges because it's bullshit. The U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, and you remember Jeanine? She used to be on Fox News. That's that woman. She used to always get on air. She used to be on Court TV. Y'all know Jeanine Pirro. She used to have a show on like daytime TV, like the court shows, and she got that thick brown hair, and she, the sharp eyebrows, and she just always act like she went full mega. Well, her office, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., she decided to drop that high profile vandalism case. This is with the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. It was a whole big talk about it. Remember this? And she tried to they accused this man, okay, of ruining the pool. and they said he's the one who caused the damage. None of this was true. We all knew that the faulty infrastructure is what caused it, not one person. But it's been dropped. We all knew this was some bullshit to begin with. So there's that. Now with the Democrats. Democrats got a lot going on. I don't even know where to start. I'll start with Fetterman because he just stays in the news. I'm so over John Fetterman, y'all. I really am. I'm not. What a schmuck. What a loser. I know, right? He came on the show. There was a moment in time. Listen, talk about a 180. A 180. And everyone wants to go, oh, well, we could have elected so. Listen, I got to be real with you. The man literally won every county when he ran. I mean, he was that damn popular. I mean, the other candidates didn't have a chance. Hindsight is 50-50. I will be real with you all that, look, he's bad, and if we would have known about him to the full extent, we shouldn't have voted for him, clearly. But I have to be real with y'all. Connor Lamb and Malcolm Kenyatta were not just good. We're not good candidates either. Respectfully, they weren't ready for the Senate either. Damn it. I mean, they just weren't. They just no. I mean, Connor Lamb maybe, perhaps. I don't know. I also just feel like, and this speaks to the Democratic Party's problem because now Malcolm Yah is the vice chair of the DNC, but what does that even mean at this point? What's the value of that role right now? Like the Democratic Party is there's a reason why people like Fetterman win because of just how bad the party is with a backbone. But I digress. Real quick to Fetterman. So Fetterman has switched his position. He has reversed his stance on the Senate filibuster. In July, he wrote an op-ed for the Washington Post that said that his 2022 campaign promise to eliminate the 60-vote threshold, this is the 60-vote threshold, was horribly wrong. He argues that the filibuster is a vital safeguard against single-party overreach. So he admitted that short-term policy goals during the Biden administration clouded his view of long-term legislative consequences. He praised Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. Okay. Noting that history has vindicated their defense of the 60-vote rule. He stated that without the filibuster, the current Republican majority could easily pass contentious measures like the Save American Act with a simple majority. Okay. It's funny because Trump has been pressuring GOP to scrap the filibuster. Fetterman's refusal to support ending the rule complicates Republicans' ability to change Senate procedures and bypass minority opposition. It's going to be hard for them to do that. He maintains that the Senate should not become a single majority body, mirroring the House of Representatives. So it's a complicated situation. The filibuster, for those who don't know, is this political rule. It's only in the Senate, and it is to delay or block a vote on a bill by extending debate. It allows for a senator or a group of senators to prevent a measure by moving forward unless a supermajority of 60 votes is reached to end the discussion. So basically, while bills in the House need 51 votes to pass, it takes 60 votes in the Senate to invoke a cloture, that is CLOTURE, which basically forces the end of debate. People got to take the vote, but they got to get 60. And there's some silent filibusters. Lawmakers do not have to stand and talk for hours. So that whole idea, because when I was growing up, when I used to hear about filibuster, people got to talk for hours and hours, the Cory Booker situation, all that. Instead, a senator simply signals an intent to block the measure, and leadership shelves the bill unless 60 votes can be gathered to bypass the objection. So in other words, the days of having to give these long ass speeches and do all that shit. I grew up like that was the Newt Gingrich era. For those who remember Newt Gingrich, like that era of people talking long and doing all that shit. You don't have to do that. Like if you ain't got 60 on the table, baby, we ain't even got to sit up and play stunt games until 60 can be guaranteed. And this is only Senate. This does not work in the House. The House is, the House has it. So he thought he was going to end that. And when Democrats were in power, people was like, yeah, end it, right? And I think this is like the back and forth that we're watching right now. We see Kamala Harris, who she still wants to be in the presidential conversations, apparently. My God. Um, she's saying a bunch of bold shit now. A lot of bold shit. She's talking about the Electoral College. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. Now she wants to extend the Supreme Court, entertaining 13 people compared to the current number. The current number of the Supreme Court, you know, uh, is nine. And is that enough? Is a SCOTUS doing their thing? Do we have enough people in the SCOTUS? Um, there's a majority there. There's nine people right now in the Supreme Court. She argues that there should be 13. She thinks that we should expand the court. I'm still undecided on how I feel about it, to be honest. I really am. Because stuff like this, I just feel like at the end of the day, either you got it or you don't. And I got it. That's a lyric from Gypsy, one of my favorite musicals. But I think when I think of that, that's how I feel about it. Like every political party, depending on where they stand in the fault line, is going to say yes or no to something. When the Democrats had the majority, they were like, let's keep it at 9. When they lost the majority, they said, fuck it, we need to expand. Same thing with Republicans, right? Like, people are like, in the filibuster is what Democrats said when they did not, when they wanted to just push their policies through. Now they're like, no, let's have the filibuster. Let's have robust discussion when they don't have the Senate, So they flip-flop on this. And I feel like when it comes to these numbers game, just get it done. Like, get it done. And I think with the American people, when we show up and we vote the way we do, we give a mandate in so many ways of what we want or how we want our country to be ran, for good and for worse. That's just what I believe. Like, this shit we have currently right now, this Republican majority we have all over in the House, in the Senate, in the executive branch, now is led to the Supreme Court. This was the choice of a bunch of majority white voters that made this choice. So now we're dealing with it. We're dealing with the consequences of it. And we can reverse a lot of this in the next several years. I do believe we're going to take back the House. There is potential to take back the Senate, but y'all don't know what the hell y'all want to do. I was hearing about this main race, like this main, this main Democratic nominee. Like, what the hell's going on? So, people are talking about this guy, I'm going to address this briefly, but Troy Jackson, who is the new guy, like he's the big name that everybody's talking about, Troy Jackson, who's a Democrat. Well, there's been some chatter, and they're criticizing. He's launched his first general election ad in Maine. Apparently, he has fathered 2 kids with his second cousin, and people are really talking about this. Apparently, he ran an anonymous account to troll Republicans online. Honestly, I don't think people care. At this point, I don't think people care. I don't know how. I mean, the second cousin thing. I, I mean, there's a lot of people that have kids with their second cousins or date their second cousin and even realize it. I mean, did he know that directly? This is legal under the law. It is not uncommon. Um, yeah, it just, I don't know. I don't know if this is this as scandalous. There was a law in Maine in 1985 that prohibited marriages to individual parents, grandparents, children, grandchildren, siblings, nieces, nephews, aunts, and uncles. But then the law initially banned first cousin marriage, but then an amendment passed 2 years later that allows such unions if the would-be betrothed presented a certificate of genetic counseling signed by a physician certifying their potential children would have an acceptably low risk of physical deformity or cognitive impairment. But this is second cousin, so even further down. And a lot of people, I mean, there's a lot of folks throughout history with second cousins. Like, did they know? Did they know? Was there a connection there? I don't really. I mean, I don't. I just don't think this is a scandalous. I think this is just somebody people stretching. Like if it was a first cousin, it's like that's your cousin. But a second cousin that they weren't aware, it's just I don't know. I don't see the big scandal there. I just think this is one of those things. It's like, look, Grand Platinum, y'all. Like at some point, like Candace are gonna be weird in some way, shape, or form. I just don't see this as this damning thing. I mean, this is clearly a consensual situation. I don't think it's ancestral in that type of way. And you'll be surprised how many famous people and folks have had these second cousin situations and don't even know. Especially, like, someone to say something, but like, it's Maine. And all I'm saying is, if you go to places in the South, you'll be surprised. Especially if you ain't ever left the backwoods. I think a lot of Republicans that want to go in on this man, Troy Jackson, y'all better stop. Okay? Y'all better look up folks that have, okay? I'm just saying. Don't do it. Because there's a lot of folks in the South, legislators and folks that done had all kind of situations, okay? Mm, but I digress. But yeah, people are talking about that. But there is this other thing I do want to bring up before I get into Democratic Socialists. There is something going on with the DNC primary calendar that they're trying, I won't say they're trying not to tell you about, but there is conversation about 2028. So the DNC's rules and bylaws can be proposed in early window primary for 2028, featuring South Carolina, Nevada, and New Hampshire. So look at this very carefully. I want to be very clear what's going on. Okay. Now, the schedule was voted on by the Rules and Bylaws panel on July 24th, 2026. Now they got to wait for a final approval from the full DNC. But let me read to y'all the primary dates. Now, these are six. These are the six early primary schedules. South Carolina is now moved up to the first. The first state. That is going to be January 22nd. Nevada is February 1st. New Hampshire is February 8th. New Mexico is February 15th. Michigan is February 22nd. Virginia is February 29th. Now, let me tell you why that calendar is a big deal. Because this is not good for those who are far left. Like if you are, because basically a moderate, with this calendar at this rate, a moderate has a higher chance of getting the necessary delegates needed to secure the nomination for president. And, that's important because a lot of times when you look at the past, the shaping of this, right? This is a lot that's happening, but the reshape of the primary calendar is going to benefit. This is going to benefit moderates because, well, that's what they think, right? As we get to Super Tuesdays, right? So this new calendar is changing everything. They're replacing two heavily white states at the top with more diverse populations, okay? While still preserving 3 or 4 traditional early state contests. They're adding 2 more states before Super Tuesday, meaning that there will be more delegates up for grabs before March, all right? And there was a struggle between Nevada and North Carolina. This turned tense in recent weeks because there are some who have framed the debate as one between 2 key pieces of the party's base: Latino voters in Nevada, and of course, Black voters are the foundation of South Carolina's Democratic electorate. So, in other words, when South Carolina goes first, that means that the Deep South goes first, which means that Black voters are going to have the first swing at who they want. And so whoever wins South Carolina, at the jump of everything, that can set the tone and the momentum for the rest of the damn primaries. Okay? And historically, we don't, those black voters in South Carolina, that's the black vote right there. Whoever gets that sets the tone. Okay? Nevada right after that, Latino voters, whoever wins those two gets those votes, gets closer to getting the majority. And here's the thing. We know historically progressive presidential candidates don't do well with South Carolina. That is what killed Bernie Sanders each time. Each time. Matter of fact, Bernie Sanders did worse in 2020 than he did in 2016. And I think they want to speed up because with Biden was having a hard time really procuring those votes until South Carolina came to save the day. But South Carolina came at towards the end. What they're doing is moving South Carolina, Nevada up, they're getting right to it. Because if you don't procure those or you don't come in strong in those two states, everybody else is like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. Voters might go, I don't know. Versus in the past, there was a steady buildup. They would do all these very, very white states. They would do like New Hampshire and they would do Virginia. They would do like these very white states. But and back then, if you remember Vermont and New Hampshire, Bernie Sanders was doing well with those early states. Michigan, there will be that little influence. But now they're pushing those down. They're pushing those later down and starting with diversity at the top, which, in my opinion, I think this is an attempt to benefit a more moderate, centrist type of candidate that could appeal with black voters. That's what they're thinking. I think that's what they're banking on. I don't know how that's going to play out in 2028 because there's so much changing the political makeup. But I wanted to bring this to y'all's attention because I feel like this is one of those type of stories that is inside ball, but I feel like more people need to know about it. So I'm telling y'all, so y'all can tell y'all family members and be like, listen, folks in South Carolina, baby, you calling your folks in Nevada, be like, hey, y'all up first. Don't fuck this up. But also, this gives progressives, candidates are interested, y'all got to get down to South Carolina. Y'all got to get down to Nevada. New Hampshire, I don't know what y'all going to do in New Hampshire. Y'all might get that easily. But y'all going to have to get out there. Michigan, I feel like y'all going to do fine in Michigan. And we're going to see what happens in Michigan, so we got some things to say about Michigan. Virginia, okay. But that's later, though. But whoever gets South Carolina and Nevada, I'm going to say this now, I think they're going to win. I mean, because they normally hold off on those votes. If you come in getting those two, baby, it's a wrap. If a candidate gets South Carolina and Nevada up top, baby, it's a wrap. You can wrap it up because that demographic is going to set the tone for a lot of other races. And progressives struggle. Progressives struggle with these types of states. They struggle with South Carolina. They cannot. Black folk, they just in the past they have not. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that you all need to do that now. Go ahead and get your ass in South Carolina. And I noticed the AOC's been over there, changed up her accents apparently. It's just a different energy. But like, you all got some time. Y'all need to start building relationships, building connections. Jim Clyburn is not going to save y'all. Because I've heard speculation that a certain governor in Pennsylvania named Josh Shapiro is trying to butter up Jim Clyburn. Listen, Grandpapa, he don't even know much about AI at this point. I don't think James Clyburn is very important, okay? He's an important congressman. I'm not going to take that from him. But I don't know how much power and sway he still have. Like, yes, talking to him, building him, his trust is good. But you also need to get your ass out there. And from what I've been hearing from insiders, Shapiro is not doing well with black voters. It's not working. Like, folks that even like him are saying that he is struggling with polling with black voters. I told y'all. Told y'all Ryan Boyer don't speak for the rest of black voters. Listen, y'all got to stop letting these union leaders respectfully define black votes. Because they don't even represent, like, black constituents to the fullest level. Like, if you really look at some of these unions, a lot of them are largely predominantly white. They're black figureheads. They try to do diversity, but their base of people that they represent and advocate for are not actually, these are not majority black spaces. Some of them might have smaller niche groups that they speak to, but the larger bases of people that their politics lean towards is to appease white voters and appease white union blue collar workers. They're largely, they're trying to bring in diversity to these trades, but largely the people they represent are white. And so their political interest in advocating is to appeal to those types of white voters, which then tells you that even though they're black face, they're in white spaces. They don't really, I tell people all the time, pay close attention. Play close attention to representation. Because a lot of times the Shapiros think that being cool with these particular people, they got some level of black cachet. No, they don't. You don't. You don't. You have a certain gatekeeping elite circle of black folks that you might appeal to, but you're not speaking to those communities because they barely have that sway with those communities at large as well. Especially when some of them don't even live in Philadelphia and pay taxes in Philadelphia. They influence Philadelphia politics, but they don't live in Philadelphia. And I think we got to be clear about that, because when people wonder why the certain folks don't win and they get endorsed by this person, that you got to recognize who's really the sway of influence. Do they have influence? They do, but not in the way that you think they do. And so I would recommend to Josh Shapiro, go out and interact with black people in an authentic, genuine way. I know that's going to be hard for you to do because you're sometimes a robot, but you got to actually get your ass out there. And the same for progressives too. Like, you can't just knock on the door of Mark Lamont Hill and a couple black social justice leaders and think they're going to be your voice. Okay, I will tell you right now, Cornel West, Dr. Cornel West, brother Cornel West, he's my alpha brother. He ain't got that much sway with black voters like y'all think he do. He got a certain subset, but he ain't, black folks, like black voters, regular black voters, they not listening to what Cornel West got to say anymore. Respectfully, I'm just saying, like, some of your faves are in like very niche places. You got to get with some folks. Like, you will be better off engaging as a progressive, someone like a D.L. Hughley, going on the Tom Joyner Morning Show, talking to Ricky Smiley, talking to Ernest in Philadelphia. I'm just saying, you're better off, engaging those spaces. The Breakfast Club is annoying as fuck. I don't really know what kind of real sway they have at this point with voters, but like, you got to get with some real down south black folks that's in those media spaces and pockets. You got to get comfortable and be familiar. Go to their events, go to their music festivals. You got to get in that culture. And be real, be yourself. But that whole, I'm going to talk to this leader, this person, and they going to trickle down for me. Yeah, it's not enough. I'm not saying don't do that. I think it's important to talk to those people and engage with them, but you can't just lean on them solely. It's not going to work nowadays. Not with the way that things are changing. Which brings me to my next point. A third of Democrats are reportedly Democratic socialists. Okay? A third are Democratic socialists. And this is a big deal. This is a big deal. A third. The Democratic Socialists of America is the largest socialist organization in America. Okay, they got over 100,000 members and chapters in all 50 states. Okay, you got people like Cory Bush, you got AOC. There's a culture, right? And they believe pretty much in replacing capitalism with a system where ordinary people control the economy and society through democratic processes, such as focusing on economic democracy and universal human needs, like Medicare for all and social, equality and equity. They want to replace corporate monopolies with worker-owned cooperatives and public enterprises and socially managed resources. They want to allow workers to make decisions about their jobs and hours and daily operations instead of answering to a corporate-owning class. Their needs-driven economy, directing economic production towards human and social benefit rather than private profit. So they choose public and cooperative ownership. They want workplace democracy. They want universal health care. They want to expand the public safety net. They want to tax the wealthy. They want democratic control. They don't want authoritarianism and one-party command economies. They don't want they want revolution over systemic reform. So listen, a third of Democrats are resonating with these types of ideas compared to the current Democratic establishment ideals and norms. So what does this mean and what does it don't mean and all the things? I've had interesting conversations lately with folks. I go to my barber shop in West Philly, First Decision is my only decision. I've been getting my hair cut there for 16 years. And I love to go to the barber shop, and I'll go sometimes on a Saturday morning, and there's great conversations. And went this week, and a lot of good different people from different works, union workers and entrepreneurs and different generations of black men that a lot of many of them are born and raised in Philadelphia and live in the area. And they just have real conversations. And some of them are college educated, some of them are not, some of them are, all formerly incarcerated, some are not. Like, it's just a very interesting, diverse demographic. And I do a lot more listening and talking. Sometimes I interject just to provide some facts, because sometimes the conversation go a little left. Sometimes you got to bring it in the middle. But I just like to listen and listen to what their thoughts are and how they view these things. And it's been a wealth of knowledge that have shaped the way that I think and I talk about politics, even if it doesn't align with my livelihood and the way in which I live my life. I like to understand what drives people. And what I will tell you right now, what I will tell you all, and this is how I know, right? It doesn't guarantee, because I'm the guy that's in the barber shop when it's not a presidential election. No shade. I got to make it a little, okay, I'm going to throw shade real quick. You know what's funny is that all these folks, those candidates that went to those barbershops during 2024 for Kamala and was campaigning, all them Democrats that did that. One of the things that I was really pissed off about, and it still pisses me off to this day, is how there was all those barbershop talks and engagement for black voters. And then the moment the election was over, so many of those people had said they wanted to continue those conversations and engagement. And you know what the Democratic Party didn't do? You know what local Democratic leaders did not do? They did not continue those conversations. They have not. They have not come back. They have not did it. They only did it during an election cycle. They just completely just went back to Chewbacca's cave and did whatever the fuck they was doing. They did not keep the conversations. And Kamala lost. So you would think that would make people even more engaged. And we're about to have a midterm, we're about to have all these things, and we're not seeing that. Okay? Just wanted to note that, because that was a campaign promise and commitment that people saw from their state senators and state reps and people, and they didn't do it. They didn't keep up with that. And now they're going to want to show their asses up in 2028 like we didn't forgot. I just want to note that happened, for the record. So when people are like, why are black voters apathetic, or some people are frustrated and pissed off, because I want to remind all of you all, because I'm going to say something. I have said something to some of these people, that you all came down to these communities in 2024, had all this energy, all this engagement, and people in those barbershops, I went to some of them in those talks, said, please don't forget about us after the election. And you all said, you got my word, you this, you that, all this stuff. And then guess what happened? What happened? You all didn't come back. So I just want to name that. To any elected officials listening, to any of you all Democrats, you all left the hood behind. And they know that. And they feel that. Just want to say that. Where did those barbershop talks go? Look, some of y'all can't do it every week. We knew that. But you could at least did it, I don't know, every week. Well, not every week, once a month. Committed to it once a month. Committed to a staffer or whomever. One, to keep the pulse on the election climate. That's what the Democratic Party could have did. I think that's part of why Sharif Street lost for the congressional seat, because people remember that. Just saying. But here's what I wanted to say about about this democratic socialism stuff. I have been at my barbershop for 16 consecutive years. Literally, I have seen people's kids be born and literally go off or be close to going to college. I mean, babies. Some of them came in with little kids getting their cuts, and now their kids are going to college. They are now, I was like 18 going to that shop, and I'm about to be 35. Like, what? Like, transformational experiences. People that I saw that are now in their 50s. All types of experiences. And what I'm saying is that they've gone through, we all had the Obama era, the Trump era,
the Biden era, the Trump era again. I have never seen a group of people, a demographic, like I'm telling you, like I've grown up with these people that has switched their perspective on politics so rapidly in the last year or so that I've ever seen in my life. And I'm telling you that there is a level of real fed upness that people are having right now. Now, let me be very clear. They're not democratic socialists. They wouldn't say they are. But the things that they would like to see from government is more in line with the DSA than ever before. They listen. What I'm telling you is that labels, they don't like take the labels off. It's about what they would like to see from government. And a lot of what they would like to see from government, even though they won't use the word democratic socialist, they don't understand it fully. They're like, wait, isn't socialism bad? They don't really, they associate socialism with communism, so they don't say the words. But what they want is the same thing. And once I recognized that, I said, oh shit. Because I've known this for a long time. I've seen a community of Black men evolve. And they're evolving not because DSA is in these communities. They're not as much as they should be. They're not. I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't see them in the communities. Now, Working Families Party has been coming in. I think Working Families Party has elements of DSA. I think there's some shared beliefs and views. But there are the same stuff, right? They're getting fed up. They're getting fed up. They're getting fed up with the Democratic establishment, the politics of the Democratic establishment. Look, they don't like Republicans. They don't fuck with Trump. They never have. Like that narrative about all these Black men support Trump. Yeah. It's always gonna be a couple of dumb knuckleheads. You know, you're never gonna get a monolith, not everybody. However, that's not even that's a non-fucking factor. What I am seeing though is a shift from interest in something different. And I noticed it during Rab's race that there were certain Black voters that even though some of them were like, look, I'm still going to go with Sharif. I knew some of them that were saying Rab is not a bad guy. They either supported Sharif because they was like, look, but they weren't against Rab. Like they didn't hate him. And that says something too. Like they're open to the thought. They were open to the thought. They had a level of like, if he wins, I wouldn't be too upset. But they just, Sharif had a certain swagger that appealed to them. But they weren't against him. And I think that is a real sore for the Democratic Party, for the establishment. Because we're at a space now where it makes so much sense. I have been radicalized since 2010. Okay? 2010, I was vote blue no matter who. I was very much like, what you talking about? What is this other shit? It ain't no other Democratic Party, baby. I don't know what y'all talking about. After 2016, I began to say, something gotta change. And I began to really embrace being a progressive, like what it means to be a progressive in that kind of way. And then as the days have turned and passed, I've just become more and more like, and I think it's because, again, it's not necessarily the messaging and the politics of any group. It's the circumstance to which I'm living. I don't see an economy that is being equitable to make sense for it. I don't see people who are working hard getting paid what they are deserving. We're in a world right now where we're seeing a rise in billionaires. Now people can be a potential trillionaire. And we're seeing all of this happen right now where there's all this gross, like over the top wealth. And you're sitting there like, wait a minute, all of these people are suffering right now. All this unemployment, all this job insecurity, all this. And yet we're having more billionaires, more people as trillionaires, more private equity. How does this economy make sense? Like, that's where I'm at with it. Like, I don't see a world where you can tell me that we're dealing with an economy in America that is ethical, that is so fair and ethically sound, and that everybody that's making all this money is doing so in a very, free market way that is very equitable and so, fair. Like, I don't believe that. I don't. I don't. There's just no way. There's no way that we are seeing so much mass social inequity and poverty and struggle. And yet, at the same time, while all of that is happening, we're seeing gross amounts of money. Who's getting that money? Oh, these billionaires and these corporate overlords. Like, oh, they're getting the money. They're exploiting. And the system of capitalism, as it currently is being exploited in a way that those who defend capitalism, you really can't. Like, you really can't. Like, you can't. And I want to be very clear because I said something earlier this week on my social media, and I want to talk a little bit about this. But what I want to get to about capitalism in America, and this is what was the wake up call for me that became very clear to me after 2016. When you saw Citizens United, that Supreme Court ruling that pretty much allowed for corporate PAC money to enter politics, that corporations to fundraising them, that was the end of, that's when, to be honest, once I really understood the impact of it in 2016 election, that's when I began to question capitalism in America. Like, once we had no guardrails on the influence of corporate money, like the fact that it can enter politics, that means that capitalism, the way that so many of y'all have been trying to defend and protect, it no longer works. Because now the money, the capitalistic mindset is beyond just simple market and exchange of goods and sales and profits. It's now then got into politics to rig the system. And that's why you're seeing so many monopolies right now. So monopolies do not allow for actual free market, which means that now that we've fucked over our political system with corporate PAC money, now that we've killed, we have Citizens United, which I want to be clear, look that up if you don't know about the Supreme Court case, but literally it allows for corporations to put money in campaigns and shit. Once that happened, once that happened, the game is over. Capitalism cannot be regulated to the point to which it can be, because now you have corporations that can politically influence elected officials to create policies that benefit them. And that is why you're seeing so much of this shit going on with these monopolies, because now governmental officials are being influenced by the money of these corporations. So if you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you can put money in campaigns and you can influence the way that they vote on policies to regulate you, which is why we're not seeing that much regulations and breakups of monopolies because of that shit. So that's where we are. Capitalism in this country has ruined our entire livelihood. It doesn't work anymore. There was a time where it could have worked, but we've now allowed it to get involved in our politics. So now, I don't want it. I don't want it because it's not equitable. It doesn't work. So even if you're somebody who want to do free market, you can't because there's monopolies now. The system is rigged. It's been rigged for nearly 15 years. It doesn't work anymore. And the privatization and private equity of people buying up local companies, the gentrification, all of that shit has been over the top because there's no guardrails. You took the political guardrails out. If there would have been political guardrails, there could have been a case for some of it. Some of it, maybe. It wasn't all that before 2012. But once 2012 hit, maybe that's it. There's no defend. You can't defend this. And ever since then, you've seen a rise and billionaires and things. You also have seen union busting at a height. You've seen all of these things rise because of that. I know where the line crossed the line, when the line got crossed. It was 2012. That's when the line got crossed. And capitalism in America has been even more unhinged and uncontrolled since then. And since then, you've seen instant status. Every celebrity is a billionaire quickly. Everybody is. And so here's what I will say about billionaires, okay? And why I also think that there's no way that you could be an ethical billionaire. And that goes for all, I don't see it, okay? And it's by structure, right? I'm not saying that all these people that are billionaires are as people are evil as a nature, right? We make it about character assassination because you'll say, oh, LeBron's a billionaire. Is he a bad guy? He is not. I don't think he's directly a evil person, but the way in which his wealth has been accumulated has been in ways that I will argue is unethical. There's no way to be an ethical billionaire. And let me explain what I mean by that. Because some of y'all, this is what working class people understand, and some of y'all who do not understand. We're going to talk about and unpack this because I've been on some interesting conversations where I've heard establishment Democrats and others want to defend this bullshit because they're getting that money. They're getting corporate PAC money. They're getting money from corporations to fund their campaigns and shit. That's why they're the way they are, because that's how they run their campaigns. They don't know how to actually build a people-powered campaign anymore. See what I'm saying? See what I'm getting to? That's why both political parties are hypocrites with this shit. But let me explain this thing about billionaires. Here's my theory, and here's what I know. I believe that if this country actually paid people a decent living, if this country actually broke up monopolies, if this country actually gave people full pay, union jobs, benefits, health benefits the way they're supposed to, if they actually taxed billionaires the way they're supposed to, that there won't be that many billionaires. We would not have that many billionaires. There'd be some probably, maybe, but we wouldn't have that many billionaires. We would not. We would not have that many billionaires. So knowing that we would not have that many billionaires, why do we have that many billionaires right now? Because the labor to which people are exploited, working people are exploited, being paid under the table, not being paid decent health benefits and livelihood expenses. The fact that people are being overcharged and overpriced things because of the fact that some of these industries have monopoly. Some companies have monopoly to the point that they can exploit the cost of goods and things and essentials because of that. Because we have allowed so much privatization of things that does not allow a say on regulations and how people can live their lives or how they can govern those things. That is why certain people and certain companies and brands and individuals can acquire so much wealth faster, because those things are being exploited right now. I argue that there's no way, I don't know a billionaire. I don't know, name a billionaire. I dare you, that is operating with their entire staff unionized, their entire staff able to have equitable pay with decent paying staff, paying hourly wages and good health care and assistance and all the things. Name a billionaire who can say their entire wealth is being built off of that. There's no way. Okay? Jeff Bezos can't claim it. Facebook can't claim it. Apple can't claim it. How did they get their products? Their ingredients. I'm not talking about their staff alone at Apple. See, I'm not talking about the staff. I'm talking about what is the assets to their wealth, right? When you look at these individual billionaires, I'm talking about individual billionaires. What stock are they invested in that gives them that money, right? Because y'all know, like, you hear about Beyonce and them got money in Uber and things. Yeah, you're investing in companies that exploit people. Like, they do not have union workers. So if you got stock in companies making you a billionaire, what kind of labor practices those companies have? So you're investing in companies that do that exploitation. And your wealth is determined on the exploitation. Because the moment those companies do right by their people, your money goes down. And you won't be a billionaire, which is a good thing. But in order for you to maintain that status, you need to have the exploitation of those resources. And to be a billionaire, I think people ignore what it takes to be a billionaire. I didn't say millionaire. You could be a millionaire in this country in ethic, and I'm gonna get to what I mean by that in a minute. But to be a billionaire, there's no way. The things that people have to do to become a billionaire. I think people do not understand billionaire. Like, I don't think they really understand what it means to be a billionaire. Like, you just don't understand the depth of it. Like, there's so much meticulous money and raising and investment and stock and business moves and portfolios. Like, it is intense. Okay? It's intense. And to do that you just have to understand that there's an exploitation of labor to justify that. And the only way you could be ethical billionaires is if you commit giving that money back. Giving it back, giving that wealth back. Don't keep a damn single dime. If Mackenzie Scott is out here giving as much money away as possible, I fucks with it. But if you are holding on to wealth to build empire based on those billions, it's not ethical. It's not. Can still like you. right? You can still like Oprah. You can still admire aspects of LeBron James. You can still like Beyonce. Jay-Z, not so much. But you can still like Rihanna, right, as a person. But you gotta understand that money is how they got it. It's not Taylor Swift. It's like, come on, yeah, it's no way. It's no way. They might take care of their individual people, but how they invest, what they're investing their money in, they're not getting that money solely. It's no way. It's no way. Find them. Promise you can. There's always a connection. There's always a dot. And that's the state, right? And what I want to add too, because this is the conversation that gets missing. So many of you all defend capitalism, but you're really not even participating in capitalism, baby. You're participating in commerce. And a lot of people was like, you clocked that earlier this week, Ernest. I want to say that again. So many of you all are defending capitalism, but you're actually engaging in commerce. So what is commerce, my friends? Commerce is the exchange of goods, right? You're selling a product, you're making a profit, you're making your money, you're exchanging goods, you're exchanging things. Okay, look, I got cookies. You can buy my cookies for $5. You're selling things, you're making money. That's commerce. That's commerce. That's simple, right? Here's where capitalism gets in. Capitalism gets in when you go, okay, so most people, like I had to tell my barber this. I was like, you're not a capitalist like you think you are. You're exchanging, you're working in commerce. You just have a business, you're just selling things. That's okay. You're making your money. You're not exploiting people, right? Capitalism, and this is when it gets nasty, right? So commerce is like, and this is how I explained the barbershop, because there was a conversation happening and I had to tell them, wait a minute, guys, you are having the wrong argument. I'm just here to referee. I'm not here to really argue with y'all. I just want to be clear that the guy on the other end is talking about commerce and you're talking about capitalism, and those are two different things. And there had to be a brief little summary on what commerce was and capitalism is, okay? So this is how I gave it to them. You live, West Philly. I live in West Philly. You got this little shop, right? You got a man that got a shoe shining shop, a barber shop. The guy next door has the cleaners. They're not capitalists. They're just doing commerce. They're selling things. People are like, look, I want my shoes to be shined. Okay, well, that's labor, right? So my labor to do that, I'm going to charge you, $5 or whatever. I'm charging you a reasonable price. The person says, you know what? That's a reasonable price. I can afford to do that. And that's fair because I know the time and work and you deserve to be paid for your labor. And I'm going to pay you for that because you're doing something for me. It's a convenience. Okay. That's just commerce. Okay. Now, this is when, and let's be very clear. They got their shoe business. They're fine. They're doing their thing. Okay. And also there might be another shoe company across the street or another one that do, right? And they're having healthy competition. Cool. Let's just say that's commerce. That's fine. This is when capitalism comes in, and this is what a lot of people don't do. But this is what capitalists do, okay? You go, my shoe selling business is good. I want to create a bunch of shoe companies. And what I'm going to do is I am going to buy out all of the little shoe companies around me. I want to buy them up. And I want to own all of the shoe companies, shoe shining companies in the area. I want every little person that got a shoe company, I now have made some money. I'm going to buy them all out. And I'm going to own every shoe company, shoe shining company in Philadelphia. And what I'm also going to do is, now that I know that I own all the shoe companies, the shoe shining companies, I used to charge everybody $30. Now I'm going to charge them $60. You know why? Because they can't go anywhere else. And so I know that I have control of this market, and now I can charge them as much as I want so I can get super rich. I was already rich, but I'm going to be super rich because now I can, because I own everything. Evo. That's capitalist behavior. That's capitalist behavior. Nobody, see, now we doing something different. My barber has owned the same barbershop for 35 years. He's not a capitalist. He's working in commerce. He has his barbershop. He's kept it open. He's selling cuts at a reasonable price. My haircut is $35 I pay, but I'm a long time member. But everyone, newbies that come in at different hair is $40. But that's, in this day and economy, that's a fair rate for a haircut. $40 is not bad. Okay, there you go. His cuts have not really gone extremely high due to inflation. He's kept a nice balance, but he's not jacked it up. Now you can go over to Center City, okay? And there's people that own different hair parlors and different stuff, and they're charging like $80 for a haircut. Why are they exploiting those costs? Because look where they live. Look where they're at. They're taking advantage of locations, the areas, and exploiting. But that's, here it is what it is, right? But that's the difference. Like McDonald's is a capitalist enterprise. Like McDonald's literally has bought up all the locations and bought up land and put their stuff everywhere in food deserts and then taken over. And they keep rising their prices up at these ridiculous amounts. They're not a cute little business. Okay? So when people are defending capitalists, many people that think they're a capitalist are not capitalists. And that's because of class anxiety. A lot of people have class anxiety around this. And so start having conversations with your folks and telling them, boo boo, you're not a capitalist, honey. You're really not. You're participating in commerce. That's okay, baby. You're not LeBron and you're not Oprah. Like, there's no need to defend capitalism because capitalism is fucking you over. Because capitalism is fucking over commerce. Y'all know that, right? Y'all see that, right? Like, the whole idea of just simply exchanging goods, like, they're killing the small man. Capitalists are killing small businesses. Like, look at the privatization of things. Look at Amazon. Amazon has done more damage to killing small bookstores than anybody else. I struggle with Amazon. They have taken over so many small bookstores are struggling because of Amazon. Because they've tried to basically privatize and have a monopoly over book sales. It's terrible, actually, right? And they're forcing consumers to have to to engage in that, like to a point where sometimes you don't have a choice because of what they're doing with the pricing and the metrics. They're like literally trying to squeeze out and make it harder for smaller businesses to compete. That's not a free market. And so they're actually ruining the art of commerce because their goal is not to actually have commerce. Their goal is to basically create a dictatorship of spending habits, like consumerism. It's like you're not actually, see, there I go. All I'm saying is we're just having the wrong conversations, and that's why education matters and people need to take time to research and do things. But I hope you all learned something from that. But I say all this to say that so much of the frustrations that everyday people are having, I'm seeing economic disadvantages, job, employment opportunities, all of this is connected. And democratic socialism is appealing to those interests at a time where we're seeing sky rise groceries to the point where people are like, Mom Donnie wants to have these like public grocery stores that sells less. That's intriguing to me because I can't, for people who can't afford, they're like, you know what? I would rather do that because I'm tired of private equity buying up all of my shops and small businesses and things that I like and fucking up the quality of things and the affordability of things. Like, I get it. I get it. I get why people are allured by this. And to act like you don't know why people are will be intellectually dishonest. I kid you not. It will be intellectually dishonest to not acknowledge that rise of why people's taste is shifting that way. And so I can see why a third of Democrats are now shifting there because they're fed up, because the Democrats are weak right now. The Democratic establishment, they're sold. They can't stand on any issue because everybody who's paid for them, they're bought. They can't say anything because of where they get their campaign dollars. Like, and it's impacting their ability to make moral sound judgments on policies. Like, it is the corporalization of politics. Like, you can't separate the two at this point. Capitalism has taken over our political system and government system. And so the only way you could push back is to elect people that are unbought, unbossed, and unbothered. You have to elect people that are not committed to taking that money because when they do take that money, they have been compromised in ways that end up harming everyday people. I mean, look what's happening with Reroll right now in Philadelphia. Like Reroll, that incinerator, their company is getting are putting money and lobbying dollars to influence city council votes and even our mayor. Our mayor has gotten a campaign contribution from them. Like these companies are putting money in to influence decision making. It's disgusting, actually. It's very disgusting. I know people know that's my word, but when I say that, you just I don't have another way to describe it. It's very disgusting that you got people that are voting against their own community's interests in the name of justifying like harm. And that's why you can't. That's why you can't. I used to think there was a way, but there's no way. You got to get these people out of there because they're harming us. Both parties. One is doing it less than another, but goddamn it, I'm tired of lesser of evils vote. If I can help it. So during primaries, I vote with my conscience. I do. I vote with my conscience in primaries. I don't vote for who I think. No, I vote for who I want to fucking vote for in the primaries. Whoever wins the nomination, then it is what it is. But I think we should raise hell in the primaries. I think we all should. I think we all should raise hell in the primaries. I think we should challenge establishment Democrats. I think that we really should raise hell during the primaries. I do. I no longer believe in just letting people get through. No, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. I don't. I think that these establishment Democrats should all be challenged. I think that voters need to, we got to push through. We got to. A lot of these people have not lived up to what they continue to argue they're for. Their politics all over the place. They're piss poor morally. Like we have to. We have to. We have the power, and we got to use it more. And we can't sleep out. But it matters during these primaries. It really do. Something is happening in Michigan right now, and this is why this is all connected. Something is happening. This Abdul El Said, a lot of people are getting behind him. The Michigan primary is this upcoming Tuesday, and all eyes are going to be on Michigan right now. Between this he's going against the moderate pick Stevens, Haley Stevens, and they're saying that he's a progressive, and they're saying that he is leading by 15 points ahead of next week's Democratic primary. I think he's going to win. I think he has a really strong chance of winning. He is a different type of Democrat. Interesting. There's some stand wars within the stand. The stands are fighting and divided. Certain Democratic influencers that typically support more moderate centrist folks have gotten behind him, and that's caused fighting amongst some of the others. The K-Hivers are fighting. There's some K-Hivers getting behind him, and there's people upset about that because he was one of those uncommitted people initially. And look. People are shifting gears, and this is a very interesting race to watch. Because if he wins Michigan in this Senate race, we're going to see a Muslim senator, like that isn't getting corporate PAC money. I'm just saying. I mean, listen, he's 41 years old. He look good. He looks good. I mean, he passed the litmus test. He looked good. He's also married, to be very clear, he's married. But he is a great guy. Interesting candidate. He's speaking to people. And, U.S. Arabs are looking for this historic victory in the Senate. This is a big deal. AIPAC has clearly been attacking him, of course. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. We're gonna see what's going on with Haley Stevens. She's going viral for her accent, and there's a certain type of Michigan, right? There is an Arab Michigan that there's a high population of Muslims in Michigan, and people argue they played a role. I mean, the Democrats have not won Michigan like for a while. Like, Biden was able to pull it off, but he was special. But like Hillary didn't win, Kamala didn't win. Even during the primaries, Hillary didn't win Michigan. Like, there was not even a primary in 2024, so we wouldn't even know how it played out. But this is a big deal because if he wins the Senate seat, which would be fascinating, right? If he wins, he can really help the next Democratic presidential candidate. But that will also force the Democratic Party to go for a different type of Democrat. Because I don't think the cookie cutter, Woody toy of the Josh Shapiro's of them all is going to, like, they don't want, see, they don't want someone like him to win in Michigan because that hurts them. Every time a Chris Rabb or a Democratic Socialist, and I'm not saying he's a Democratic Socialist, this guy, but that have policies that more align with that type of vision. Because I think what it is that, let me be very clear, I don't think a third of Democrats are actually Democratic Socialists. I don't think they put that label on probably, but I think that I think about 50% of Democrats align with those policies. They don't believe in the labels, but they do believe in those policies. And I think that they're willing to vote for candidates whose agenda shape that. Labels are labels. I think labels like, am I a Democratic Socialist? I don't think I'm going to call myself that label, but if I look at most of those policies, there's a lot of those policies I agree with. I think what I struggle with the DSA is their actual infrastructure. I like the policies. I don't necessarily care for the people running it because I do think that that is what is turning Black voters off is the people who run the apparatus, right? I think that is the hard part. They have an image problem. They got to fix that. They have to fix that. Like even Working Families Party. Working Families Party has definitely warmed up. When they first came on the scene, I was not a fan of Working Families Party because I didn't like the makeup of the people that was knocking on the doors. I was like the way they were talking to people, the way they were connecting with people. They still struggle with that, but they've done so much better. They got an image problem. DSA got an image problem. And I think that's the problem. It's like great policies, wrong package. But I'm also mature enough. And I think most voters are getting to the point where, look, I don't give a fuck who's the messenger, even though I do matter to some extent, but I do like the message. And I do think that the message and the image are two different things. I think, like, I believe this. If you did a survey, and I know this to be true, and you actually named policies or concepts of policies, I think that most Democratic voters are more left, like super, super, super left, than they actually know. When you put a face on it, that's when people get turned off. So if I tell you, like I've done this before. I'm not even gonna I did this at the barbershop a couple times. I never named the people. I just was like, how many of y'all in favor of blah 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 blah? I don't even use the word Obamacare. Like like when I'm even around Republicans, I don't say Obamacare. I'll describe Obamacare. I'll say the Affordability Act. And I say, oh, I like the Affordability. I'm like, that's the same thing. I did that many years ago. It's fascinating. If you say Affordable Care Act, rather than say Obamacare, you'll be surprised how many people will support that over Obamacare. It's the same damn thing. Fun fact. But if you don't say Medicare for all, but you actually describe Medicare for all the people, they're actually in favor of it. Most people are actually more in favor of it. If you actually told people like what type of things you want to do, like if you actually described what it would look like, most voters, most Democrats are in favor of these things. Don't put labels on it. Don't name the candidate, and you find out that they're actually these ideas resonate with them. So the messages resonate. You say AOC on something, people go, "Ooh, I don't know about her," because it's identity, right? And that shapes bias, right? And so what I have found is that voters have an image issue that we have to address. And I think we're evolving past that, where Josh Shapiro's appearance, his appearance and presentation, people are so used to a certain type of white, centrist, male, mild behaviored person that they just look at that and say leadership. But if you told them the things that he supports, like data centers and how he's played around that, people get really turned off by him and get turned off by those policies. If you told them who was getting money and what they were doing with it, they'll be turned off by him. And I think more and more people are waking up. Mondani has done a lot in New York to change imagery. And I think we're going to see a rise in that. Chris Rabb did a good job with imagery. I think we need to diversify the messengers. And I think you'll find that if the right messengers are carrying these messages, they'll win. Because I think the base is there. The base of voters are there. They support these policies. They support these ideas. We just got to get better communicators. And so I am somebody who's more aligned with democratic socialist ideas and policies. I'm not fully sold on particular individuals leading that charge, but I am in support of the policies and things. And honestly, if you put a good one, in a race with a establishment Democrat that I just don't see anything with or don't like at all, you're gonna have my vote. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Like with Rab and Shreve Street, I think, well, Rab won clearly, but I think in past elections, the reason why it's been harder for certain people to win is because of who the messenger was. Rab did a better job at speaking to those issues. They need more of that energy, because there's been previous people who have said similar things as Rab and had no chance in hell. Why was that? I don't think it's because the points didn't resonate. It's just because who the messenger was. Food for thought. Message. Just putting it out there. Just something to think about. Something to think about. Okay? And then lastly, before I move on to media stuff, I don't know what the hell going on with New Yorkers and this Mondani shit, but everybody there's a group of people, like the former actress Patricia Clarkson, what's her name? Clarkson, I believe her name is. You know, she and others are saying that they don't want, her name is, Patricia Heaton. Patricia Heaton, not Clarkson, sorry. Patricia Heaton, who was Deborah on Everybody Loves Raymond. Her. Okay? That was a show. Remember that? Remember Everybody Loves Raymond? That was a hit show. I remember that. Brad Garrett was hilarious. Like, Ray Romano, that was a moment in time. For those who don't remember. Everybody Loves Raymond was like a show. They don't make sitcoms like that anymore. Anyway, but I'm disappointed in her. I'm disappointed in her because I'm just like, what is going on here? Very disappointed in her. She's supporting this notion that Mamdani shouldn't show up to the 9/11 memorial. Because, the 25th anniversary of September 11th is next month in September. And 25 years. Wow. Foreign policy in America has not been the same since. I was 9 years old. So they're saying all kind of things. He should not come, he should not go because there are families, his affiliation with certain people who've said certain stuff. It's like, shut the fuck up, please. Like, I have to say this, and I'm not saying this to the families. There are some families who don't want him. But you know what? Here's the thing. He is the mayor of New York City. And some of this, respectfully, is Islamophobia. I'm sorry. It's Islamophobia. There has been so many politicians that have been problematic for various reasons, that have not done right for veterans and service workers and all kind of things. And to use and weaponize the death of a family member or someone or a tragedy to create a political moment, to exclude the first Muslim mayor of New York City, to exclude this man is just so disgusting. Yes, disgusting. Because, like, what the fuck? Because here's the thing. Y'all gotta figure out what y'all want. Bigots. But the bigots don't have it because there's no logic here. This is stupid. I don't think there are some families who don't. Fine. There are some families who lost loved ones to 9/11 and are Islamophobic and racist as fuck. And guess what? You're problematic. You lost a loved one. Condolences as always. But you don't get to be a bigot and justify the death of a loved one to be a bigot. I understand there's trauma and there's pain, but it's been 25 years. Go to therapy, unpack your shit. But like to weaponize a tragedy in this way to espouse Islamophobia is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I don't give a fuck. It's disgusting. Okay? A lot of us know people who have been impacted by 9/11, and it's tragic. But to use this as the opportunity to politicize. So if the mayor did not come, could you imagine the New York Post? Damned if he do, damned if he don't, right? Like, a bunch of jackasses, a bunch of donkeys, as somebody described it recently. If you imagine if Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, the first Muslim mayor to not go to the 9/11 memorial, do you know how many people would have been politicizing that, okay? Would have been ready to say he don't believe and he don't support service workers, he's anti-cop, he don't support working people. Could you imagine how that would play out? Mamdani is going, he will go, he should go, and I support that 100%. And I don't want to hear anybody say otherwise. I think it's a stupid conversation. I think that people are showing their ass and they're so bitter, and I'm tired of it. Like everybody, like there was this conversation recently about how there were no Jewish people on this judicial council committee he has, and it's like 18 attorneys or whatever, and there's not one Jewish person, and there's this Jewish attorney, and they were asking Mamdani, like, why is that not the case? And it was a letter that was sent, and they're just trying to push this rhetoric that he's anti-Semitic. Here's the thing. He did not ask for anybody's religious identity. No one's religious identity was factored in to the conversation. Okay? And I didn't know that being Jewish was a certain type of like minority status that should qualify a person. Like I didn't know religion was, because there's hardly ever any Muslims in the conversation. You never notice that? Like I've never heard anyone go, there's no Muslims here. There's no Muslim representation. Like I didn't know we were doing religious. Like now we're doing, like now, because there's plenty of white people. So now some Jewish folks, white Jewish people, let's be very clear, because there's a lot of anti-blackness in this conversation around Jewish folks. Like white Jewish people, we got to name it, white Jewish people, because I think we have to be very clear with our words, because no race holds a monopoly over faith. And I think there's been a lot of very interesting levels to which racism is played in the way in which they've weaponized their faith. Okay? And even the Islamophobia that comes from that. White Jewish people do not like Mamdani. White Jewish people. And it's important to say that, because if you just simply say Jewish folks, they like to hide under their faith to ignore their racial identity. It's white Jewish people that have an issue with Mamdani. It's white Jewish people that have an affiliation with AIPAC in ways that they have now weaponized it to call anybody anti-Semitic. White Jewish folks. And I have to say that because I've been to Israel. Let's be very clear. I've been to Israel and I've met Ethiopian Jews, and I went to an orphanage that had Ethiopian young Jewish kids. Like I've been there. There are I know black Jewish people. There is a brother in my line that is Jewish, and he's black. Okay, one of my line brothers is black and Jewish. Yeah, fun fact. And the crazy part about it is that, he's not, like, the way in which people talk about anti-Semitism is like, he recognizes it, but he's experiencing racism in these very ultra-white Jewish spaces. Like, they're making a lot of judgment calls. Like, the conversations baffle me when white Jewish folks will go, we need to align ourselves with the black community to fight against anti-Semitism. Hold on. What are you doing? First of all, are you making the assumption that black people aren't Jewish? Like the Jewish community is white and black? What's going on here? What's the assumption? Do you not know no black Jewish people? Like, where's the conversations where the white Jewish people, you want to do this solidarity with black community as if we are in this monolith? Stop it. You need to be having a conversation with fellow black Jewish folks in your respective community. I want to see more white, black, Jewish alliances before you start running around talking to black Christians and black Muslims about anti-Semitism, because we're very much aware of the problem, but we're also aware of racism too. And for whatever reason, we keep skipping that conversation as if these things are not intersected. It's the lack of intersectionality for me. And I think that's what gets me each time, is that white Jewish people, not all, but a great number of them that have these conversations about anti-Semitism, lacks intersectionality. They cannot understand that these things correlate. That perhaps some of their mindset on how they're perceiving anti-Semitism is connected to their anti-blackness. and I can speak on this because I have experienced it firsthand, that somehow you assumed that a Black person that might have voted a certain way, voted for a candidate, had an issue with anti-Semitism, did not even know because I was Black, and told me that anti-Semitism is heavy in the Black community. But I'm like, well, then what about the racism that's heavy in the white Jewish community? And your ability not to see Black Jewish people in your said community, and that there's an erasure there. Because I want to talk, I talk to Black Jewish people. I engage with the Jewish community. I engage with a lot of Black Jews that tell me about the experiences they're facing. And how even some of them have been racially profiled and it's been called anti-Semitic because people didn't know they were Jewish. Er? What's going on? What's going on here? So there's a lot of the monopolization of white Jewish people in these conversations has led to further issues culturally when it comes to Islamophobia, when it comes to racism, when it comes to even internal issues within their own community. So until I hear from white, Black Jewish people about these conversations, I want to see a more intersectional alliance within the Jewish community before they go into Black, Muslim, and Christian spaces. Because it's so often there is this weird dichotomy where they want to present Black people of having this anti-Semitism problem. And I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but it do. There are problems, but like every community have problems. But I just find it to be very jarring that there's a monopolization of this conversation. And when I go into these spaces, I'm like, well, where are the Black Jewish people? Where's the diversity? Because Black folks, we are having that diversity. You can't have an interfaith conversation with Black folks. It's only with Black Christians. Not in Philadelphia. We got Black Muslims. We got Black Christians. You have to bring everybody together. But I don't see the Jewish community at large, white Jewish people doing that. They are monopolizing a lot of these organizations, but they're not actually bringing any diversity within their own community. So y'all got to do that work. Because so much of the messaging is not resonating with voters and with people because y'all lack the intersectionality to have these conversations. Because you're trying to have these very surface level conversations that really uphold whiteness, not really a conversation about faith. And so this whole critique around Mondani not having a Jewish lawyer, I'm just like, did the application ask for religious affiliation? No. Because there's plenty of white lawyers there. So y'all just cherry picking any opportunity, right? Because, listen, his cabinet has Jewish people. He had no Black people initially in his cabinet. Did y'all know that? Like, Mondani's administration had no Black people in the cabinet. So now white people are picking and choosing like what they want to nitpick at. So what? There were no Catholics? Were there any Catholics there? Is the Catholic community gonna raise hell? Like, what are we doing? And then there was one attorney that they did name that they really felt like should have been reappointed or involved, right? And Mondani said this person was connected with Epstein files, and they had gotten checks with Ghislaine Maxwell or whatnot, or something with the Epstein files, was connected to Epstein in some type of way. And it came out that there was payments and legal payments with that, and they didn't want that drama. So the one Jewish attorney that they really wanted to prop up in this letter that came from these Jewish attorneys, white Jewish attorneys, let me be very clear. They brought up one attorney in particular, and Mondani named, if you're talking about that guy, he has some connection with Epstein. So y'all got to figure out what y'all want to do. Because then if that person that they had tried to name would have been appointed, then the conversation would have been, Mondani got an Epstein attorney. It would have been Jewish attorney. It would have been Epstein attorney. It would have been that conversation. So that's why I'm saying the goalpost keeps getting moved. Damned if he do, damned if he don't. That's a Libra for you. Me and him are both a Libra, millennials. We have already thought this shit through. We are very meticulous. He already knew y'all bullshit was coming. He is consistently knows the bullshit and is ready for y'all. If you see Mondani at a press conference, Mayor Sherelle Parker, can you take notes and look at how Mondani does a press conference? You should take notes. That man comes in knowledgeable, calm, collective. He's not yelling. He's not taking anything personal. He is very clear and precise on his messaging. They can't fucking take it, and they can't fucking take his smile. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Because he already know what y'all with the shits. And y'all know what to do with him. How did he win? He got some Jewish votes. He did. Again, y'all got to talk to yourselves. I think the Jewish community, the white Jewish community, let me be very clear. The white Jewish community needs to have an internal conversation with themselves. Y'all need to go talk to y'all fellow white Jewish young people because they're the ones leading the charge. It ain't the blacks. Y'all keep trying to put us in the conversation. Black voters largely did not vote. I mean, they didn't largely vote for Mondani. But y'all want to use us as puppets to save y'all from y'all internal fighting with y'all within y'all white Jewish community. The white Jewish community need to have a conversation about the folks in y'all own community who is dragging y'all. Y'all got to do that. That's an internal fighting issue. Everybody always telling the black community about black on black crime. Y'all got to get on this white on white Jewish political crime because y'all fighting each other right now. It is you all. I'm seeing white Jews in New York that are defending Mondani harder than anybody else. Y'all want to blame the Muslims. The Muslims are really like, they support him, but they're not even the ones leading the charge. But y'all are looking for a scapegoat. Now it's DSA, the Democratic Socialists. Who's there? Who's in that Democratic Socialist group? Y'all keep trying to put a color to it. Y'all keep trying to act like is y'all, Brad Lander, ladies and gentlemen, he is the white Jewish congressman that supports Mondani. Oh, did y'all want to erase him? Because y'all was too busy talking about the black woman, the black woman, the Afro-Latino woman who just won Congress. Y'all so focused on her. But did y'all skip over Brad Lander? Huh? He's Jewish. Y'all know that, right? He's in the mix with them. Oh, okay. See, it's funny how y'all just don't want to talk about the white Jewish folks in New York City that's propping up Mondani. Like, he ain't just getting this by black people. It must be. Y'all just want to keep making this a black issue. Did y'all see those poll numbers? How we vote? Like, we're the young black voters are progressive on this, but we wasn't the black clergy and them, they weren't supporting Mondani. They was actually about to get behind, oh boy, his ass, Andrew Cuomo. They was getting behind Cuomo. Like, these are facts. So I don't understand why we keep having these conversations. Why you act like we the problem? We're not the problem, boo-boo. Y'all have a problem in y'all community that y'all need to talk about. And rather than have that conversation, because y'all know what that conversation really is about. And y'all don't want to have that conversation. So y'all want to keep scapegoating black and Latino and Muslim voters and folks in New York to clean up their pieces. No. Go have that conversation with those white Jewish students in Columbia that are the ones having those protests. The Bernie Sanders of them all, because Bernie Sanders is also Jewish. Y'all forgot? Oh, okay. Y'all want to keep on blaming Mondani. Like Mondani didn't get that seat because of who? Oh, okay. See, don't do it. See, I read. Don't come in my community acting like we got this huge problem. No, we don't. Fuck out of here. Go have that conversation with y'all. Get that shit together with y'all space. Because here's the thing with black people. Black folks, we have had those conversations with certain folks. When we started noticing people was getting with Trump and doing all the Trump shit, we was like, bring that ass back. Come over here. We didn't need y'all to come in that conversation. Sometimes communities need to have their own conversations. And stop trying to, what's funny? Everybody love to throw black voters under the bus when it's convenient, but then extract from us when it's convenient. It's very interesting. To be a black voter in America, especially as a black male voter in America, is very interesting conundrum. Black male voters are to blame for Trump. Black male voters are to blame for not voting. Black male voters or whatever. But then all of a sudden, black male voters can help erase and address anti-Semitism. Black voters are the key. Male voters are the key to addressing other people's woes. I don't know what to do with y'all. I don't do with y'all. I'm going to tell y'all, stop putting us in the conversation in the chat, especially if there's no money to be paid for consulting, expertise, and advisement. How about that? Just say. I had to get a lot off my chest. It's been quite the week, hasn't it? But I want to talk about this.
now that we're in media. There's not much going on in media. I mean, there's some things. I want to. A loyal listener of the show has had a question for me. I want to talk about it. Before I get to that topic, I want to talk about Claude. This is real. Claude conversations and artifacts appeared in public Google search results due to user utilization of the Anthropic share feature, which has been exposing a lot of sensitive data, such as people's personal details, medical data, and crypto keys. Now, Anthropic stated that only user share links were affected. That's what they're claiming. And they do not provide chat sitemaps to search engines. That's what they're claiming. This was found last month in July. Reddit users were finding this out using, the AI share stuff on Google. It exposed a lot of content, including people's chats and interactive artifacts. Like, this is serious shit. And sensitive data range, like medical billing notes, private corporate secrets. Like, what the fuck? And so Anthropic said that the system functioned as designed, and they noted that the links are only created and made accessible when a user intentionally triggers the share action. Now, Google has stated that the search engine index pages based on web operational parameters. They respect standard directives. They are placing responsibility on link visibility choices. We'll see. Fortune, TechCrunch has reported on this. A lot of people have reported on this, but I just want to let y'all know. See, I don't play with ChatGPT anyway, so like, I don't fuck with Claude. I don't do all this stuff. But this is what I be telling y'all. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing with these ChatGPT. Stop playing with this shit. Enough. 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 Like, enough. And I want to take this question before we move on to local politics, but a fan listened to the podcast and asked me, what do I think about this recent controversy between the NABJ convention and the NAHJ convention battles for next year? So for those who have not been following this, there has been, I'm banned from NABJ, and I don't really deal with these national conventions, but there is some drama. Okay. Let me just say for the record, I know that next week NABJ is going to be having their convention, in Atlanta. Okay, cool. I won't be there. I don't know why everybody keep wanting to invite me to the narrative. I have moved on. It's like that. Like, the shrug is like, okay, I haven't been to a convention I didn't go in 2023, 2024, 2025. So it's been 3 consecutive years. And, I tell people, like, when you're out of sight, you're out of mind. Like, when you're really not there, you realize how much life has moved on. Like, I haven't had a problem getting a bag and getting a job and getting opportunities. I haven't missed much. I mean, I have found community and ways to engage. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Like, I don't, like, when you're away from something for some time, you begin to look at your life and go, I guess when I was younger, it had more value, but I guess as I'm older now, I'm on the years to which I would have been more essential to other young people. You just have to find different ways to do it. And I have found tribe. Like, I was this week, I was doing a program for PABJ. We do a collaboration with Cashman Associates. We do a masterclass fellowship program. And we took a handful of these young Black aspiring journalists and PR folks that are young in their fields, in their early 20s and whatnot. We gave them a tour of CBS Philadelphia studios, and there's some great conversations, and been doing some professional development trainings and workshops with them this summer. And I have had so many, like, I don't ever broadcast this. I don't talk about it often, but I want to say, like, once a week, I will get a message from either my LinkedIn or my email from some young person from across the country, a college student or someone who just graduated that found me or looked me up on the internet and just wanted to just talk to me or just, have a moment. Some of them are looking for mentorship or some type of guidance. And, like, while I don't have the capacity to
fully mentor a person like on a regular basis. Somebody might send me their resume to review. Somebody might just want a Zoom call with me for just an hour, just to just talking. And I've taken time to do that. And I think it's so important to have, to have an environment where you can do that. And so I will say maybe once a week or twice a week, I will get someone, I will just have a Zoom chat and just take that time. And I've been doing that for like the past, I want to say ever since I left NABJ, for the past like 3 years, I've had that nonstop. Some young person on a Zoom call and just had a chat. And I've done that with dozens upon dozens of young Black people from across the country. Like I was on a call with somebody that is in Illinois that's about to start a program, a journalism program that they got paid to do. They got a scholarship, but they were just asking about what they should consider. I had a student that's going to Syracuse that just hit me up and just was like, he found out about me. And then also there's a group of people that, so like I want to say like 2 years ago, I collaborated with with Rolling Stone, NYU, to teach this like, this journalism, it's like a special program. It's like a certificate program. And it's with NYU and Rolling Stone. And I did a course. It's called Modern Journalism. That's what it's called. So it's the NYU Journalism School Certificate. It's the Modern Journalism course, and you get a certificate in Modern Journalism, and it's at NYU, and it's in collaboration with Rolling Stone. Well, I went to New York City like about maybe 2-3 years ago, and did filming for these modules for this course, for a segment of the course that talks about entrepreneurial journalism and freelancing. And that segment is a part of their whole lesson plan and curriculum that I helped design. And it's still a part of it. And I don't even look the same anymore, which is funny. But so many people take that course, like across the country, and they find me on LinkedIn and tell me, "Oh, I saw your segment was my favorite like session, and it resonated with me because it's an asynchronous virtual course." And they're like, "Oh, this resonated with me. Like I learned so much, and like I gotta follow you, whatever." And that's like, I didn't even realize how much of my following has come from people taking that course, but also just word of mouth. So it's just like having your hands in so many different things and making that connection. And so I guess the one thing that I do miss from the NABJ convention is the ability to have those in-person connections with young people and to inspire them in that way. But I'm still doing it. A convention does not define that ability to do it, but that is one aspect of it. And then the bump into legends and things like that. But it is what it is. So this fan had asked me, what did I think about this split with the convention? So basically, there is a fraught relationship between NABJ and NAHJ. That's the National Association of Hispanic Journalists. They have a major scheduling conflict and a high-profile public split. This happened in 2023, this convention divorce. And now there is a new 2027 scheduling clash. So there's some beef between this group. And this happened in July 2023 when I had left. Like I got banned. And ever since I left, they hit the recession, ABJ. But I got banned, I want to say around March of 2023. But there was some drama. So in July 2023, NAHJ abruptly withdrew from co-hosting a planned joint convention between NABJ and Chicago for summer 2024. They pulled out. They're supposed to do it in 2024 in Chicago. And that was messy because imagine that was when Trump came and all that drama came. But they basically pulled out. That pissed NABJ off, okay? The reason why was because NAHJ stated that the Hispanic journalists stated that they did so to host a standalone celebration for their 40th anniversary. And they left behind friction over logistics, the contract liability, and potential financial penalties for both groups. Because they decided, it's our 40th anniversary, we want to go solo. That's what they did in 2024. So when they went their separate ways, NABJ decided to go ahead and do Chicago, solo. And the Hispanic journalists moved forward with their independent event. And that basically ended the collaboration between them and joint gatherings like they did in 2022 with Vegas, which is the one I went to. That was the last convention I went to for NABJ. It was Vegas in 2022. That was the last year. So now the drama has come back. Tension between them has happened because there's now an overlap. So last month in July, NABJ adjusted its future conference calendar, and they adjusted it. They inadvertently set the 2027 event dates to directly overlap with the Hispanic journalists' already established 2027 convention dates. Messy. And some of you are, well, let me back up. I want to explain the pushback in a minute with them. So the Hispanic journalists have publicly asked NABJ to alter these new dates to prevent this overlap because they said it will threaten attendance and split resources, okay? NABJ has declined to shift their change dates. They cited the decisions made to accommodate the students, educators, and parents. They're leaving the two organizations at odds. They're not changing anything. They said, fuck it. We're doing what we're going to do. I look at this as this is a get back, partially, even though this is a different president, but Erin Haynes is the president. This is a get back. She wants to clap back. They're going to do what they're going to do. They don't care. They're not changing their dates. They're not going to do it. They say, no, they're good on it. And it's putting the Hispanic journalists on edge. Here's the reason why, okay? You know, Erin is standing on business. They were supposed to originally plan to have their conference on August 18th. That was the original date. But they decided to shift those events dates because if you have the convention August 18th to 22nd, right, which they were going to have in Houston, they're going to have the convention in Houston next year. Ain't that some shit? That's where I grew up. Y'all know that's where I'm from. Houston, keep it hot, okay? But they're going to have it in my home city, okay? But anyway, they're going to have it in Houston next year. August 18th to 22nd, y'all, that's school. People got to go to school. Colleges, everybody start. That's a very tough time for college students to go down there. It's a lot going on with that convention to have it at that time. It is just hard. Could you imagine, like, trying to have it during that time? Because that's a peak summer, like a whole week. It's that, so it never made sense for them to do it then anyway. But now it competes with the Hispanic journalists. So the resources part. So think about it. If the Hispanic journalists and the Black journalists are having the convention the same week, right? That is going to force media companies and groups that when it comes to sponsorships, how do you invest? Well, let's keep it 100. Black journalists have the largest membership numbers than Hispanic journalists. There are more Black journalists with, there's more journalists in NABJ than there are in the Hispanic journalist group. The Hispanic journalists don't have as many members. They have a bigger group. They have a bigger cachet of star power. It's obvious that they're going to get the corporate money and the support. The Hispanic journalists will suffer from this. They're not going to get the investment, the support, the things as much. And that's why they're saying to put on the same date, because basically people are going to have to decide between either or. And corporations will make the decision, and corporations will choose the Black Journalists Association over the Hispanic journalists. They will. They're not going to support both. They're going to support one over the other. And this is a conflict. Erin doesn't care. Erin is the president. She runs for re-election next year. She doesn't care. She don't care because she's making a logistic thing for the benefit of Black journalists. And I think that there's a clapback because their mindset is, y'all didn't care when y'all put out that contract in 2024 and left us hanging. We're having to pull that together. A joint convention was a mutually beneficial thing that people can make money, save money, all the things. They wanted to celebrate their 40th. And they did the 40th because they felt like it was an opportunity to single them in a way to make them more money. But they could have been planned that, though. If it was your 40th anniversary and you knew that, you knew your anniversary dates. Everybody know the anniversary dates. Why did you sign on to that if you was going to renege? So there's some tension on both sides, As far as I'm concerned, I won't be going to neither convention anyway. I think at this point in time, the way that these conventions cost so much money at a time of economic displacement, and a lot of times these corporations are shutting down. I don't even know what the value point is. I don't. I struggle with it. I think that for all the money that these conventions cost, I don't know, how anybody's affording to go to this stuff. Hotels, suits, dresses, hair, nails done, all the expenses, like the time, the food. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Registration, everything. It's a lot. And as somebody who's, used to go on a regular basis, for me, as somebody who was kind of already kind of established, it- there are people who want to, the industry is just evolving so much, y'all. Like, it's like you have so many people that still have TV dreams, and there's only so many TV jobs left in local news. And it's just so many jobs left. There's not that many. Like, the industry, that local TV market is shrinking. And the dreams of being a superstar, like the vanity of it all. Like, it's just heartbreaking because you see so many of these kids. And I blame the journalism schools. I do. Because so many of them are still teaching students with old journalism textbooks and ways to go about these careers. And that shit does not exist anymore. Like, it does not. Like, it is so much easier to get in a big market than it was before. And a lot of it has nothing to do with having these reels and having this stuff. Like, it's just not. And so many of these kids are getting poorly trained and prepared, really unprepared, right? They're going out here and they're coming out of Temple, they're coming out of these programs, and they're getting sold all of these dreams and all this stuff. And it's only so many people that can get those jobs. And they're going to these small ass towns getting paid like $25,000 a year. Like, what is that? Just so they can be on TV and just say, look, I'm a TV anchor. I'm on local news. Like, the vanity of it. Like, it's a pipe dream. It's like the Hollywood, I want to be on TV. It's just, the market is getting smaller. And even with sports, look how many layoffs they're doing at ESPN. Like, look at Disney. Like the dream of like trying to be some sports broadcaster person. You're better off, okay, getting a degree where you can, pursue the passion of something that you can, that you can actually make money from, and then treating that as a niche or a hobby. Like, I got my degree in communication, like my first degree. Did I have a love for journalism? Yes. But the way that journalism, in order to really make a career in journalism nowadays, you have to have a multimedia mindset. You have to do that. And so any young person entering journalism or aspire to it, if you tell me you want to be on ESPN or you want to have your own TV show, I would just say that if that's what you are seeking and solely seeking, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't do it, because you will either be heartbroken and annoyed by the level of rejection and the level of competition and backbiting. You will not have any sustainable means to continue to grow that career. I say that dead ass. Like, I've been in the business for 15 plus years at this point in some capacity. The industry needs people who can do a multitude of things. Just simply saying, I want to be on TV and I can be on air talent is not enough, baby. Simply saying, oh, I can write and I like to write is not enough. Well, it can be, but you have to be versatile in your writing, right? Just saying I'm a photographer is not enough. Like, you have to have sound news judgment, a worldly view, an education and understanding of various subject matter, not just one niche thing, right? Like, you just can't be super oh, I like sports. No one, like, those jobs are very few in between. One of my mentees, he's on ESPN. He's doing good. He's in LA. He's covering football and things. But he got right before. He did not have a sports background. He was not a professional athlete, because most of these jobs have been taken up by professional athletes that have previously played for the NFL or NBA to do sports. They're not even giving it to like just actual sports journalists. But he got in right before. He got very fortunate to get in. But he had a New York Times fellowship, an internship situation before that. Like, he had to get some bona fides, and he covers so many different things. He has versatility, but he got very fortunate to get into a sports role. But he's a very rare person. He will tell so many people following him, like, man, I wouldn't even recommend, you know? And so I tell a lot of young people nowadays, um, have versatility. Like, be open to doing local, national stuff. Know your politics, know community affairs. You know, have a taste for different issues and topics. Just, you don't gotta be an expert in everything, but you gotta have some awareness of the things and be open and willing to do different types of journalism. Okay, so if that means doing some digital articles, if that means doing some audio podcasting, audio type stuff, if it means being very hyper social, do social media, do reels and or do content on social media, editing and things of that nature. Is it awareness of certain technologies? Like, do you know how to use Canva? But like, diversify your skill set, because if you don't, it's going to be hard to get work. I can't say how many college students are just sitting around unemployed, waiting for somebody to hire them as a TV station. That's not going to happen. Or waiting to get some full-time job at some newspaper or magazine. It's tough because now you're competing against the Gen Xers because they won't leave. And some of these boomers won't either, actually, which is creating a traffic jam between the Gen Xers and the boomers and millennials, right? And then you got the Gen Zers, right? And then you got people like me who's just taking all the freelance bags. But like, it's not easy. And so you just have to have a lot more multimedia skills, because I think about that meme where, you know, it's that woman that looks like Adele with the facial expression, like the versus the original face, normal face. Then she has the face, like the interesting. So if you tell somebody right now in the job market, I want a full-time job at a media company coming out of college, they're gonna look at you and go, yeah, I don't know, but I don't really got much for you. You say, I'm a multimedia journalist that's looking for freelance opportunities and contract opportunities to produce content for you at any different level. Step inside my office. That's the conversation shift. It's a different conversation shift. When I started mentoring certain folks, younger people that was talking about how to work on their resumes and things like that, when I started telling them that information, they started hitting me up saying, yo, I got like 3 different jobs, like gigs. I know the economy's annoying. I know that sounds annoying and stressful, right? But here's the thing. If they work their way in that company, they might be able to get full-time opportunity, you know, because now you're in the queue, is what I say. And if somebody gets laid off, or they reduce, or they realign the company or something, maybe there's room for you to get into that slot because they are aware of your work. They know who you are. You're already in the payroll system. Half the battle has already been won. But trying to onboard a new person, don't know their work, don't know their expertise, and they're fairly new and they're a newbie and they're just out of college, that's a tougher sell. But if you get somebody where you got them on a contractual basis, they're freelancing, you can test them out a little bit, you're paying them, don't do free work, but you got your foot in the door. You can see them, and if you really shine and your articles or whatever your stuff is doing, hot traffic, go viral, whatever, you're doing some really great work, then there's a conversation in the future for you. That's always been my strategy with a lot of opportunities. I've always kind of tiptoed my feet in a little bit and then got something more consistent. You know, I got contracts. Like, I don't work full time anymore for any company. I work full time for Ernestly Empire LLC. I work full time for myself, but I procure contracts. And a lot of times, how I got these annual contracts with certain media companies and brands is because I first, you know, did pilots. I did a little something here, a little something there. They liked it. They wanted more. I delivered. I overperformed. And when I did that, that allowed me to get some serious opportunities. So just consider the possibilities, y'all. Just my advice for those in the industry. But yeah. So in local politics, look, we've been talking a lot about these hiring situations. We got more clarity on start dates for certain people. And I want to talk about that because there's a lot happening right now. There's a lot happening right now in our political system. So the mayor has made her major plan to address certain jobs. What's important for people to know is that Carlton Williams will serve as managing director for the city of Philadelphia on August 17th. Okay? August 17th is when Carlton Williams will serve. So that is going to be in like 2 weeks. roughly 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, Carlton Williams will be the new managing director for the city, officially. And outgoing managing director Adam Teal will be out. Early September, Monique Galloway will serve as a city solicitor. Okay? So she will start early September. That's something big to note. Already June 22nd, Ralph DiPietro and already is serving as the commissioner for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. That was June 22nd. He just didn't get the formal rollout and announcement with the nice press conference. Patricia Trish Wellenbach has already been serving since May 18th as a deputy mayor for the city of Philadelphia. So they won't call her the member of the big three, but she kind of replaces Sinceri. They're not saying that, but she would be, I guess, the other person part of the big three, but they won't say that officially. So, yeah, there's a lot of transitions happening. You know, Philadelphia got 1.6 million residents, or 1.57 million residents. I guess we can't give, I mean, 30,000 makes it six. I mean, it's like 30,000 more residents. You get to that point. You can get to that 0.6 quickly, but I digress. It's 1.57 is the most specific number of residents in Philadelphia. 1.57 million. So roughly 1,570,000. But I digress. So those are happening. Those hires are happening. I talk more about that in my special edition episode. So if you want to get the download about how I felt about the positions, all that drama with the lawsuits, it was a lot of chaos last week. It deserved its own special edition episode. You all requested it. You all asked for the office of the chief articulated a problem to give y'all that. So we did that. But I want to talk about some other things that has happened since that special edition episode that I want to deep dive into. So it was reported that the Philadelphia Revenue Department conducted a recent investigation that found that 13,355 homeowners were inappropriately taking advantage of the homestead tax exemption, which exempts the first $100,000 in home value from property taxes. Okay. As a consequence, they will now be charged back taxes, and this will now generate an additional $33.5 million in revenue for the city of Philadelphia and our public schools. Now, I find this very, very interesting because it looks like the city is beginning to find that money for Philadelphia public schools very fast. Like, have anybody noticed that? Like we've been just state then gave us some additional revenue. Like, we just been getting some money. So somehow it was almost like everybody was waiting to see if the Uber tax was going to happen. And then once the Uber tax didn't happen, they said, release the Kraken. I mean, this is all my opinion. I can't confirm that for fact, but this is my take on this. Like, I just have noticed that isn't there just been this robust energy to, like, you know, do that. The school closings still don't sit well with me. 17 schools. But I want to be very clear. There's been rhetoric about all these schools are too big. They can't do this. Lincoln all. That's all I'm going to say. Lincoln all, baby. Lincoln all. I'm just going to say Lincoln all. If you get the reference, Lincoln all was a successful school. Over 90% of their students' attendance and engagement. A very great school that was doing all the right things, is a success story, and yet they're going to close Lincoln all. Why? You could have saved that school. That makes sense. I guess some schools need to close. I get the argument for some of those schools. But at 17, this is about property. This is about real estate. This is about property. This is about real estate. This is about that. This is about the city trying to sell up these buildings so developers can be up in there and they can try to, get cashbacks and they can sell these properties and this can generate that revenue for the schools. That is what this is about. Developers get an opportunity to produce, properties and there's going to be a tax abatement that's allegedly being proposed in the fall that I've heard from close sources in City Hall, that they're looking at a 20-year tax abatement for these developers in these buildings. So the goal is to all these buildings that are already abandoned. This is not, I don't know if this is going to impact the current schools being sold, because they're not done yet. They're not, that has not, they got a year and all that adjustment. So this is not them yet. But the current buildings, vacant buildings and schools and things that are already closed, whatever, they're planning to sell this to developers, allegedly, with a 20-year tax abatement. And that's already been passed by the state. So the state has already passed this a year ago. So that's already going into effect. So now the city has the ability to, the city council has the ability to now vote on this in law, because the state has given the green light to let them do it. But they have to vote for it through city council. 20-year tax abatement for these developers to buy up this property. And they're going to sell that property. And that is how the school district thinks they're going to get this revenue, because of the developers. But we all know what that's going to do. That's going to gentrify the area, raise the cost of, of housing. Everything else is going to go up. It's going to price people out of those neighborhoods. We already know the dam is just going to be created from this. But, this is the shit that we're talking about. Look, can the members of team They Already Got It stand up, please? We've been vindicated. We're slowly getting vindicated. When I used to say to you all during this whole debacle over the Uber tax, they already got the money, they already got it. This is what I mean by they already got it. There is going to be more to come. There's going to be more to come. I've heard from sources connected to this. I heard that there were people that were being audited that had this tax. I've heard all kind of miscommunication. There's been some behind the scenes drama connected to this, but they did an audit where they were knocking on people's doors and contacting people to get proper paperwork to confirm that said people, own their homes, had the right things, had the proper documentation. There were some people apparently that missed the deadline or didn't provide the paperwork, and therefore that's why they're being caught up in all this. Some of these people just did not have it, and they were basically committing a level of fraud, which I could see. But some people are claiming that there was deadline and lack of awareness or something of that nature, and that 13,000 number should be taken with a slight grain of salt. Some people have said to me, close to the situation, that while it sounds great, it's a good number, and it sounds like something that there might even be less numbers based on the way that the city conducted these audits and this investigation, that certain people, may have not known. But here's the thing. Now that they're getting these notices, are you going to provide the documentation to stop this? Because, you're going to have to now fight it, but apparently he was given notice. And so it's kind of like, to me, like, if you're a homeowner and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, how did you not get those notices? So now you got to wait for Uncle Sam and them because you thought the city was playing? Oh, no, the city about to come and get everything. And I think there's going to be more of these types of stories to come. I think there's going to be more situations where they're going to be looking into certain businesses and entities and grants and stuff, that people are out here getting money and getting things and benefits that they're not supposed to be getting. And now that the city can't get this money in the way, they're going to have to start clamping down on a lot of loopholes. Because honestly, in my opinion, I believe that if the tax would have got passed and this would have went down, I think they would have not been going hard on certain folks with these types of benefits and assistance. I that's my theory. Again, I could be wrong. Of course, I'm not perfect. I don't know everything. But I just feel as though they're going to start, you're going to hear more of these stories. And it's important to pay attention to the city controller. Because the city controller, that's going to be the one right there. The city controller is going to be the one that's going to give us the full, we're going to get the full scope of what's really going on and what's really happening. Because now they're gonna look into this, because you just can't keep taxing people and think that shit's gonna fly. So there's that. Also want to talk about this. There's the fight with Chester is big. I reviewed this lawsuit that happened, that was filed last spring of 2025, between a man named Eric Bazis against Reworld. This is the controversial incinerator plant that is burning Philly's trash in Chester, right? So, according to this lawsuit that I reviewed, he alleges that he was a former employee at the time he worked for them. He alleges that he was directed to, quote unquote, improperly alter the impact of harmful pollutants that was happening from the incinerators. And he said he faced retaliation in the form of being fired the moment he raised the issue. So basically, he worked at the plant and he was claiming that, when the inspections would come, one day of the entire year or period, they would juice up the numbers in a way or would do certain things in a way that would make them look like they were 100% approved and they were fine. He argues that the levels to which pollutants were and the issues that were happening were at a higher rate than what was being disclosed to the inspectors and to people. And he recognized this. He brought this issue up, and literally they turned around and tried to accuse him of having overtime pay issues. And next thing you know, he was fired within a day. Like, it was quick. But the moment he raised this issue, that's when they found a problem with him. They fired him. So he sued them. And apparently this has been an issue that allegedly, I've been made aware, according to city council, not city council, but city officials in City Hall that's close to this issue, that the Parker administration is made aware of this lawsuit, and they do remain committed to extending the Reroll contract. They're not pushing past this. And incoming managing director, Carlton Williams, who used to be over the Clean Green Initiative, has previously told the press, he did an interview on WRD with this incredible Eco Words magazine host. Her name is POC. She did an interview, and basically he said to her that the air quality from such trash burning in Chester does not exceed the dangerous levels that were reported. That is what he's claiming, that this is fine, that this is okay, and that this is not the level of dangerous levels, and that's how he's trying to justify this. However, if Bazzi's claims are true, that would actually prove the terms of the contract to be untrue. So this narrative about dangerous levels, that may not be true. But I want to also bring up something that's been very interesting, and I want to address this, that some of the supporters of this reroll contract, this is bullshit, have been frustrated by the fact that journalists like myself and others have been saying that the city burns 40% of our trash in Chester. They don't like that factual number. They don't like that we say that number, that we burn 40% of our trash. Number one, it's true. They know it's true. But they would like to say a different number, and I call it 14%. Let me explain why they want you to know the 14%. So 14% of Chester's trash that is burned in Chester, 14% of the trash that is burned in Chester in total is from Philadelphia. Other cities and other municipalities and other areas also burn their trash. New York burns some of their trash in Chester, other parts do, okay? They want to say, arguably, that, don't say 40% of Philadelphia's trash is burned. Say 14%, just 14%. They like to say just 14% of the trash burned in Chester is from Philadelphia. Let me give y'all another stat that people are not trying to understand. Do you know how much trash of Chester that they burn their own trash, how much of their own trash they burn? Of all the trash burned in Chester, only 10% of the trash burned in Chester is from Chester itself. The rest of the 90% comes from other municipalities and areas. So let's talk about another statistic. Philadelphia burns 40% more trash than Chester in their own city. Since we're going to talk about percentage numbers. Y'all know how to do math, right? So 40 goes two ways here. 40% of Philadelphia's entire trash is burned in Chester. But in Chester alone, Philadelphia burns 40% more trash than Chester burns itself. That's why stats matter. So in other words, more of our trash is being burnt in Chester than Chester itself by 40%. Numbers, math, stats, it's all a numbers game, since we want to talk about it. So in other words, 10% of the entire trash in Chester is burned by Chester, 14% is burned by Philadelphia. So we burn more trash in Chester than Chester burns in itself. That's 24% right there. 76% is from elsewhere. But what these proponents don't fail to mention is that it's, first of all, it's the monkey see, monkey do argument all over again. I don't give a fuck who else burns their trash in Chester. They shouldn't be doing that. It's not a good look. But here's the thing. We as a city have a moral responsibility. So your logic is, are you supporting the Jeff Brown logic that the trash got to go somewhere? Because that's what he said. And you all seem not to care. You're literally agreeing with Jeff Brown's thoughts. You're literally agreeing with environmental racism. It's like, the logic would be like if you're somebody and your company is putting their stuff in sweatshops. Yeah. It works. It really do. And you're sitting there and you're saying, well, you guys, everybody, this is, everybody else burns their, do their stuff in sweatshops. Why can't we? Why y'all come down on us? I'm sorry, a bad behavior is a bad behavior. If I'm dealing with you and what we're doing in our city, I'm worried about what's happening in Philadelphia. Jeff Brown said it best. He said, I'm worried about what Philadelphia is doing in Philadelphia. Well, you know what? I do too. And I don't want us burning our trash in Philadelphia. Period. I don't think we should be doing it in Chester. We should not be burning our trash in Chester. Period. Especially when we want to do it in our own city. If we want to do it in our own city, what makes us think it's okay to do it in someone else's city? That's just my logic. So, there'll be those who will continue to support that nonsense, but the public discourse has continued to be fierce. A lot of people are continuing to speak out about it. It's just not going away. And, city council returns next month in September. And this is one of the conversations and votes that will be up. And we'll be monitoring it. I might make a visit to city council. I might come the first opening weekend and see how things play out. I just want to see the vote because I want to know who voted on what. I want to be in a room where it happens. I want to be in the room. I want to see how these people vote for this because now everything's up. Everything is up. Everything. And this is a competitive city council race. These people better watch out. Every time these midterms, listen, there's a revolution happening right now, people. There's a revolution happening. And a lot of people want to ignore common sense. Yeah. So, I want to talk about this. This July 4th concert. Things, we don't know all the details yet. But I can tell you on this podcast, I've gotten to the point where I think that I'm about 100% certain that this concert is over $25 million. It can be more than that. I really think it's more than that. I will tell my friends how much I really think the concert is going to cost, but I won't say that here because I don't want to overestimate. But I'm going to tell y'all 25. But if you're close, you can DM me, ask me what I think the real number is. But I feel certain that it's over $25 million. I feel like this concert is definitely over $25 million. And how did I come to this estimate is that there's some details that I've been told from close sources connected to the situation that apparently in this contract, okay, For those who've been following, ESM Productions is the company that did the concert that was outside of the Wawa Welcome America team. This is a whole separate group. When the city was, the city took over, they got their own people, their own things, right? So initially we knew the concert was 15 point something million dollars. 15 million, just to keep the number flat, right? We knew that the concert was around 15 million. And during that time, there was a lot of chatter. $15.5 million was the concert, was the initial contract, was 15.5 million, which was amended and updated. Now, in that $15.5 million contract, we never got real specific details about the contract, the clauses, the details of certain amounts. We didn't really know all the target money. We just knew initially the contract was 15.5 million. Well, allegedly, there is a clause in the contract that specifically said that there will be an upcharge, like there will be extra fees associated if the team would have to navigate this through storm weather and what have you. Okay, and this was before they knew there was going to be weather, all the things, but that was built into the contract that there would be an amount. I don't know what that amount was. I don't know what they agreed on, but there was an understanding in that contract based on a clause that there would be additional expenses. Now, this is separate from insurance. Okay, insurance is a very different conversation. But there wasn't a cancelization. So if you canceled, there would have been some insurance and things of that nature. That didn't happen. And so there are some additional, and it could be in the millions. I couldn't imagine it being like 1,000, a couple of thousands. And this could be something substantial. But there is a clause that apparently guarantees all assure that those expenses are going to be guaranteed from from ESM. And the reason why this matters, because I want to be very clear about some things. When this $15.5 million number came out, that was the cost of the ESM Productions contract. That was their contract. That was not the cost of the event. Because the cost of the event in totality includes the logistical costs from the city. That involves other players and partners involved. That includes like the staff overtimes and things of that nature. That includes policing, security, those overtimes for police and their teams. And it also includes sanitation. That number, that amount, whatever that amount was never included in that total. So when we got that story from the Inquirer a month ago that named this $15.5 million concert, please understand that was only the contract with ESM. That was never the total cost of the concert whatsoever. It was always going to be more than $15 million. Okay? That's just a fact. However, what we now know is that there's a guaranteed increase on an ESM contract that's over $15.5 million. And that still does not include the additional cost for overtime. And now that we know that they decided to go with the storm, that means that the extended amount of service hours, time, effort to clean up now with the storm being factored in has even increased the amount of costs that would have been previously predicted. And also you have to include EMT and all the other service people that had to also do their overtime in addition to the extra hours and the work with the fireworks. All of that has not been fully factored in. And so I am saying that at least it is over $25 million. I think it's more than that, y'all, but I just feel like I don't see it being less than $25 million at the bare minimum. I don't see it costing less than $25 million. But I think it's going to be so much more than that. But I feel comfortable to say that at least $25 million for this concert that did not star global superstar Christina Aguilera. Those contracts tell the full story, okay? Those contracts tell the full story, and people sleep on it. I just want to be clear about that. Stay woke. Now, to this week's Ask Ernest, I do want to talk about this. And we're gonna talk about it here, and we're just gonna move on, real rap. But I want to share this. So a lot's been going on with Howard University, the HBCU, Tuskegee with the dress code. And as a professor at an HBCU, I've taught at HBCU in the current process of potentially teaching at another HBCU. I have some thoughts about this entire situation on both sides. I have thoughts. And maybe some of these thoughts will surprise some of you all. Maybe it won't. But I have a nuanced perspective on both of these things. And I think it's important to talk about it. So first I want to talk about the Howard situation. There has been this situation with this enrollment that, look, they shuttered their doors. Like, 500 people were non-enrolled, but now 200 people then got re-enrolled. And, that's created a lot of problems for people who dream to go to this school. I'm going to give y'all a blunt response to this. And again, it's so easy to be caught up in what should be and what can be and whatever. Let's keep it 100, okay? Higher education in general traditionally do admit more students than they can. They give acceptance letters to more students than they actually accept, because they oftentimes predict that there will be students that will not accept, will say no, whatever the case might be. And there is wait lists and all kind of factors considered, okay? According to Forbes, they got a ranking of their top HBCUs. Howard is number 1, Spelman is number 2, Morehouse is number 3, and I believe Hampton is number 4 of HBCUs. Now, I hear, we're on the street, choir on the creek, is that really Spelman should be number 1. But because of all of the publicity, so the top 5, it's top 10. They have top 10. So number 1 is Howard. Number 2 is Spelman College. Number 3 is Morehouse College. Number 4 is Xavier University in Louisiana. Number 5 is Hampton. Number 6 is Tuskegee. Number 7 is Fisk. Number 8 is Talladega. Number 9 is Clark Atlanta. And number 10 is Tologu. I'm butchering this. And it's in Mississippi. So those are the top 10 HBCUs. And somebody said that Forbes was being messy for the timing. But I think that the timing of this logistically makes sense, because it provides a clarity of, Forbes might be messy, but they're also meeting the moment. Anytime there is a very high admissions rate, there is a lot of people. They enroll 11,000 people in their undergraduate enrollment. They're the one of the biggest HBCUs in the country. I mean, they enroll 11,000. Spelman enrolls 2,500. Morehouse enrolls 2,200. Very selective, but Howard enrolls 11,000 undergraduates. So they're very competitive and highly selective. And a lot of people lately been wanting to go because, Vice President Kamala Harris, who was a presidential candidate, that's put a spotlight over the school. This reminds me of when Obama got elected president. Like, Columbia became in the argument as one of the top tier Ivies. But I think Penn is now kind of reclaimed that spot, because it's always, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, in any random order. They were always like the big 3. But everybody always want to know who was in that 4. Who was in that 4, right? And so the top 5 Ivies, because y'all know it's 8 Ivies. It's Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Penn, Columbia, Brown, Dartmouth, Cornell. 8. Those are the 8 Ivies, okay? Now, I'm not trying to be an elitist. All Ivies matter, and these are very prestigious schools. So I'm not being petty. But as somebody who also attended an Ivy League institution, I will tell you like this. Everybody knows the big 5 is Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Penn, Columbia. That's the big 5, baby. The other 3, they're not bad schools. Dartmouth, Cornell, Dartmouth, Cornell, Brown, Dartmouth, Cornell, Brown. Yes, I sometimes forget about the three. No shade. Great schools too. Great schools too. Cornell. I mean, listen. Cornell is the motherland of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. They're a major gym. I mean, like, who? I mean, Alpha got its start there on December 4th, 1906. I mean, clearly Cornell matters. I'm not saying they don't. Brown. I mean, JFK went to Brown. Brown has clout. Dartmouth. Um, Shonda Rhimes went to Dartmouth. I mean, listen, the three of them are very significant schools. And anybody to get admitted to those schools, no. I got admitted, I got accepted to Brown, I got accepted to Cornell, I got accepted to Ivy's. I have no issues with these schools. I'm just saying that if you want to put everything in a ranking, everybody know the big five is the schools I just named. However, we don't really do the big five. You do half. Half and half. There's 8 Ivies. So who are the top 4? And then who are the other 4? For years, the fight has been really between Columbia and Penn. Columbia and Penn go back and forth between who gonna have that fourth. Because the big three, the holy trinity has been Harvard, Yale, Princeton. Like, those are the 3, right? And let me be very clear. I had no interest in going to those schools personally because I have my thoughts about them. That's another conversation. Penn has had the reputation of being the social Ivy. I think that we're the best. I think we're the best. I have a theory why I think Penn is like better because we are like the most well-rounded Ivy. We have the social life shit on fleek. We have all these great like interdisciplinary programs. Like we have a great business school, a great law school, a great medical school, a great communication school. Like we just have it down pat. And also, fun fact, the University of Pennsylvania is the nation's first university. The nation's first college is Harvard. We're the first university. We do interdisciplinary education better than anybody else. Okay, go fight with your cat. We just got it going on. Okay, we got multiple colleges, like 12 different schools. The case for Philly, for Penn is to me, I think we're just the ultimate badass. However, that being said, I think we're in that 4. I honestly think we're in the 4. Columbia had a moment, and I think that was because of Obama, that when Obama was president in that era, it was a lot of energy towards Columbia. Now that Obama's been out and all the drama with Columbia and all other shit, I think Penn, our current president, for better or for worse, we got the billionaires, we have an attraction. Our selectivity is crazy. I would say Penn is in the top 4. We're in the first half, and then other ones are where they're at. Now back to this conversation about HBCU and Forbes. Howard is the school right now to be at in HBCUs. Morehouse is still popping, and Spelman too, right? Like, no shade, and all those schools, man. But Howard is that school right now. Like, everybody I know who wants to go to HBCU, who's never been to HBCU, is talking about Howard. And so Howard's got some dip on their chip. They got a lot of people applying, okay? And they can only take so many people. And so those people who was initially given acceptance letters, they had a certain deadline to pay their application fees, whatever, to pay their stuff and do what they got to do to hold their enrollment. Some people were just kind of falling behind a little bit. And Howard was like, listen, they dropped them. And that is it's not a good look, but a lot of schools do that. Like, that's what it is, because number one, there's a wait list, and there's also people who are trying to get in where they can fit in, and folks that are trying to, there's competition to get into Howard. The days of people sleeping on Howard, it ain't there anymore. A lot of people will just, treat it as a second-base school. If I get in, I get in. But there are some people that die hard want to go. And the legacy is just the legacy family members who go to those schools. Oh, it's crazy. Like, it's very competitive. Like, I can't tell you how many people are like, they just know when they go to high school that they're going to go to Howard like their mom did and their dad did. Like, they have no other choice. It's like, even with Divine Nine, like, it's like, you're going to go to Howard, you're going to be a Delta like me. Like, there's people that literally plot their whole kids' futures like that. They just have no agency. Or they'll say to them, I won't pay for you to go to any other school but that. It's like, wow, like, damn. But that's just how serious they take it. Like, that there's a Howard coat Like you thought you knew about Ivy. I thought I knew about college coats when I went to the Ivies. Oh, no. There is a whole Morehouse. There's a Morehouse, Hampton, and Howard got a coat individually. There's people that are like, they are very specific about their kids going to those schools. It's a thing. Okay. It's a thing. And yeah. So I see it. And I think, it is heartbreaking, right? To see some people, they were like, look, they really want to go, whatever. And there is these class conversations need to be had about how we navigate prestige in this era of selectiveness in these types of spaces. Like, I think there's a conversation to be had about Black institutions that are now becoming more mainstream and popular, how they balance that competitive spirit in the name of the equity, because you just can't treat these schools like Ivies. Like the culture is just not there. We shouldn't be, but there is also a level to which you do want to evolve and advance, and so there's certain standards that you maintain, and like, how do you balance that? I think is the real question, and I think many people have wanted HBCUs to have that kind of visibility and prestige. But what comes with that is a responsibility, a fiscal responsibility. Like, there's a lot of issues in Howard with housing and all these financial issues. Their money is just all over the place. They're trying to figure out how to maintain the momentum and the visibility while also juggling the fact that some people who were used to or culturally used to having these second chances, they're going to be told no. Tough decisions are going to be made. And so there's a hard line. And I think that maybe they went a little bit more fraught. But I think this is a warning shot to remind people in these next coming years, while the momentum is there, hey, don't think that just because we're Black, we're a Black institution or we whatever, that means that y'all can just kind of just be like, oh, we gonna be good. Because let's be real, these white schools, these predominantly white, these PWIs, they don't play this. They don't play that. They don't. When I got accepted to Vanderbilt, let me tell you something. There was a non-refundable, you couldn't, a fee, acceptance letter fee. Like once you accept admission, there was a non-refundable admissions fee that you accept. So if you accept the admission, you get the acceptance letter, but then you have like 30 days, I think it was like 30 days to pay a one-time fee to accept your admission. And if you didn't pay that fee in them 30 days, you was not, your acceptance was no longer void. Like whoever was on the waiting list would get it or whatever. Like that's just what it was. College costs. There's a plan, and I wish there was, and I want to say so bad, like I want to say, do I blame the high schools? Are we not doing enough college preparation conversations? Like not just on, academic levels, but like the costs and the expenses, and are there not enough conversations happening? We're just telling people apply to college and get accepted. No. There's a whole red carpet rollout to getting in. Because once you get in, it gets a little easier, but just to get your seat secure, to get the registration, to get the stuff, like, there's a whole process. And I don't know, I think people sleep on that. And I know scholarship plays a role in some of that dysfunction as well, like when people are supposed to get certain grants to come in, certain things. But I will always tell people I know, even if you get a full ride to college, because I did at Penn, I did. And my other schools, I've been very fortunate. But let me tell you this though, even though I got scholarship to go to Vanderbilt, I got support with USC and all that, always have you some money on the side. Free is not fucking free. And I say that to any parent listening, any people, anybody who knows this, anybody who's went to college knows this. Free is not free, okay? Like, yes, tuition, major. Housing, student housing, if you get that too, major, big ones. But I said this in a piece I wrote many years ago for Philly Mag, a black face and a white space, my 4 years at Penn. And there's a line I said, and it sticks with me all the time. I said that tuition, like scholarship, doesn't pay for haircuts, right? And suits and the other things that come with it. I would encourage any person as a parent listening to this, anybody who got kids about to go to college, please have some real money set aside, even if the kid gets a scholarship. Because here's the thing, there's going to be expenses that are going to come in front of you before they hit the door. Not just about worry about their clothes and their dorm stuff, that's cool, but like the other things that really, especially if you're dealing with black kids, like haircuts and all this stuff. Like there's just all those things that people I just think sleep on until it's too late. So yeah, especially nowadays where funding for HBCUs and the schools don't count. It is what it is. So just something to think about. But shout out to Governor Westmore and Cooney and all these places that are for kids who are getting rejected or not getting the in. There's other vehicles for people to get those opportunities. But just saying. Now, Tuskegee has a dress code that they're enforcing. They're saying, look, no sweatpants and bonnets and stuff during class in the morning, all that kind of stuff. All right. Before people start, okay, before people go in and be with the bananas and the shenanigans, okay, let me say this. How do I feel about this dress code policy? I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time, people. And I need some of my educated folks that's never taught at HBCU, never done anything. I need you all to sit back, check your privilege, or keep it 100 about what is being talked about with this dress code, all right? So let me be real here. Let me be very real. Because, I'm putting thought into what I'm going to say. Let me start by saying, yes, there are more important things happening in America and in the world right now, as it always has been, when it comes to, the things that Black people want to talk about, okay? We understand that. We definitely understand that. We understand that. Let me be very clear. I definitely understand that. I do. I definitely do. I understand that there's voter disenfranchisement, that there's social justice issues, and that this country and the capitalism, all these things there, and that there's so many issues happening to Black people right now that to complain or to discuss a dress code policy for some people might feel trite. Heard. Get it. Yes. So many things are happening in the world. We all know. Trust me, my podcast talks about them all the time. I agree. Totally agree. That being said, however, okay, we still live in a functioning society. We still have customs and we still have standards and we still have things that we still do to function, right? And so, at a funeral, we wear black at a funeral. We don't, at a wedding, we don't wear white unless we're walking down the aisle, right? We do. And while somebody could argue and say that there's so many more important things going on in the world than worry about people wearing black at a funeral or wearing white to a wedding. Oh, that is very true. That is very true. And that exists. However, we still have a society. We still do. The world is not over. Everything is not completely collapsed. We still have a society. And we still have a culture. And we still have a reality that we still live in. Okay? And so we're not going to sit around and just dismiss society and dismiss how we function and operate. We still have that. And I think that's important, we have all that going on. We got a lot going on. And I think that's important. So so I just want to just say that. I want to put that on the table real quick because I hear a lot of these chatters and I got to give y'all the biggest read of this because I feel like people are just not being very fully honest about stuff. So anyway, we got a lot going on, right? But we still have a society, and we still have customs, and we still have feng shui, and we still have those things. And as long as we still have those things, and we still have those norms and those dynamics, we should be able to understand why they exist and why they exist. I think what people need to understand first and foremost, I think we have over abused respectability politics in ways that do not necessarily reflect the entire conversation. I'm getting a little tired of us sometimes. Some people say Ernest guilty as charged, whatever. But sometimes I do feel like people can over intellectualize something that we miss the common decency and reality of the situation. And that is the struggle that I think sometimes progressives have and different folks have, where sometimes I'm not saying things are not that deep. I'm just saying that sometimes we project our own views on things that people are not actually are partaking in, because we want to push our ideas in ways that is not reflective of the demographic, right? So the dress code, right, and respectability politics. Some things are not respectability politics in the guise or the gaze of white people. That we're saying we are doing this to make white people this. Sometimes you just do things because you do want to create a more uniform sense of being. It's not about, let's say, white people's projections, but sometimes you yourself may want a more standard uniform look, or you want to create a balance of things not being a distraction. Let's talk about it, okay? And it doesn't have to do with respectability politics in the form of caring about what white people think. Sometimes we have that, but you have to listen to what people say and understand why they do. And I think that people have gotten caught up in trying to always socio-politicalize everything in a way that oftentimes miss the point, right? So for example, there are rituals where there are all white parties, for example, and they say, look, we're going to wear all white at an all white party. Somebody might say, oh, that is respectability politics. You all are trying to copy white people from the Hamptons. Actually, no. There is actual African culture that is ceremonial practices where people gather around and wear white, and there's a ceremonial ritual to Black people in white and what that means for gatherings and social spaces. Ding, 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 ding. Message. But that's the problem. There are some people, and there's some Black folks that are so smart that they're so dumb that in their pursuit of trying to racially politicize certain conversations, they can actually miss culture within our culture, because they don't actually take the time to study Black culture and society and understand us as a feng shui, that they actually sometimes will give white people credit for things that is not actually their credit. I never forget, oh my God, the dumbass conversations like over the past 5 years about music, and people saying, oh, I don't listen to rock or country. That's just people trying to appeal to white people. I remember the conversations around Beyonce's Cowboy Carter album, and people being like, oh, she's trying to appeal to white people. That's white music. And I was like, oh, you dumb motherfucker. Like, but these are people that were claiming to be super pro-Black and saying, oh, she's getting more white. Like, why is she not doing R&B and rap? I'm like, oh, you didn't know that we actually, Black people did rock. We created rock, and you don't even know your history. But you've consumed a certain aesthetic of Blackness that you don't even understand the multitude and the vast. Blackness is in everything, everything. But you don't even know that because you're too busy trying to commodify Blackness for a certain type of modern aesthetic that you don't even know the roots in history. The banjo, where's the banjo? Oh, the banjo, you think that's country? You don't know the banjo roots from Africa? I digress. But this is what I'm saying. There are people who are just not educated enough to actually understand the full nuances of Black habit. So you can sometimes be given, you're so obsessed with whiteness that you have now condemned Black practices as a means to assimilating whiteness. I remember the whole era of when, Black people were dressing preppy, and we had this era where millennials, we know what I'm talking about. We were dressing preppy and things. And there was this whole thing about respectability politics and Black people trying to emulate whiteness. Do you know anything about Dapper? The culture of dapperness that Black folks in the 1920s, we kind of invented that swagger in fashion. Oh, you didn't know that. See, I'm having my Miranda Priestley moment from there. Oh, so you thought that a bunch of Black people just saw white people dressing in that way, and you didn't understand the culturalness of the Harlem Renaissance and Dapper and the ways in which that integrated society through Dapper Dan and high-end couture and the reinvention of that through ballroom, and how it made its way back into the lines of Polo Ralph Lauren fashion and how it made its way through the intercepts of Morehouse and collegiate styles. And you just thought that that was all made by a group of white people for a pile of stuff. I don't have these conversations anymore with folks when they go into these conversations. Like, I don't. Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I think so many people just say things and they just don't think about it. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Like, I was having a conversation with somebody about food the other day. And we were talking about, like, French cuisine. And they were like, oh, well, I don't understand why some of these black chefs are doing French. Why are they not doing soul food and doing black food? You don't know that that chef you're talking about is Haitian, and that this French inspired cuisine is also Haitian, and that they're the you don't know about the French and the Creek and the Haitian. Oh, you don't. Oh, you just thought this was just. You thought white people. You thought this was Europeans. Oh, you didn't know. Oh, my darling. So that's what I'm saying. I just realized that so many people are taking up the internet trying to have these pro-black conversations that are actually anti-black because they don't know the history. They don't. So anytime they see something that they think is proper, they've assigned that to whiteness. Anything that they see as dapper, they've assigned it to whiteness. Anything that they see that is not hip hop and rap, they didn't allow there to be a ghettoification of our music, our culture. We invented jazz. We are the origins of country music. We're the origins of rock music. We are the soul of rock and roll and pop. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Even dance music, house music is us. Like, do you know your history? Because then you wouldn't be so quick to just give white people credit for shit and then make everything about respectability politics. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It annoys me. I want to say it so much on social, but I don't have the energy to deal with trolls. So I'll put it on the podcast. But I just need you all to just expand your education. Anytime before, the new rule is going to be this. Anytime you're quick to call something respectability politics, I promise you should look at an actual black origin story to it. So if you want to understand why do black people wear all white and do all white parties, is there an African ancestral connection to black people wearing all white? The answer is yes. Why are black folks interested in preppy fashion and style? Like, where did that come from? Are they trying to mimic white people, or is there something else? Can you explain to me the origins of black people with Afrofuturism in sci-fi and tech, rather than us saying we're trying to act white? There's actually a connection between black people and space and futuristic styles and notions. There's history. We are the culture. We're not acting white. They're acting black. Very different. Okay? And so much of these conversations, I just need to put that preference there, is so misguided off the bat. So back to Tuskegee and his dress code policy and respectability politics. I don't think that the leading factor of Tuskegee's dress code policy is respectability politics. Not in the mindset that we're rooted in the white gaze. What I think the Tuskegee is doing is that they're setting a standard to allow for a diversity of expressions and preparedness for students to navigate society in general. It's not about white people in general. It's not about white focus, but to create an environment, atmosphere for them to be prepared for what a standard would look like in the workplace. As a person who has taught at an HBCU and about to teach at another one, but taught at Cheney, you have to be clear that this is an institution that accepts students that are coming from lower economic backgrounds, okay? A lot of these students are for the first time being exposed to different types of regimens of societal norms. HBCUs are powerful because they are vehicles that have given more people from they enroll more lower income black students than any other institutions. And the level of economic generational wealth and upward mobility, and when I say generational wealth, let me not say it that way, upward financial mobility, HBCUs has provided that. They've produced more doctors, more black doctors and medical providers and lawyers and people because they've provided that space, okay? And if you understand that demographic of lower socioeconomic income, to admit students in colleges that do not accept them often, okay? When you're looking at HBCUs and their ability to enroll, right? It comes with challenges. Do many people graduate? There's all the numbers and facts and figures. We can go into that all day. But what I want to be clear about is that they are admitting them into a world where many of them, for the first time, are getting a standard dress code that is not a typical school uniform. Some of them are getting a standard of what professionalism looked like outside of a high school setting. And so it will be a disservice to normalize an environment to which there's no differentiation, especially with people that are 18 years old and 19 years old. Like, you got to be clear about the age demographic, okay? And we have to be clear, because I'm telling you, if you are actually in these classrooms teaching these, I am. They can barely write and they can barely read the way we used to. Their social cues and norms, they've been isolated during the pandemic. A lot of them are still navigating, like some of them are post-pandemic where they're navigating like social cues and norms on how to have etiquette, like how to actually greet people, how to properly respond to them. But that's not respectability politics. That's just fucking etiquette. I can't tell you how many of my students do not properly address me in email to just simply say, good afternoon, yo, 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 yo. Like, I'm getting yo emails. And I've had to start my semesters teaching my students of how to properly address me. You don't gotta call me Mr. Owens. Professor Owens is fine. It is. But Professor Owens, we're not doing no yo, but they don't know that. And so we got to be clear that if we're trying to train and profess, it's not to say, in order for you to break rules, you have to know the rules. In order for you to be an iconoclast, you have to actually understand the systems in which you're breaking. We're projecting, my educated fellow woke folks, because we all in this, we're projecting our ideals that we've learned decades later onto people who were just where we were. When we were 18 years old, we was not aware of dismantling social norms and fashion. We was not on that type time. We was not. Okay? We were not. We were young. We were trying to succeed. We were not in the positions we are now. And so when I look online, I see all of these people with their doctorates and their lawyer degrees and all this. That's beautiful. And they're talking all this shit about, I don't have to do this. Yeah, because you fucking have it. You fucking have made it. Congratulations. I tell my students all the time, listen, you cannot show up like I do because I had to, in many ways, earn it. Like I had to, you cannot curse on your social media and do all those things that I do. Not yet. One day you can. When you've earned the level of respect and experience that you've built a credibility. You know why? Because people know that I can curse on my social media or show up in a certain way, but when I show up in a professional space, they know that I know how to have decorum. The problem is that you don't know how to create an environment where there's nuance. We have to build people that can show up in a versatility. Like, I don't show up to everything cursing and swearing and cursing people out and coming up in what I just don't, because it's about respecting people's space and their customs and the norms. Like, you just can't, it can't always be this individual mindset. I'm going to do what I want, however I want, whenever I want to do it. Okay. And see how far that gets you. When you're already Black, when you're already in a situation where you're trying to get somewhere, that kind of attitude and mentality is not going to get you that far. And so I understand that Tuskegee's dress code policy. Yes, there's more important things happening. But what's wrong with simply creating a standard by saying, listen, we want to prepare you for a world to which you're not going to be able to come up into your job or your internship in sweatpants and certain things. I love the fact that my students at Cheney, we've had conversations. And I said to them that, listen, while you can come in your pajamas if you choose to, understand that if you don't exhibit a level of versatility in your presentation, people will not take you seriously. That's just the reality of the world. That's Black people, that's white people, that's old people, that's young people. They won't. You say you want to be a lawyer. I just feel like there should be a level to which you should be preparing yourself for what that culture looks like at 18. You want a law internship at a law firm. Listen, when I grew up, oh yes, Mr. Owens had on jeans that were not ripped and cut. Mr. Owens, when he showed up to his internship, he had on khaki pants, he had a belt, he had on a button-up shirt, he sometimes wore a tie, he sometimes wore a blazer. That's how I showed up. And now, because I've been able to afford the agency and the ability to do what I do, I don't have to always wear a tie. I barely wear a tie today. But I'm never going to tell my students, especially my black young men that's in those schools, the HBCUs and at the CCPs and predominantly black institutions, I'm never going to tell them that, oh, you're going to be fine without a tie. Fuck a slacks. Don't wear a suit. You don't got to do that. Those are respectability politics. I can't tell them that. I'm not going to lie to them about the realities. I'm not saying that that defines you, but you should be aware of it. And I think there's too many of these conversations where people want to socio-political analyze and create all this. Fuck that. Because all them people that's saying that shit online, they're fucking lying to you. They all had to wear suits at one point in time and blouses and high heels. They all had to do certain things to assimilate and to do the things. And it's not to say it is a full-time thing, but we as black people know what it means to navigate and move through this country. And if you think that the way that they act, I know, I've been in interviews with some of these people. I know some of these people that was going for jobs. Some of these people, they fucking with you. They do all that caca and all that ha-ha on social media. But when they in these meetings and on these panels and in these rooms trying to get contracts and deals, they switch it up. And that's okay because they understand that you have to navigate different experiences. And so I don't want a black student to lose an aspect of their identity. I want them to have a variety of abilities to navigate because y'all know I do. We all do. As black people, we do in this country to function. And I'm not going to tell I'm not going to, and like for example, and there's no shade to this man, but Mark Lamont Hill, right? He goes around, he says, oh, I don't, don't call me doctor, I don't care about my doctorate degree like that. I don't need the Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. Yeah, but sir, you've been a professor. You've had tenure. And you would have not been able to do that if you didn't wear a suit, if you didn't go to the meeting with a suit, and you didn't come in there and talk about the work that you did. It's cute to be on TV and curse and say the N-word and got the tats on your arms. Yes, but let's be clear. You are a millionaire, and you've afforded yourself the ability to put your middle fingers up now, but you wasn't doing that shit 15, 20 years ago. You didn't do that to get some of the jobs you did. We remember when you was at the, Daily News writing for them and on Fox News and Black Enterprise and you had to do, and that's your business and that's what made sense. You had to do what you had to do to build the credibility. It's a fact. None of these people that's talking this shit right now online was ever showing up like this the whole time. All this, I wear a bonnet and but was you wearing a bonnet 15, 20 years ago? You sure wasn't. All you Gen Xers, cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Stop it. Stop lying to these kids. I'm a millennial, and I'm not about to lie to these kids because I see how the job market is. I see how people are getting profiled. And it's not about, again, we're not doing it for the sake of just white people alone, but it's just common sense. Some of this is just common sense. Like, listen, I know young men who want to be members of Alpha Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. In Alpha, we have a called Alpha attire. We wear certain suits. We do the things. People could call it respectability politics, or we just found the legacy of 7 incredible men that crossed Ithaca, New York in 1906. Over 120 years ago, come December 4th. That's a history. Sometimes it's not about white people. Sometimes it's just about culture, legacy, and tradition. And sometimes it's okay to do that. And it's okay for black people to have standards around that. And I think the irony is that we have gotten so loose with not reinforcing standards and creating nuanced experiences for young black youth. And then we wonder why they feel so wayward in the world. We got to be real about that. Like, we should encourage our young black men to wear suits. I'm not saying they always got to wear suits, but it's crazy to me that, I'm being real with you, when I was a professor at Cheney, how many of them did not own a tie? Didn't know where to get dress clothes from that was not Men's Warehouse.
Like some of y'all need to take a step back. That's what I mean when I say people are so like detached from reality. Because so much of this is a detachment from reality. Some of it is. This is a super long episode, but y'all gonna enjoy it as I go in the vineyard this week. But it's just so much there. And so where I stand on it is this isn't an either or, it's a yes and. It's not an either or. I think there should be a dress code policy, at least guide students. I mean, maybe let's say the first 2 years, maybe not the whole time. Maybe the first 2 years, maybe to say freshman, sophomore year, we want to get you all acclimated to this and whatnot. And then maybe senior, junior, you can get a little bit more loose because, you'll be like 21, 22 at that point. Maybe there's a compromise there. But I just think to just simply let people dress how they want, show how they want in these schools, and know what the circumstance on what it is, I think that just does not prepare them. It's not being realistic and honest about it. And at that age where they're young and these are the formative years, I'm so happy I had that formulation. I'm so happy that I had the ability to know, hey, I know how to tie a bow tie. I don't wear bow ties often, but I know how to wear one and I know when to wear one. I wear my bow ties at galas. I know when to wear a tie and a suit that fits. I know how to get my shoes shined. I know how to wear long black conservative socks when I need to. Okay? I know how to coordinate, And that's the thing too, because sometimes you see people in these suits and these fits and you just be like, wait a minute, why is this plazy? Why you got this plaid on this? But that's what I'm saying. We got to develop a level of style and versatility. And these are the same people that years later be talking about the men they date and be like, my man don't wear a suit for nothing. Well, listen, where was the opportunity for him to dress like that or mix it up? If we create a world where we act like everything that's fancy or whatever or formal is a white thing, we got to stop giving white people that much control over our customs and our standards. We give white people way too much in the name of respectability politics, weaponization. Like we give white people way too much. We got to stop doing that, some of y'all. Some of y'all, everything, I mean, white people, racism exists, like, let's be clear. But we got to stop acting like everything that people do is centered around whiteness in that way. Sometimes it's just about us creating a level of variety. Like, I want my students to know how to dress in different ways. My mentees, I want them to have a unique set of style. I want to have a conversation with them. I talk to them about, what do you wear? What do y'all, and it's funny. A lot of times when they go to events and things, they'll hit me up, they'll text me and say, is this a good fit for this type of event? I'll be like, that's a little too much. That's a distraction, not for this. But you got a mentor, you got a guide. And I just think a lot of people are not doing that anymore. And that's why we find ourselves having these stupid ass conversations where we're indicting an HBCU for doing something that, quite frankly, a lot of us know why they're doing it. And we're trying to indict them with all this stuff, they're aspiring to whiteness, they're this, they're that. Like, cut it out. And I just think it's crazy because I want to tell you, Gen Xers, y'all got in y'all 40s and y'all 50s and y'all give no fucks about the world and the things. And I get all that, but there's a couple of us still want to live and do some things. And let's be real, the revolution is not coming right now in that type of way. So people got to do what they got to do to survive and navigate. And that's my thoughts on that. So moving on to film. Spider-Man is the biggest movie right now. I mean, are we surprised? I mean, Spider-Man is Spider-Maning. I mean, one of the biggest all-time box office openings, brand new day. I mean, this Spider-Man box office is crazy. I mean, we're looking at a global, I think they might have the biggest, they're going to probably, I mean, who knows? It's, there. I mean, there's a domestic opening day of $168 million. The biggest domestic opening day for a film of all time. Spider-Man, brand new day, opened in one day with $168 million. And now it's on track for an $875 million global opening. Like, what? $168 million in a day in the United States? I just, it's on pace to collect at least $325 million opening weekend. It will be the biggest domestic opening weekend ever.
One of the biggest. I mean, to clarify, because apparently Endgame got 357 million in 2019. So this will be the second of all time. 325 million for the weekend. That's crazy. So Spider-Man is that new movie? Like Marvel, baby, what's going on? I mean, Endgame, Disney's Avengers Endgame, the Marvel film, still got the biggest opening apparently, but Spider-Man Brand New Day might, is crazy. It's the 11th big budgeted Spider-Man movie since 2002, and it is I argue I got a chance to see it with Zendaya and Tom Holland. It's cute. It's a cute film. It's good. It's good. It is the best Spider-Man film since the Tobey Maguire days of the early 2000s. And that was how I grew up on Spider-Man. Like this new Spider-Man, I'm warming up to it, but I grew up on the Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst. Like Kirsten Dunst and Tobey Maguire, that's Spider-Man to me. I didn't think anything was gonna be better than that, but clearly I'm wrong. Like, because there's been a lot of, I mean, the animated movie, the animated Spider-Man movie, I like that one with the Morales storyline and stuff. That really grew on me. But ever since then, I haven't really been following it as much. But there's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this movie. It's doing really well. Johnny Depp is back. Everybody got a problematic fave. I'm just gonna leave it at that. He's about to be Ebenezer in the new Ebenezer Scrooge movie that's coming out later this year. I'm gonna watch it. I know people got their thoughts about Johnny Depp, and I'm not a Johnny Depp stan. I'm just saying, Johnny Depp is back. He's back with a character. He's back with a character. Listen, millennials, y'all know we grew up. Johnny Depp was like, I mean, first of all, Pirates of the Caribbean is one of my favorite all-time movies. I gotta watch it again. Just the first three. Oh my God, the first three, stellar, stellar. But I do like Pirates of the Caribbean. I really do. That movie, like, it's weird. It was like a gay awakening for me. Not fully gay awakening, but like, I don't know. Like, it wasn't a gay awakening. Like, I was attracted to anybody in the cast, but just the Jack Sparrow's character, his gender bending expression. I just was into that. I just Johnny Depp. One of my favorite roles by him. I love him in Sweeney Todd. Edward Scissorhands was iconic, of course. Willy Wonka. The Mad Hatter was a little too much, but it was still enjoyable. But like I mean, like Johnny Depp in the 2000s, like untouchable. Like he was bringing it consistently. So I'm excited about Ebenezer. I think Ebenezer is going to be interesting. We've gotten some previews of the character. He's back. We'll see. We'll see how the box office say. Michael B. Jordan is a billionaire on a crazy, sick portrait stealing heist film in the Thomas Crown Affair. I want to say this, okay? I want to say this. Y'all know I have this thing where I just be like, Michael B. Jordan can't act. I Look, he's an Academy Award winning actor. I am not a hater, and clearly he's got an Oscar, so I need to shut my ass up. And he was good in Sinners, and I felt like that was one of his most believable, decent roles since Fruitvale Station. His other films, I mean, I did enjoy him in Black Panther, the first one. I thought he should have got an Oscar nomination. Could have been for Best Supporting Actor for Killmonger. But so much of his movies are just so like carbon. I saw this and I said, oh, he's back at that. He's back at that. He's back at that type of acting again. And I'm just kind of like, I mean, it was nice to see the trailer and to say Academy Award winner Michael B. Jordan. He's directing this film. He's in it. I'm just like, is this a play for Bond? Like, could he be the black James Bond we always wanted? Like, is that what this is? It's giving Bond. But like, I don't know. I mean, it looks good and it's cool. It'll do well. He's hot right now. It's coming out March 2027. I don't think it's Oscar conversation worthy based on what I saw in the trailer. It's given just box office, thriller type thing. Cute. Mahershala Ali, he's, coming out saying, look, he's tired of y'all talking about Blade. It's not happening. He wants to move on. They could have did it. I'm here for it. I fucks with it. Mahershala, do your thing. I get it. Like, listen, I just feel like he's had this like slight blackballing from Hollywood because he's a black Muslim actor that has been very vocal about Palestine. I feel like he should be in more roles. He's got 2 Academy Awards, by the way. 2. Okay. The only black actor next to Denzel Washington that can say they got 2 acting Oscars. Ha. Did y'all know that? Only 2. Only 2 black actors in Hollywood can claim they got 2 acting Oscars. That is Denzel Washington, who got one for Best Supporting Actor for Glory and Best Actor in Lead Role for Training Day, and Mahershala Ali, Best Supporting Actor in the mid-2000s and 2010s for, Moonlight. And then he got another one a couple years later in the same decade for Best Supporting Actor, same Oscar, for Green Book. There are only 2 actors, only two black actors who have more than 1 acting Oscar. Fun fact. Now, there's other actors who have multiple Oscars, but to be clear, like, for example, the costume designer for the Black Panther, she went to Hampton. She's a Hampton alum. She's AKA. She's incredible. And she also got nominated for an Oscar for Sinners. She didn't win, but she has multiple Oscar nominations too. I want to get her name right because I do not want to forget her name. But I just saw her exhibit. Ruth E. Carter. She had a lot of Spike Lee films back in. They used to do some costume designs for Spike Lee films. And she's got an exhibit at the African American Museum in Philadelphia that's been very popular, very beautiful exhibit. I went to the grand opening, met her, took a picture with her. It was lovely. She's a lovely woman. So she's been in business for a long time. She's 66 and still slaying it, still kicking it. She got 2 Academy Awards for costume design. But as far as actors go, Mahershala Ali and Denzel got that in common. So what I'm going to say about that is that I feel like he should be in more films and getting more opportunities. I know he's in a couple of new stuff coming out projects, but I just feel like he should just be bigger. Like, I just feel like he should be having the type of opportunities that Michael B. Jordan has, or colorism plays a role in it too, to a certain extent. I would say other actors that I see get in play, like the way in which Jonathan Majors was getting a lot of opportunities before he fucked that up. I just feel like Mahershala Ali should just be so much bigger and be given so much more opportunity. Like, we should be putting him in lead roles in more films. He's just having his filmography has been very slim, and I've been trying to figure out what was the cause of that, and I think it was because of that. I definitely do. But I appreciate him standing on business and principle and being himself and being a great guy. He's an upstanding actor. He's a great person. I really like him a lot. Just a great actor. Just a good person overall. Like, he's a very, like, people don't talk enough about him, but he's a great actor. There's been a lot of where do I want to start with this? What's about Barbie real quick? Barbie sequel. Apparently they want to do it, but it's being stalled allegedly because the actors want more money. Apparently Ryan Gosling, who was the Ken, wants $20 million because he's like, look, I'm a box office star. Stop playing with me. But Margot Robbie, they all want to be in the mix again. But they want the studios to pay more money. And I get it. I guess, I guess, Greta Gerwig, they want the bag. No shade. I have some opinions and thoughts. I can now say this, now that some time has passed. Y'all, the Barbie film was all right. It was all right. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't I feel like it was overrated. I can say that now. I just want to say that on the record. I felt like that film was so overrated. I felt like America Ferrera, I'm happy she had an Oscar nomination, but let's be clear. This film was just like a white feminism on steroids. Her role in that movie, she got a Best Supporting Actress nomination for that monologue. And the monologue was cool. I don't necessarily know if it was worthy of an Oscar nomination, but I get it. She played Ugly Betty back in the day, and she won an Emmy for that. She deserved. And I guess, and I liked in the movie Real Woman Has Curves, which was underrated. That was a very great film, by the way. Came out many, many years ago, like 20 years ago, actually. But I remember seeing it on like Showtime when Showtime used to do like really good movies, indie films. But like, anyway, I just really felt like she just I just felt like Barbie just was overrated. Like I just never got into it. I enjoyed the Ken character. I thought that the Ken character was a very good, you know, counterclass to the film. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not, let me just put it this way. I'm not pressed for a Barbie sequel. If it comes, it comes. But if it don't, it don't. For me, at least. I just feel like it's just white feminism on steroids, to be honest. Um, yeah, just, it's like, okay. All right. Because I want to talk about Children of Blood and Bone. I want to talk about that. But before I do, John Legend is going to be in a biopic. He's acting. Like acting. I don't know how I feel about this. The verdict is still out about John Legend's acting. But he's going to be playing Harry Belafonte in a film called The Road Home. And so we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what it's giving. I don't know. This is supposed to be. He's supposed to star in this. It's got it's about apartheid era Graceland tour. Paul Simon. He's going to be playing it. They're doing principal photography very soon. Oscar winner Bill Condon is getting behind this. There's going to be a South African producer. They're going to be filming in South Africa. It's interesting. I guess he's looking for an Oscar, possibly for acting. He's a multi-hypernet, and he's also a Penn alum, by the way. He's already won an Academy Award. He's got an EGOT. He's won an Emmy. He's won the Grammys. He's won Grammys. He's got a Tony. He's done a lot. So it's gonna be interesting. This is a big move. Yeah, who knew John Legend was gonna be an actor? I'm here for it though. It's not bad. We'll see. I mean, he's made cameos and stuff. Like he was in La La Land, but that wasn't really like acting. So who knows? Now to Children of Blood and Bone drama. This is actually connected with the Odyssey. There's a lot of drama going on with the Odyssey adaptation. It just seems like this is a week of film adapters being pissed off about about adaptations. And I struggle with this because in some sense I can hear it, I can understand it. So for people who've been trying to figure out what's going on, there's been a lot of drama about the Odyssey adaptation. There's many popular ones. There was the Odyssey, the film. Old Brother, Where Art Thou was pretty much a very country bandwagon version of it. I think there's a lot of critique about the book, The Critic, the most recent adaptation, which I read, that adaptation by Emily Wilson. She just wrote a scathing review of the film itself. I have mixed thoughts about that review. I do appreciate some of her critique about the spirit of it. But when she tried to get into the details, I was like, okay, Emily. Film adaptations are not supposed to be carbon copies of the books and the movies. Sometimes filmmakers have their own spiritual take of it. Like, for example, this book I read when I was very, very young called Tuck Everlasting by Natalie Babbitt, a very great book. The film adaptation was interesting. I appreciated it. It was very different, but not too different, but I appreciated it. The Hours, another great book. I appreciate the film adaptation of The Hours. I loved what they did with that material. A really great adaptation. Different, but also still kept the spirit of the book alive. Atonement, a very interesting book to film adaptation. That I read the book in high school. The movie adaptation, there was a lot of similarity, but there's also some liberties that were taken. I think that that's how movies work and how cinema works, how art works. And even like Listen, Homer's book, The Odyssey, was translated by Emily Wilson. She translated in a certain type of way, okay, in her interpretation, how she wanted to translate it. And some people could critique her translation of it and her perspective. Um, I think that's how movie adaptations work. Like everybody has an ability to have a creative liberty to how they want to define something and reshape it. And I think we gotta let creators do that. And there's some critiques yet about the themes and things that I appreciate. Like, oh, there was not enough sex and there was more things to be said. And then she talks about some of the movie elements. It's like, that may be out of your wheelhouse. But she was very disappointed, clearly. We're seeing this situation right now with Children of Blood and Bone. There's drama. The book, the author of the book, Tomi Ademie's book, Tommy Ademie's book. She is a millennial. She's 33 years old. She wrote, this book came out when she was around 26. So she is a millennial, a young millennial like myself. And she was very much supportive of the film. And then there's been some concerns around casting or colorism with the lead character, Amanda Steinberg, who she apparently has taken issue with lately. There's been a lot of clashing about this, and she's been very vague about the issues. Like we don't really know what happened, but she's not happy. And she said that when she left the set, she was really hurt about some of the stuff that she saw or she experienced, but we don't really know the exact details. But she doesn't want to talk about it anymore. She wants to put it behind her. And so it's kind of put this whole film excitement in jeopardy because people are like torn between, hey, this author may have been traumatized in a way we don't know the details. She won't say, but she's not happy. And it's like, well, what are you not happy about? Like, what are you not upset about? And it's like, so people are debating it. Like, I'm like, okay, are you just not happy because your book is not being completely like adapted the way you want it to be? Like, at the end of the day, I think there needs to be a conversation to be had. Like, I think she's struggling with the level of, like, to Sarah Sink's fame. Because I don't really know. I don't want to project this, like, okay, the adaptation isn't the way that you may have wanted it to be totally. But you decided to do it, right? And look, there's a level to which, I mean, she's young. And I think that's what typically happens with creators, right? When you're super young, you want mainstream, you want exposure, you want every opportunity, you want money, you want visibility, but then you don't really know what the cost of that is. And so I wonder, is she struggling with the decision she made to do that? Because she was very young. She was in her mid-20s when this book came out and when they announced this. So she's still young. I mean, she's 33. Like, I can imagine when she first decided to enter this deal and do all this, that she may have had different expectations and things and that nature-wise. But then when the movie do the thing, but I would say this, if you're very hell-bent on your art in a certain way, then maybe adaptation is not for you. Like, look, my book, The Case for Cancel Culture, if somebody wanted to adapt it into a book or a documentary or a movie or a play and, be inspired to do it, hey, let's talk about it, right? And here's the thing. If I like the creators and the people involved in the process enough to sign it off and let them do their thing, that's fine. Because here's the thing, the book is the book. What they direct and they produce is what they'll do. Now, I would probably want to be an executive producer because, we're going to have to do something. I want to get my little credit, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Colson Whitehead, his Harlem Trilogy series, his books. If you don't know who Colson Whitehead is, shame on you in the literary world. But Colson Whitehead got these, oh my God. He's a 2-time Pulitzer Prize winning author, Black. He's like one of 4 authors to ever get the Pulitzer Prize twice. But he has this great Harlem series, Harlem Shuffle. He has Harlem Shuffle. He has Cool Machine, which just came out. Great book. Okay. And he's got a Harlem series, and they're great. He also wrote Nickel Boys, the Nickel Boys, by the way, for those who know, and the Underground Railroad. He wrote the Underground Railroad in 2017, Nickel Boys in 2020. But he has this great Harlem trilogy. And so the book is Harlem. So you got Harlem Shuffle, Crook Manifesto, and Cool Machine. They're going to adapt into a series that is going to come out. And I'm super excited about this because I've been following this for quite some time. And I'm really happy for him. He's a great author. He's 56 years old. Like, he's on with my dad. But they're going to develop it into a TV series. And he's going to be the executive producer. And it's going to be Apple TV. And we just talked about Apple TV. See? Apple TV got the gems they're hiding. But clearly a meaningful adaptation. But what I will say is that even if it don't work out, listen, what they do with the product is what they do with the product. What you got going on, what you do is your work. And I just wish she would know that. Like, but I don't know what happened to her. And I wish she would tell more. But I would say if it's just frustration with the adaptation, while I can understand that she may not like that they've done it that way, art is art. Like, we all have the right to interpret things and see things through different lenses. Everybody does not get to control the art, and especially when you give the agency to it. So I just think that the film is being done and now she's coming out with these details. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of immaturity with the delivery of some of this stuff. I'm not saying her feelings are not legit. I just think that the way that she's been coy and she's kind of been on the TikTok and all that, I just find it like, I don't know. This is a serious contract. There's some serious people involved. Name names. Be specific. There's a lot of liability involved in what's being insinuated. And I just think it's a little bit careless and immature to tiptoe or hint at things and not name specifics, because it can lead to damage of people's reputations. And if it's not, and if certain people didn't do certain things or certain roles, you got to be clear on that too. So I just find that to be a little bit irresponsible of her and how she is conveying these messages and how she's implicating certain people connected to this project. Because people in this day and age, people be ready to cancel and boycott things, rightfully so. But you got to make sure that people are directing their missiles and their focus in the right ways and for the right reasons. Otherwise, you're creating more harm, and that's not cool for everybody involved. So that's my take on that. Moving along to music. This is a long episode, but y'all gonna get it. Enjoy it. It's a summer treat. Usher's concert with Chris Brown, or Chris Brown Usher concert. This has been a shit show, y'all. And I know y'all been noticing this. Like, Usher should never did this concert. I knew he shouldn't have, but you know, he's been weird lately anyway. I don't got much to say about this girl who did not want to be on stage with Usher. I have nothing more to add to the chat too much. I'm just going to reiterate what other people have said, but I'm going to keep it like this. You didn't want to be up on that stage. You wanted to see Chris Brown. I don't understand. Were you not I don't understand. Like, the Usher segment was on. The Usher music is being played. If you wanted to see Chris Brown, then you should never went up on that stage and embarrass yourself and tried to embarrass Usher. Like, you could have just literally, like, I don't understand. You saw Usher. You knew if you wanted Chris Brown, then you should have just wanted Chris Brown. And then I got up there and said, oh, no, I'm good. Nah, let somebody else have a chance. Like, let somebody else do their thing. Simple as that. Now Usher is doing a lot of defense mode. He's really emphasizing it. And there's rumors that there's girls, there's certain women that are now, you know, being hired or whatever to allegedly, you know, to be fully enthusiastic on the set and thing. You know what it is? I just think I have to say it. Usher is an attractive man. He's a Libra. Of course he is. Very talented. He can sing. He's very professional. He's got Grammys. You know, his politics is a little weird. But just as an artist, you can't deny his talent, right? What I will say, though, is that I do think he has reached an age where he's officially unk. And not just that, but some of the things that he is used to doing, I think he might have a hard time aging. A lot of artists at a certain point might have a hard time accepting their newness. Like, I'm not saying that he can't compete with the best of them. He definitely can. But I just feel like there's just certain stuff, Usher, like, you don't got to do all that anymore. I'm not saying you can't go shirtless on stage or whatever, but I just feel like Chris Brown is getting too old to be doing his damn self too. But like, I just feel like, why are we still doing the things we did 20 years ago? Like, that was such a beat, the shirtless, the hump, that was pretty Ricky B2K era. That was, listen, I grew up in the generation, okay, where we had wet t-shirts and the drip, like, it was corny. It was corny back then, but we were young and we were silly and we were dancing and body rocking on the floor, and we were dry humping and grinding on the wall of a garage party. That was the era, or basement parties if you lived in Philly, or dollar parties as you all call it. But I grew up in that era. Okay, we want to talk about hypersexualization, like, it was just the era, like, dancing on the wall and grinding on people and slow dancing and grinding. And when we used to dance, this is my high school era. We were just a mess. High school parties, gym parties, and dances and things, like that was the life. And we all would do the bunny hop and the cha-cha slide and the wobble and the Cupid shuffle. We used to do all the dances. And then we would do all the new dances, the crank that soldier. Like we just was in it. And then, the slow songs would come on and everybody would do. But we used to dance. The kids don't dance like that anymore. Or they dance, but they don't really dance. They do random routines. Like they don't do like dancing, collective dancing, if that makes sense. They like do weird, I don't know. It's not dancing. It's like, it's just these weird little individual like I want collective dancing again. Like, can we go back to like some type of cordial line dancing where we all knew the dance and we all did it together? Like, I don't know about these little individual TikTok things because they're not really like dances. They're like little things that people do on camera for something. But like, what is it like to be in communal space where everybody's like dancing? I don't know. We got to dance with kids more. I don't know. We got to bring back dancing for the kids. But anyway, Usher, just this grinding thing. I don't know. I just feel like he's aged out of that. And even Chris Brown's ass. Like, Chris Brown is around my age. Like, we like, why are we still doing that? And my thing is, if you're going to do it like Janet. Janet was the best. Okay, if you look at the Velvet Rope tour, like, that's how you do it. This bad thing, I don't know. I just, Anywho, bless his heart. Where do I want to get into before I get into Ariana Grande? Oh, yes. So there's some drama at the Grammys with BTS. BTS is pulled out of consideration, okay, for Asian pop album. There was a new category the Grammys put out called Asian pop. They put out Asian pop record, Asian pop album. And BTS is like, they're not submitting none of their material. They're just not submitting none of their music. They want the fans to enjoy it. They don't want to be relegated into a certain category. And some of this controversy, when they did the Asian pop category, a lot of people just automatically, including myself, knew, oh, this is for BTS. They're gonna get a Grammy. They're gonna be on the Grammys. They're gonna be on TV. They're gonna broadcast the category, and it's gonna be an opportunity for BTS to get this international, global attention at the Grammys because everybody's been wanting them to be nominated and they've been wanting them to be in the conversation. And they've been in the past have submitted and they've been snubbed and things like Butter. I think people wanted Butter to be record a year or something. Like they've just not really gotten much of that attention. And so people were like, well, is the Grammys, the Recording Academy, missing the mark by not acknowledging the artistry of these acts? Because so much of the people that's winning these categories are artists that are traditional artists, older artists, people that's been around, white artists pretty much, right? So they need to diversify the categories to make sure they ensure more representation of winners. BTS basically are like saying, fuck, we're not submitting anything. And part of their critique is that I think with the Asian category, people felt like they were going to be a shoo-in to win this Asian pop category, which will give them this as a consolation prize so that in other areas like album of the year, record of the year, other things, they may not get nominated, get snubbed. They'll have something rather than nothing. And so they're like, look, we're tired of, they didn't say this verbatim, but I interpret it as the ghettoization of categories for diverse art acts, that they're like, look, we want to have more opportunity. We want to see our representation. We want to compete with everybody. Don't just relegate us in these silos. Now, Harvey Mason Jr., who is the president and CEO of the Recording Academy, which I've met him multiple times. I've met Mr. Harvey over the years, and now I'm a proud member of the Recording Academy. So when I see him, I'm like, I'm a member now. But he put out a letter and said, listen, the category is not to, that the BTS can apply for various categories and that this was never going to put them in one place and that we embrace diversity. And there's opportunity to give more people an opportunity to get, into categories and get acknowledgement, not just relegate them to one. And so I think there was a conflict between both messages. I see both of their points. I see BTS's and I see Harvey's. But to be clear, I think for me, I think BTS's mindset is that this is the Beyonce conversation. When Beyonce won Beyonce has made that. Beyonce didn't say it herself, but well, she did. She spoke on genres and she thought about the barriers of it when she won. But when she won Best Country Album, right after that, they divided those categories into two separate categories, because of the fear, right? Like Shabuzi, like people like that, where when Beyonce won Country Album, like for her to be a black artist like her to win, they don't have a Best Country Album category anymore. They've now divided into traditional and another one and whatever. They did that the moment after she won that. And so that theory that Beyonce puts in place is still true. I think BTS has realized that too. Like, oh, you didn't create this new category because you want to put us in there so you can give us these wins, but we're never going to. That's a way of like justifying not giving us record of year, album of year considerations because of that. Like, could they submit in those categories? Absolutely. Would they have gotten nominated? It looks like they probably have not. They don't think they would have. So they're just like, look, we're not going to play this game because BTS just went to the American Music Awards and got a bunch of wins. But the argument is that they got a major stand base and a lot of people watch them. And so people have argued that BTS has been put on these platforms to raise the ratings because they're fans so that they can get a lot of rating turnout. Like that's what they did with Taylor Swift. Used to have Taylor Swift come to every award show and especially MTV Music Awards. Like I've lost a lot of respect for the VMAs, the Video Music Awards. I've lost a lot of respect for MTV Awards in general because it appeared like for a while that it's just been like such a very commercial, mainstream artist, fan-driven, fan-base-driven type of viewership. Like you're not really giving people awards that really deserve anymore. It's now become a spectacle for one artist or another. So who is going to be the artist this year? Is it going to be Ariana Grande? Are they going to just have all the Arianators come out and support? Like who they're going to try to bring out? Is it going to be Taylor Swift? Like who's going to come out and be the big star draw? Like I just find it to be a little cheesy. Versus the Grammys, they're like, look, everybody comes to the Grammys. But these other award shows, I think they've struggled with that. And that's also bringing me to the next controversy. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association, which is a sidebar, but it's connected. And I forgot this earlier, but the Hollywood Foreign Press Association is suing Penske. Remember I told you how Penske took some ownership and they was running it. And that's why they got the little podcast category and all that other drama was going on Penske. They're now suing them and claiming the Hollywood Foreign Press Association that does the Golden Globes is suing Penske and claiming that they're monopolizing and doing all kinds of things to basically force that contract and that they did not honor the agreements they had with the contract and that there was this deal that they had with the trades like Variety, the Hollywood Reporter, all these publications to smear them in a way to create the takeover and the buyover. It's a massive conspiracy. Penske's pushing back and other people are like kind of like, well, y'all did have a diversity problem and yeah, those scandals were legit and y'all did have these scam problems. And so it was like, is that really Penske's fault, or was did y'all just suck? Because they really have to do image repair to get people to get excited about the Golden Globes again after all the bullshit y'all had did. Now, I'm not saying Penske is good with it because I feel like so much of what they do now with the awards is a little bit too much extra, in my opinion. Like that whole podcast category, all that, it looked like people called it pay for play to try to get recognition and press and things. It got a little messy with that category. But, they're trying to make money. It's a money grab. So, yeah. Cardi B's back. She got a new song called Aha. I like it. It's cute. Cute little song. She look good. I like the song. Meek Mill dropped a new song. It's like the sequel to Dreams and Nightmares called Nightmares to Dreams. Okay. It's not as good as the original. It's okay. I mean, I will say this is his best rap in years. I mean, his rapping has declined. So I will say that clearly this is the type of beat that he needs to be rapping on because the rap is good. Yeah. um Olivia Rodrigo is going to be entering at number 1 on the Billboard charts, it appears. She's back on Lord. Not Lord. I keep saying Lord. Oh my God, why do I keep saying Lord? Charlie XCX. Charlie XCX got a new album that I liked last week. I talked about it. she's not gonna be number one. She's not coming at number one. And it's like by a small margin. A small margin, very small margin. So it's very interesting what's going on there. But by a small margin. The album's called Music Fashion Film. It's a very short album. It's only 30 minutes, 11 tracks in 30 minutes. It's very short. 30 minutes and 5 seconds. It's a 30-minute album. Like you can literally it goes and it goes. It's very quick. And it's 11 tracks. These it goes by really fast. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's not a bad album, but it's like 30 minutes and 5 seconds. So it's coming in, I think, at number 3. But number 1 is going to be Olivia Rodrigo's album. I think Morgan Wallen is going to be number 2. Possibly. We'll see what that happens. But I think Olivia Rodrigo has it locked for the number 1 album. So yeah, she's just staying up there. And I do like the album. I think that is an album of the year contender. It's gonna be the battle of the Olivias and Madonna. But she's got that album right now. She's waited for this moment. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for her. I think that she's coming back. Yeah. So I think we're ready. I think I'm ready to talk about Ariana Grande. This new album. Let's talk about it. Pedal is not for everyone. I will say I personally liked it. I did. I did like the album. I think this is a very moody album. People's called it rageful. It is rage. The vocals are vocal and she can sing her ass off. There's a beautiful cohesion in the album that I like. She's very deep in her feelings and her thoughts about herself and her life and her experiences. I can appreciate that. I like this album. It's very expressive. I like the cohesion. Unlike her previous albums, there's not that many standout hits. Hate That I Made You Love Me is definitely one that was smart to make as a single. There's like a couple songs at the end of the album that I can see potentially. I like the Bunny Hop song. I think that could potentially be a track opportunity for sure. But I don't know. This album is one of those like they're made for the album. I would say Bad Thing, Bunny Hop could be a single potentially. I like the songs though. I like the songs. I think Pedal, I guess she's trying to make Pedal a single. Yeah. But I don't think so. I don't think there's like no, like this is not an album with a bunch of banger hits that's meant to be singles. Like she doesn't have that with this album. This album is an album that is meant to be listened to from beginning to end and they flow into each other. And I think part of the thing with this album, my critique is that I think Ariana Grande needs some new producers. I would like her to try to work with new people. Like I enjoyed what Sweetener did with Pharrell, with her Sweetener. I think she needs to work with different producers. I think there is a monotoneness and flatness to some of her delivery, not vocally, but just in production that feels a little stale or just the same. There's a lot of sounds where the songs ran into each other, where there was a hard distinction of which song is which. Like there wasn't a clarity on songs. Like you could listen to, like for me, when I listen to certain songs, I can go, okay, I know what this song is. I know it distinctively. I think there's so many songs where this album, when you listen to it together, where it just blends into it, where it's almost like you don't know what song is which, and it's just kind of a little mushy there. Um, Again, I think it's strong conceptually, but I don't think the album I'll say this. If it doesn't get nominated for album of the year, I would not be surprised. I thought Eternal Sunshine should have been nominated for album of the year last year. I thought that We Can't Be Friends should have been a record of the year nomination, but didn't. So if they weren't doing it for that album, I don't know how Pedal fits in. I could easily see Pedal being a best pop album nomination, and Hate That Made You Love Me may get in the pop categories, but it may not even get into all the major. I can see it completely getting like left off the list potentially, given all the other competitiveness for women in music. Yeah. But I did like it. There are some songs I do like. I'll probably listen to some more, but yeah, I could see it being one of those like, so. I can get it. I think there's been mixed reviews about the album. Some people really thought it was strong. Some people kind of felt like, just same old, same old. My mood has been with a lot of these albums, though. I ain't gonna hold you. I will listen to a new album every week. And then I would just go right back to listen to Confessions too. I can't. I'm still listening to Confessions too, baby. I'm sorry. It's just, it is an earworm. It is good. Okay, I love me some Confessions too. Sorry, I do. I love what I love. I like what I like. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I love Confessions too. I do. So I'm just gonna put that there. Yeah. Moving along with TV. Summer TV is boring. I'm just gonna keep it real. Summer TV is boring. I haven't really been watching too much TV this summer. Because I've been doing so many other things. I mean, I've been watching Zeus, but outside of my Zeus watching, I don't know. Summer TV has just been boring. I don't, just looking for the new shows coming. Everything's been kind of like flat, like a Little House on the Prairie. I tried to watch that. Okay. Like, I don't know. I'm not really, I don't know. I'm too busy producing things that I just feel like that's part of it too. Like I'm too busy producing meaningful content and writing that maybe that's what it is. Like I don't have time to binge watch shit as much, but also just stuff is not really attracting my attention as much too. Like, oh, everybody's talking about the new season of Ted Lasso. Cool. Not saying it's bad, but okay. you know, um, I'm a little heartbroken by this news. Wonder Man got canceled after it was renewed. Okay? Like my frat brother who just got an Emmy nomination. Just got an Emmy nomination for Best Lead Actor in a Comedy. Yeah, y'all just gonna cancel that? Yeah, y'all gonna cancel that? Like Wonder Man was a great show. Like how would you, like it was about to be renewed for season 2. Yahya Abdul Mateen the second, like an incredible performance. Now it's being canceled. Like they literally just started the series like earlier this year in January. It was a great hit. And now they're like, yep, no, we don't want to do it no more. We don't want to do it anymore. Yeah. So they're just canceling it. Bummer. He's 40. He's great. I mean, he won for Watch. He won many years ago for Watchmen. He won a Emmy award for Watchmen with Regina King. It was incredible. And then he did this show. He's doing some good work in general. He was in Candyman, which was also good. Man on Fire. He's on the Man on Fire show, which is really good. So he's good. He's got different things he's doing. I mean, but it's just like Man on Fire is good. I will say that. Like that's one show I've watched on Netflix. It's good. And he's good on that. So, But it would have been nice for him to do 2 shows. How cool that would have been. Yeah. So if you want to see him, you should see him on Man on Fire. But again, like what are we doing? Like you all renewed the show, then you canceled the show. I digress. There's also this movie, coming out called By Any Means. He's in it. And that comes out on September 4th. Watch out for that film. putting that up there. It's basically about an FBI agent that teams up with a mob hitman to investigate the murders of civil rights leaders in 1960s Mississippi. It is an unbelievable true story, by the way. They have Mark Wahlberg in it. He's playing Mark Scarpa. And then Yahya Abdul-Mateen II is in it as well as the cop. So it's an interesting film. It's coming out next month. Watch it. You remember you heard this from me. It's okay. Paramount Pictures. It's coming. It's called By Any Means. Very, very good film. You're going to be hearing a lot about it, hopefully. But he's in that. So he's got some projects. My frat brother's doing fine. But then there's like renewals. Like while one show's getting canceled, another show's coming back. Tyler Perry's Beauty in the Black is returning. I thought they were going to cancel it, but they just decided to bring it back. I guess. And then we're like in snowfall spinoff mode. Clueless is coming back. I hope that girl doesn't come back though. Now Alicia Silverstone is coming back. Alicia, the lead is Cher. She's fine. But y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Is she coming back? I hope not. I don't think so though. I don't think she is. I can't imagine she would be coming back. Stacey Dash, like, But it's not the same without Brittany Murphy. I miss Brittany Murphy. But, you know, and Donald Faison, okay, so like, when I was younger, my biggest crush was Donald Faison. I had the biggest crush on him. Like, when I was younger, I watched Wait and Exhale, and I thought he was so cute. Then he was in Scrubs, and I was like even more like that was like my TV crush. Like I had crushes like when I was younger on TV, like Mekhi Phifer when he was younger. ER, I thought he was like so dreamy. David Faison was like my ultimate crush, like my private crush. I didn't tell anybody. I don't think I've ever, have I? I think I told Jamarcus. I told them, like, my homeboys, like, years ago. But, like, I used to think David Faison was so cute. I just was, like, so, like, into him. Like, Clueless. I was just like, he was so cute to me. Like, I was like, oh, I want a boyfriend like that. Who else I have a crush on? Mekhi Phifer. Oh, yes. Like, early Mekhi Phifer. Like, you know. This is, like, you know, I had no business crush on these guys. Yeah, those are my guys. Like, those are the ones I, like, had a crush on. Like, who else? Did I have anybody else? No. I had a couple other people, but I can't think to mind. Oh my goodness. When I was, like, college, like, and I know he's a mess now, but Donald Glover, what does mean he's Donald, boys? But Donald Glover, like when he was on Community things, I thought he was cute. I had a little crush. Like, but he's like weird. He's like super weird now. But like I had a crush on him. But like, yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know about spinoffs. I mean, will Donald Faison come back to Clueless? No. Snowfall is having a spinoff of the show. Like, we still not done with Snowfall. I thought that was over. They're about to do a spinoff. Clueless is coming back with something. I don't know how I feel about these TV spinoffs. Like, no original. I mean, original TV seems where people are going, even with movies. But I digress, I guess. But that is everything this week. That's everything for this week's show. Oh my goodness, it's long, but your summers are long, and you want to listen to good podcasts. So I know this is a super long episode, but I give y'all like a super deluxe. I had so much. There's so much that went on. I want to cram it all in one episode. But I'm looking forward to the vineyard. Follow my adventures and travels and so much fun. And I can't wait to explore more. And as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.